Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Superannuation Industry Supervision Amendment, Annual Members' Meetings Notices Regulations 2022. Motion for disallowance, deferred division.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved at the previous sitting by the Honourable Member for Fadden, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung. Lock the doors. The matter before the House is the motion moved by the honourable member for Fadden be disagreed to. Then the question is the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 74, noes 64. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I present report number 8 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 13th of February 2023. The report will be printed in the Hansard today and the committee's determination will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. Order. Just ask members to take their seats quickly and quietly. I present the 2022 annual report update on the implementation of the recommendations from the Set the Standard report. First, I want to acknowledge and to reiterate that the Set the Standard report findings that an unacceptably high rate of people, particularly women, in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces experienced bullying, sexual assault or actual or attempted sexual assault whilst at work. This misconduct is unacceptable and we acknowledge the grave impact it had and continues to have on previous and current staff. While we commend the progress of this parliament that has been made so far, we note that there is still much more work to be done to achieve the goals we set 12 months ago. We want to uphold the highest standards of workplace behaviour in line with what is expected of us by the Australian public. Since the Set the Standard report was adopted by this parliament 1 year ago, the composition of this parliament has changed. In the 2022 general election, we saw the numbers of women increase, as well as the numbers of those parliamentarians elected as independents without the support of a traditional political party. These changes to the composition of Parliament have no doubt brought its own cultural change. However, the report's findings remain as relevant as ever to all parliamentarians and their staff. The Set the Standard report provided a roadmap for the Parliament to implement systemic and cultural changes in a range of areas to make Parliament House and Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces safe and respectful places to work. Over the past 12 months, leaders from across the Parliament and departments have responded to the report to progress the 28 recommendations. The Set the Standard report categorised 28 recommendations by 5 outcomes: leadership, diversity, equality and inclusion, systems to support performance, standards reporting and accountability, and safety and wellbeing. Of the 28 recommendations, 6 have already been implemented, 4 have been partly implemented and 17 are in progress, noting many are ongoing measures. Implementing the 28 recommendations is a shared responsibility across Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, including government, presiding officers, parliamentary departments, political parties and parliamentarians. Change will come with the continuous commitment and goodwill of members and senators. Today, we recommit ourselves with concerted effort and attention to the recommendations of the Set the Standard review. Over the next 12 months, we should see the expansion of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service to be established as an independent statutory human resources entity, providing advice and training to parliamentarians and staff. The endorsement of codes of conduct for all Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. The introduction of improved health and wellbeing services, including general practitioner services, pharmaceutical and mental health support. The consideration of amendments to standing orders and conventions to improve levels of safety and respect in the chamber, and the modernisation of the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984. I acknowledge the leadership and commitment of many people for the work completed to date, including the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, as well as the Prime Minister, the Opposition Leader and other party leaders. This nation is looking to this Parliament to show leadership in this space, and the expectation is that we will all deliver. And I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I move the motion relating to the Set the Standard report in the terms on which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, Parliament House will never be a typical workplace, but it must be a safe workplace, a respectful workplace, a workplace that lives up to the ideals our democracy is built on: equality, fairness, decency and respect for all. A workplace worthy of the nation and the people we are called here to serve, whether that be as elected representatives or the dedicated staff members who make it possible for us to do our jobs. It's been a year since Set the Standard report was formally acknowledged by both chambers of our Parliament, a call for change made possible by people who had the courage to tell the truth and to demand better. I'm proud to say our government is committed to delivering all 28 of the report's recommendations, because we understand that cultural change depends upon concrete action. I'm very proud that we are the first government in Australian history where the majority of members are women, 54 women out of a caucus of 103. And importantly, more than half of government staff are women as well. Our caucus, our parliament and our policies are better and more representative because of this. But of course, Mr Speaker, it didn't happen by accident. We put in place the systems and structures to drive that change. And I acknowledge people who were here before me, people like Senator Susan Ryan and others who led the struggle for greater equality in this place. We need the same focus on action and implementation and accountability to achieve a culture change in this place. The Parliament has already acted, establishing the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service to provide trauma-informed and confidential support across the Parliament, changing the standing orders to make sitting days more family-friendly, providing new training programs for parliamentarians and staff to build greater awareness and understanding of inclusion, diversity and respect. And we've released the MOPS Act review and agreed in principle to all 15 of its recommendations. But we know there is more that we have to do. And that's why in November last year, following close consultation with staff, Senator Katie Gallagher announced that the new Human Resources Body for parliamentarians and their staff will be established as an independent statutory agency. We'll bring that establishing legislation into the House of Representatives later this year. And as agreed by the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, we will enhance the existing Parliamentary Workplace Support Service, which has built the trust and confidence of staff and parliamentarians, so that it can provide the professional human resources support recommended by Commissioner Jenkins, as well as their existing services. Today I'm moving a resolution for Parliament to endorse new codes of conduct for parliamentarians and staff, as well as new behaviour standards for everyone who works in Parliament. These codes were developed by the Multi-Party Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards, and I thank all members of the committee for their diligence, their consultations and their hard work. It is important that the recommendations were agreed by that committee unanimously. And in particular, I want to acknowledge the Chair, our Deputy Speaker, Sharon Clayton, for the extraordinary work that Sharon has done, the member for Newcastle, not just in this area, but can I say as well as historically, as the chair of our caucus, did an extraordinary amount of work in developing systems in place in both the parliamentary party but also the organisational wing of the Australian Labor Party. Mr Speaker, the introduction of these codes of conduct was a central recommendation of Commissioner Jenkins' report, and I thank Commissioner Jenkins for her extraordinary work. These codes will set and enforce a better standard of integrity, dignity and mutual respect, recognising that building a better culture in this place will mean we can draw on a broader range of perspective and experience, and I'm sure get better decision-making as a result. After Parliament endorses these two codes of conduct today, they will then be formally adopted and enforced following the establishment of the new Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission later this year. The government is working across the Parliament to have the new commission up and running as a priority. Mr Speaker, I have seen a world of change in this place since I was first elected. Some of it is driven by technology. Some of it years, even decades behind initiatives in workplaces around Australia. This is our chance to do more than just catch up to the expectations of the community, employers and staff. This is a chance for Parliament to lead, to build a workplace that respects everyone and respects the reason they are here, to serve the nation that we love. I thank the House of Representatives for its consideration of this matter, and I reiterate my thanks to the member for Newcastle, but all members who've worked so hard to produce these recommendations and this resolution that's before the Parliament today.
And I call the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his words, and I join him in acknowledging the tabling of the first annual report by the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. Mr Speaker, on the 5th of March 2021, the former coalition government established an independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. It did this with the support of the then Labor opposition and crossbenchers, and that review was led by Australia's Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins. On behalf of the Coalition, I want to again acknowledge Ms Jenkins and her team for their work on the review. And as she finishes her term as Australia's Sex Discrimination Commissioner in coming months, I thank Ms Jenkins for all of her work and wish her well for the future. Over a period of 7 months, the review team heard from more than 1,700 individuals, women and men, and 30 organisations. The review found that of people working in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, 37% had experienced bullying, 33% had experienced sexual harassment, and 1% had experienced some form of actual or attempted sexual assault. They are disgusting and disturbing statistics, to say the least. As would be expected, such reprehensible behaviour had an impact on people's mental and physical health, their confidence and, of course, their ability to do their job. The report put forward 28 recommendations covering an array of areas, including, among other things, to improve institutional and individual leadership, to enhance reporting, to bolster respectful conduct, review and amend relevant legislation and expand support services. Recommendation 2 of the Jenkins report called for the formation of a parliamentary leadership task force comprised of an independent chair and parliamentarians across the political spectrum. The task force held its first meeting on the 4th of February last year. 4 days later, on the first parliamentary sitting day of 2022, the presiding officers delivered a joint statement of acknowledgement on behalf of the task force, and it is today that we acknowledge the first anniversary of that statement. It's only appropriate that we revisit the words and reflect on what has been achieved over the last 12 months. Without reading it in full, let me quote some key passages. The statement said, "We acknowledge the unacceptable history of workplace bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. We say sorry. We today declare our personal and collective commitment to make the changes required. We will aspire, as we should, to set the standard for the nation." Mr Speaker, the Jenkins report shone a light on repugnant behaviours, and since its release there has been a collective resolve to bring about necessary change. Set the Standard was an apt title for the Jenkins report. All who work in this parliament, be they elected representatives, our staff or public servants, do so in the service of our nation and the Australian people. It is our service is a privilege, and with that privilege comes only the highest expectations from the people of Australia, that we uphold the highest standards. Australians demand nothing less, and we should offer nothing less, because our character and conduct are connected with Australia's confidence in democracy and the institution of Parliament. Mr Speaker, I want to thank all of those members and senators who were involved in the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force during the 46th Parliament. Their work, among other things, saw the implementation of the following during the last Parliament: an independent and confidential complaints mechanism for current and former parliamentarians and staff, a confidential 24-hour support service for current and former parliamentarians and staff, and new training and education programs for all of our staff and parliamentarians to keep our workplaces safe and respectful. I also want to thank those today who are involved in the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force as part of the 47th Parliament. The current representatives are the members for Farrer, Newcastle and Warringah, and Senators Davey, Hume, Farrell, Gallagher and Waters. Mr Speaker, in particular, I want to acknowledge the inaugural Independent Chair, Kerry Hartland, who finished her duties last month. Later this month, Ms Hartland will take up her new role as the Director-General of the Australian Security Intelligence Service. And we on this side, and I know across Parliament, of course, join with all Australians in congratulating Ms Hartland on a thoroughly deserved appointment. On behalf of the Coalition, we welcome the tabling today of the first annual report from the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. The annual report provides an update on the progress made towards implementing the 28 recommendations of the Jenkins report. I've no doubt that all in this place and the Australian people will be reassured by the progress which has been made to date. As well as the ongoing commitment to making Parliament a safer and more respectful workplace for all, the annual report notes that of the 28 recommendations, 17 are in progress, noting several recommendations have ongoing measures. 1 is pending, 4 have partly implemented and 6 have been fully implemented. These 6 completed recommendations, numbers 1, 2, 17, 18, 24 and 27, have seen the issuing of a statement of acknowledgement, from which I previously quoted, the establishment of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, which is supported by an implementation group, a review of the Members of Parliament Staff Act of 1984, legislative amendments to that Act, amendments to the Age Discrimination Act of 2004 and Disability Discrimination Act of 1992 to ensure protections against age and disability discrimination, and a review of the parliamentary sitting calendar and order and routine of business. Mr Speaker, we also welcome the Prime Minister's motion, a recommendation from the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards. Recommendation 3 of that joint committee was that this House move a motion to endorse the draft codes of conduct with the motion to be agreed to by the Senate. While this motion is just the next step in the process of establishing these codes, I certainly welcome the bipartisanship position and the work on these issues through both the Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards and through the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. In particular, I note the government's ongoing commitment to consult with colleagues and staff on the development of the responses of the Jenkins Review. I acknowledge the work in particular of Senator Payne and my other colleagues in this regard. The Jenkins report highlighted the lack of diversity across Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. The report noted the importance of ensuring that Parliament attracts and retains people who reflect the diversity of the Australian community. Our party has a proud history of parliamentarians who reflect the Australian community, and we are a party with a history of firsts. Dame Enid Lyons, who joined the Liberal Party upon its creation, was the first female Member of Parliament and the first woman in federal cabinet. Neville Bonner was Australia's first Indigenous parliamentarian, a proud Liberal. Ken Wyatt, a Liberal, was the first Indigenous person to sit in cabinet. And Liberal Trent Zimmerman was the first openly gay Member of Parliament. Today we have 10 women in the shadow cabinet, the same number as the government has in its cabinet, and 17 women altogether in our outer and assistant shadow ministry. Women are there because of their experience, their skills and their work ethic, and as the leader of the Liberal Party, I want to see more women and more people from diverse backgrounds, especially those with a migrant or Indigenous heritage, join our party and our parliament. Unquestionably, a factor which can discourage women from pursuing political office is the reprehensible treatment that several female politicians have received online in recent times. And obviously such behaviour is not limited to Liberal women, but women of centre-right views are subjected to some of the most disgusting vitriol online and social media dominated by the extreme and vociferous left. When women of a centre-right persuasion see the harassment people like former MP Nicole Flint and Senator Jacinta Price have been subjected to even this very day, no wonder they're hesitant to pursue a political career. If we want to have the best Australians to serve in this place, regardless of their politics, online reform is a societal issue the Parliament needs to address as a matter of urgency. It's well and good to promote greater diversity in our Parliament, and so we should. But if women, particularly of a centre-right political persuasion, are deterred from pursuing a political career, then we will damage our democracy. And the sanctimony is obvious from many in this debate, because the most important diversity of all, the diversity of opinion, will otherwise simply not exist.
Order. Members on my right. Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition for their statements, and the Nationals stand in solidarity with them. It should never be lost on anyone who serves in this parliament the crucial role that this place occupies within the fabric of Australia's identity and its conscience. This building is the heart of our nation's democracy. It should always be a place where upholding safety, fostering respect, promoting equality and embracing diversity are the centre of what we do. As MPs, we have the unique privilege of being the elected custodians of these values, values which need to be followed and upheld. It is for this reason the Parliament House should be the safest building to work in Australia. This place should set the essential and moral standard for our decency, for how we treat, interact and work with one another. When it was published in 2021, the Set the Standard review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces by the Australian Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins made for difficult reading. Since it was published, the Nationals and the Coalition have worked in genuine faith with all other political parties to implement the recommendations of this review, and I want to acknowledge the members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force in handing down their first annual report on the progress of these recommendations. This House appreciates all their hard work, commitment and advocacy. It's as simple as this. Every person deserves to belong in a safe, inclusive and respectful workplace. This is a responsibility that the Nationals take seriously, and I want to mention some key areas where we're achieving major inroads. In particular, the Set the Standard report outlined the need for political parties to deliver a gender-balanced and diverse cohort of MPs and staff. On this benchmark, I'm pleased to advise that the Nationals' proactive efforts to strengthen, encourage and foster a positive political environment, one which empowers and supports more women to participate in our party, is already making a real difference. Right now, our federal parliamentary leadership team includes Senator Parental as Deputy Leader and Senator Bridget McKenzie as our Leader in the Senate. Importantly, women are driving our party forward in other chambers, with 4 of our 6 senators being female, and we have achieved this on our long-standing principle of selecting and endorsing candidates based on merit. Also welcomed into our Senate team is Jacinta Price, a strong Indigenous woman who is making an enormous contribution. Today, the Federal Management Committee of the Nationals includes 7 women of the 16 voting positions, which includes the senior positions of Federal President, Federal Treasurer, Federal Secretary and Policy Committee Chair. Also, the Federal Women's Council and Young Nationals Presidents are all full and active participants of this Management Committee. Supporting diversity in all its forms is a commitment of the Nationals, and it's a quality that our party celebrates. Our party has a rich diversity of members and staff from different socio-economic and geographical backgrounds, life experiences and professional skills we are immensely proud of. As a snapshot, our federal parliamentary team we have elected representatives from backgrounds including cropping and livestock, manufacturing, journalism, local and state government, police officers, regional finance, small business operators, education, accountancy, social work, agricultural science, the performing arts, and an economist, a barrister and a doctor. For our party right now, moves are all currently underway to develop a more systemic approach to candidate identification and development, which is happening in partnership with the state divisions. One of the key goals of this measure will be to reflect the rich diversity of the communities which the Nationals represent. A terrific example of this was the tremendous success of the recent Victorian election, where the Nationals secured an extra 3 lower house seats, 2 of which were won by women. This was in addition to an extra upper house seat also won by a female national candidate. This means that 53% of our state parliamentary team in Victoria are women. Other state and territory branches are also taking effective action. New South Wales, nearly 40% of our state national colleagues are women, while in the Northern Territory, Leah Finocchiari is the leader of the opposition and at the time of her election was the youngest MLA in the history of the Territory Parliament. Mr Speaker, as a united team, the Nationals are committed and determined to build on this momentum and to help secure positive, long-term, meaningful change. And so, as we move forward together, the Nationals will continue to work in close partnership with all political parties in a genuine and sincere bipartisan spirit to ensure that our workplaces are safer and more respectful for everyone. I thank the House.
And I call the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Prime Minister's motion to endorse the Codes of Conduct for Parliamentarians and to provide my response to the Set the Standard report as the Leader of the Greens. The Greens support all the recommendations and are working to implement them. I'd like to thank all the women who came forward to tell their stories. These stories demanded change. I'm proud to lead a party which is helping improve the standards in this place as a result. The experience of these women, as atrocious and appalling as it was revealed to be, is driving a new norm and a new expectation of what's acceptable in our workplace. And as a result, we support the work of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and the committee working on the Codes of Conduct. The Greens regularly discuss and will promote, once implemented, the Codes of Conduct within the staff and in the party room. It's the role of leaders, office holders and chiefs of staff to understand our obligation to staff and all who work in this building, in electorate offices and all Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. It's our job to provide a safe and respectful workplace. It's our job to ensure that we have a culture of respect and safety which extends outside our own offices to the staff in this place, whether they're the editor of a newspaper, the person who cleans our office or who works in the parliamentary library. This place must have a culture that we can all be proud of. We know that for that to happen, all leaders in this place must place a high priority on working to implement the Set the Standard recommendations, and I take my role in that regard very seriously. We've been asked to engage in regular discussions to set expectations of conduct and to champion the code. It's been requested that we create a safe reporting culture, including supporting people who experience misconduct, take responsibility for discharging work and safety obligations, and attend training on respectful workplace behaviour. We've also been requested in the Set the Standard report to update the Parliament on what we've done in each of our own parties, and I'm pleased to give an update on that. In November last year, I delivered what will be the first quarterly statement to Party Room in November on expected behaviour consistent with the report. I and my Chief of Staff attended training on respectful workplace behaviour, people management and inclusive leadership. And today, on behalf of the Greens, I support the new Codes of Conduct and commit to upholding these values and supporting my colleagues within the party room to do the same. On this issue, I'd like to genuinely thank all parliamentarians from across the parliamentary spectrum for the work that they have done on the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and also for the development of the codes of conduct. And on behalf, for my own party, I'd like to place on the record my thanks and support for Senator Larissa Waters for her work representing our party on the Leadership Task Force, and Senator Maureen Faruqi for her continued and steadfast commitment to ensuring that racism has no place in this building. And I believe that this code is greatly improved because of their relentless advocacy. Prior to the Set the Standard report, in the absence of a workplace code of conduct for Parliament House or MOPS Act MPs and MPs, the Greens party room created our own code a decade ago, and along with guidance for MPs on expected behaviours and standards of conduct. We have refined our code of conduct after the Jenkins review. We reviewed and renewed our internal processes after the release of the Setting the Standard report in consultation with staff representatives and the PWSS. And I'd also like to place on record my thanks to all of the staff of the PWSS for their assistance in helping us all improve our standards. Our processes prioritise supporting staff and other people who report misconduct. The process prioritises supporting complainants to access the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services. If breached, we can and will impose sanctions on MPs who breach this code following a formal investigation. I've also acted to ensure that not only do we meet the minimum standards of MAP safe workplace training required of MPs and senior staff, but that it's mandatory for our MPs, and my office continues to provide an additional skills development program on anti-racism, inclusion and First Nations cultural safety that will continue. Importantly, this additional training above and beyond the minimum standard is provided and delivered by people with lived experience of the subject matter. Gender equity and equal opportunity are founding principles of the Australian Greens, and those principles continue to inform our decisions regarding recruitment and management of staff, the composition of our leadership teams and our attitudes towards our workplace conditions. Our federal parliamentary team is very diverse, with a majority of federal parliamentarians identifying as women and with representation from First Nations communities, people of colour, people with a disability, LGBTQIA+, regional areas and young people. We recognise that diversity in representation is crucial to ensuring a just and more equal society. In this place, we as leaders have an obligation to not only model best practice work health and safety practices, but to ensure we support our MPs to do the same and ensure a safe and respectful workplace for the many staff who work in this building and in electorate offices across the country, who work diligently to make a meaningful contribution to our society through their work and who deserve to be respected, be safe from harm and to be rewarded equally and fairly for their hard work and commitment. I'll continue to lead the implementation of the Set the Standard recommendations within the Greens, and I welcome the introduction of further legislative and cultural change driven by the work of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force.
I give a call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of the crossbench as its representative on the Leadership Task Force, and I welcome the motion today in respect to the Code of Conduct for Parliamentarians. The annual statement into the progress on the implementation of the Set the Standard report is an important milestone, but one that we should not be complacent on because there is still so much work to do. The Code of Conduct for Parliamentarians today is an important progress and step, something I've been calling for and many others in this place. I was astounded that such a code did not exist, whereas in my varied career from sports to law and so many other workplaces, I was always expected to agree to a code of conduct, and so many others in workplaces are. I'd like to thank the members of the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards, and in particular my independent colleague, Carly Tink, the member for North Sydney, who I know has been passionate about establishing the Code of Conduct for Parliamentarians and behaviour standards for Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. The Code of Conduct and behaviour standards will be binding on all parliamentarians, staff and any parliamentary work environment, and there will be consequences for breaches. The draft behaviour standards and codes requires us to act respectfully, professionally and with integrity, to encourage and value diverse perspectives and recognise the importance of a free exchange of ideas, to recognise your power, influence and authority and to not abuse them, to uphold laws that support safe and respectful workplaces, including anti-discrimination, employment, work health and safety and criminal laws. And bullying, harassment, sexual harassment or assault or discrimination in any form, including on the grounds of race, age, sex, sexuality, gender identity, disability or religion will not be tolerated, condoned or ignored, and breaches of this will be actioned. In relation to the Set the Standard report, it was such a milestone in the history of this place to first record and identify the systemic and the vast problem we had in this place in relation to our workplace standards, and the incredible work of Kate Jenkins in the Set the Standard report and putting forward so many important recommendations. As has been said today, we have had significant progress. 6 recommendations have been implemented, 4 partially, 17 are in progress and 1 in pending. But what's important to recognise is that these are ongoing measures. We must constantly remain vigilant and work on it. There's a lot of work to do. Most significantly, the establishment of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service will be a huge change to the way in which employment of staff is managed. And I also note and welcome the review into the MOPS Act, which was a recommendation and governs all employment in parliamentary workplaces. I specifically note its recommendation 3, which called for a review of the principles to be considered by the Prime Minister in determining staffing allocations, and a further review into the workloads of staff, particularly electorate office staff. And I take this opportunity to thank so many dedicated and committed staff around the country who work passionately and tirelessly on behalf of all of us and our communities. I look forward to the Prime Minister updating the Parliament on this recommendation 3 and review. This year should also see the establishment of a staff consultative body to inform the work of Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and the implementation of the Set the Standards recommendations. Ultimately, this reform is aimed at improving the experience and conditions of staff working in support of parliamentarians. It will be a mechanism through which staff can regularly provide feedback on progress, the implementation and the effect of the recommendations. Because let's be real, ultimately if they are not improving the workplace and the standards, then they are not working. Staff will need to have that access. As a member of the task force charged with implementing the 28 recommendations of this vital review, I thank Kerry Hartland, who was chairing the task force until December, and I look forward to working with the new chair and all staff involved who have been incredibly dedicated and committed to making this a safer workplace. I reiterate my commitment to ensuring that all 28 recommendations be implemented in full. We have a responsibility in this place to ensure a safe and respectful Commonwealth workplace and to set the standard for all workplaces. It's incredibly important, especially as we had an International Women's Day breakfast today, to remember respectful conduct in relation to all in this place. And I note the comments of the Leader of the Opposition, and I can assure him that all women of the crossbench, and I'm sure members of government and Labor, have also received a revolting amount of vitriol and abuse online. And this is abhorrent and unacceptable, regardless of political allegiance or views, and it's beholden on leaders, such as the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, to set the standard of tone and respect that is required. Thank you.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. And I call the Leader of the House.
I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion on the Set Standard report be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I call the Leader of the House.
Oh, sorry, did I? Yes. I declare that the resumption of— oh, sorry, you've done that one. Yep, gotcha. I move that order of the day number 1 and that notice number 2, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. And I call the Leader of the House.
I declare that, unless otherwise ordered, the Higher Education Support Amendment, Australia's Economic Accelerator Bill 2022, is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this bill implements recommendation 1 of the Bell inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments by amending the Ministers of State Act of 1952 to provide greater transparency and publicly available information regarding Commonwealth executive government positions. It will do this by establishing legislative requirements for the publication of notices detailing the commencement or revocation of appointments to the Federal Executive Council, or to administer a Department of State, or directing a Minister of State to hold an office. The opposition supports this bill. The opposition will always support sensible legislation that is put before this chamber, and it will in this case. Consistent with recommendation 1 of the Bell inquiry, the legislation requires the making of a notifiable instrument as soon as practicable after the Governor-General chooses, summons and swears in or revokes the membership of an executive councillor under section 62 of the Constitution, appoints or revokes the appointment of an officer to administer a Department of State under section 64 of the Constitution, and directs that a Minister of State hold an office under section 65 of the Constitution or revoke such a direction. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Look, this bill goes to the very heart of our democracy and is part of the work our government, the Albanese Labor government, is doing to restore faith in this institution. Last year, we passed the bill to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission, another vital part of the extensive work we are doing to bring integrity back into the government and to this place, something so dreadfully diminished by the actions we've all witnessed from the previous government. That was an election commitment we made, and I've spent hours listening to people in my community in Chisholm tell me how important acting on corruption and restoring faith and trust in government is. It is so important to the people I represent, and personally it is very important to me. I really do, as I hope most of my colleagues do, take the job very seriously here in this place. I don't treat the privilege of being here as a parliamentarian as something to be approached like a game. We should not hide from the difficult decisions and conversations we have to make in these jobs, and we should be honest and transparent and accountable to our communities. So while the National Anti-Corruption Commission is one of the ways we're ensuring that this is how the parliament and government function, this bill is another. I, like so many Australians, was completely and utterly appalled by the actions of the member for Cook when it became clear he had appointed himself to several ministries. It was a great shame that there was no meaningful apology to Australians following the revelations made to journalists writing a book. And honestly, we just deserve so much better than the so-called explanation we received as a nation. I think we have one of the best democratic systems in the world, with compulsory voting and an independent electoral commission, and it should be a great source of pride to Australians that ours was one of the very first nations in the world to enfranchise women to vote. To trash this system, to try and play tricky games with the precious institution of democratic government is disgraceful. We've seen recently in places such as the United States and Brazil how fragile democracies can be when we do not do everything we can to protect them. In Australia, we've seen ourselves we cannot take anything for granted when it comes to our democracy. And this bill is part of protecting and defending the system of government and governance we have here. And very importantly, it is about treating Australians, people who vote for us and put us here, with the respect that they deserve. The Ministers of State Amendment Act Bill 2022 will implement reforms to provide for greater transparency and accountability at the Commonwealth level of our system of government, and this is a great thing. It will ensure that Australians are able to access information relating to the composition of the Federal Executive Council, those appointed to administer certain departments of state, and the high offices that ministers of state hold. These reforms form part of our response to the report of the inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments, led by the former High Court Justice, the Honourable Virginia Bell AC. Introducing this bill demonstrates our readiness to act promptly to restore confidence in our federal system of government and to rebuild integrity in public sector institutions, processes and officials. Of course, the genesis for the Bell inquiry stemmed from media reports and where we all found out that the former Prime Minister, the Honourable Scott Morrison MP, had been appointed to administer multiple portfolios during 2020 and 2021, namely the Departments of Health, Finance, Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Treasury and Home Affairs. And this was on top of his appointment to administer the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. I know so many people were really shocked and appalled to find this out. And I'm really glad that we're taking actions to make sure that this cannot happen again. The government referred these matters to the Solicitor General, Dr Stephen Donoghue KC. It was clear from his advice that the principles of responsible government, this is a quote, are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government. So following his advice, it was also clear that appropriate and swift inquiry was needed and action had to be taken. I'm really glad that we took action, and this really should not be about politics. This should be about the system of governance that should be treasured by all of us in this place, and indeed about transparency and accountability to the communities that send us here. We need to have the Westminster traditions of checks and balances be honoured. As the Solicitor General also said, it is impossible for the Parliament to hold ministers to account for the administration of departments if it does not know which ministers are responsible for which department. So this really goes to something so fundamental about the way that this place operates and about what Australians are entitled to know about who is running the country. It is so significant. So this amendment bill forms one part of our response to Ms Bell's recommendations. So specifically, this bill will require the Official Secretary to the Governor-General to publish a notifiable instrument registered on the Federal Register of Legislation as soon as reasonably practicable, that the Governor-General has chosen, summoned and sworn an Executive Councillor to the Federal Executive Council, appointed an officer to administer a Department of State or directed a Minister of State to hold an office. It will also require such notification on the revocation of any of these positions. The notifiable instrument will include the name of the person, the Department of State, where appropriate, and the date on which they were sworn, appointed or directed. In the case of revocations, the notifiable instrument is to include the name of the person, the name of the former office, and the date that such membership, appointment or direction was revoked. The notifiable instrument may also comprise a copy of an instrument by the Governor-General. And I hope that we can all agree that this is only going to be a very good thing for the governance of this country and for the accountability that we owe to the people that put us here. The introduction of this bill shows the government is delivering on its promise to restore trust and integrity to federal politics, the centrepiece of which is the recent introduction of legislation for a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. The measures in this bill will go some way to provide greater integrity and transparency around the process of appointing elected officials to high office, and especially to ensure that we have a system of government where there are checks and balances, real checks and balances, and where one person cannot gain powers without adequate and warranted accountability to the Australian people and the Australian Parliament I'm really pleased and proud to support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Responsible government is the foundation of our system of parliamentary democracy. The principle that ministers are responsible to Parliament and that Parliament is responsible to the people is part of our great British constitutional heritage. It's one of the features of our parliamentary democracy that distinguishes us from the United States and from many European democracies. Responsible government is a fundamental feature of Australian constitutional practice. To be sure, responsible government has been weakened in Australia by an increasingly powerful executive which dominates Parliament by the means of party disciplines. Thanks, Bob. Responsible government in Australia has been undermined by the progressive defunding and disempowerment of what was once an effective and independent public service. Responsible government in Australia has been constrained by the loss of the concept of ministerial responsibility. Where once ministers lost their jobs for not declaring a Paddington bear at customs, we now see ministers evade responsibility for actions which result in the deep distress and suicide of Australians, as demonstrated in the former government's prime ministers and multiple ministers' shameful recent testimony to the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. But the most startling breach of responsible government occurred in a 14-month period from March 2020 to May 2021, when the member for Cook, acting as the Prime Minister, was secretly appointed to administer 5 departments of state, in addition to that of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. These appointments were not disclosed to the Parliament or to the public. The secrecy of these appointments has been widely condemned. That eminent professor of constitutional law, Professor Anne Toomey, stated that this lack of transparency is indicative of a lack of respect for the institutions of government and of the general public. The Solicitor General said that the actions of the former Prime Minister fundamentally undermined the principles of responsible government. And in her report on the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments, the Honourable Virginia Bell found that these actions were corrosive of trust in Parliament. My Kooyong constituents deeply value our rich British parliamentary heritage, our constitutional conventions and our system of parliamentary democracy. They want their representative to uphold and protect the tenets of responsible and transparent government. This bill, to ensure greater transparency for executive appointments, shouldn't be necessary, but it will ensure that no future Prime Minister can ride roughshod over the most fundamental principles of responsible government. And for that reason, I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Integrity, accountability and transparency. Themes identified in the 2022 federal election campaign in my home electorate on the Central Coast. A significant part of my maiden speech to this parliament, and themes that underpin my practice, themes that underpin my attitude and behaviour both in and outside this chamber. A healthy democracy has, at its core, these notions: integrity, accountability, transparency. And as your member for Robertson, I see it as the responsibility of every person in this place, in every seat and in the other place, to ensure that we safeguard it and protect it for future generations. And this is why that when the opportunity presented itself to speak on this piece of legislation, I saw it as an opportunity to strengthen what we have here, a democracy that is the envy of the world. The Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022 will implement reforms to provide for greater transparency, to provide for greater accountability at the Commonwealth level for our system of government. I rise today to speak on a piece of legislation that will provide greater integrity and transparency surrounding the process of appointing elected officials into high office, especially to ensure that we have a system of government where there are checks and where there are balances, and where one person, an individual, cannot again acquire powers without adequate and warranted accountability to the Australian people and adequate and warranted accountability to the Australian Parliament. Access to information is absolutely vital. It is absolutely critical to this process. This bill will ensure that there are checks and balances, and this bill will ensure that the Australian people will be able to access information relating to the composition of the Federal Executive Council, those appointed to administer certain departments of state and the high offices that ministers of state hold. The reforms in this bill form part of a response to the report of the inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments. This inquiry, led by former High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell AC. And what this piece of legislation demonstrates to the Australian public is our government's readiness to act promptly to restore people's confidence in our system of government. Confidence that was lost after 10 long years, a decade of Liberal Party rule, and to rebuild integrity in public systems, public sector institutions, processes and officials. And we all know where this started. And the people of the Central Coast and around Australia, and particularly those in this chamber and in the other place, and we all know why this bill is so absolutely vital, it's so absolutely necessary. In August 2022, media reports began detailing that the former Prime Minister and member for Cook had been appointed to administer multiple portfolios during 2020 and 2021, namely the Departments of Health, the Departments of Finance, Industry, Science, Energy, Resources, Treasury, Home Affairs, and that's on top of his appointment to administer the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The government referred these matters to the Solicitor-General and Dr Stephen Donoghue KC, as was clear from his advice to, quote, "The principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of this former government." And following the Solicitor-General's advice, it was also clear that an appropriate and swift inquiry was needed and action had to be taken. The actions of the former Prime Minister have been condemned, and not just by the Australian public, but they have been condemned by multiple former Liberal Prime Ministers. And so it was on the 26th of August 2022 the Prime Minister and the Attorney-General, the Honourable Mark Dreyfus, KCMP, announced the appointment of former High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell AC to lead the inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments. And the inquiry, I need to state, the inquiry wasn't about politics. Instead, it was essentially a root cause analysis into why this occurred. It was an analysis into how this occurred, and more importantly, it was an analysis into who knew about the events that transpired. And it is important, it is vital, it is crucial that we have integrity, that we have accountability and transparency in our system of government and the processes within, because our parliamentary democracy relies upon these conventions. and it relies upon the Westminster traditions of checks and balances. And as was made very clear by the Solicitor-General, it is impossible for the Parliament to hold ministers to account for the administration of departments if it does not know which ministers are responsible for which departments. The Ministers of State Bill Amendment 2022 forms one part of the government's response to Ms Bell's recommendations. Specifically, the bill will require the official secretary to the Governor-General to publish a notifiable instrument registered on the Federal Register of Legislation as soon as reasonably practicable. That the Governor-General has chosen, summoned and sworn an Executive Councillor to the Federal Executive Council, appointed an officer to administer a Department of State, or directed a Minister of State to hold an office. It will also require such notification on the revocation of any of these positions. The notifiable instrument will include the name of the person, the Department of State where appropriate, and the date on which they were sworn, appointed or directed. In the case of revocations, the notifiable instrument is to include the name of the person, the name of the former officer and the date that such membership, appointment or direction was revoked. The notifiable instrument may also comprise a copy of an instrument issued by the Governor-General. And this legislation highlights the Albanese Labor government's commitment to delivering on an election promise to restore trust and to restore integrity within our federal parliament and within our community. The foundation of this restoration was the recent legislation of a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. The measures in the bill will go some of the way to provide greater integrity and transparency around the process of appointing elected officials to high office, and especially to ensure that we have a system of government where there are checks and balances, a system of government where one person cannot again garner powers without adequate and warranted accountability to the Australian people and the Australian Parliament. So I say again, integrity, accountability and transparency are vital in this place. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
In 50 years as a Member of Parliament, half a century, you see a lot of changes happen, and sometimes you can't actually grasp what is happening. I was asked to go down to a senior minister, I won't say what party or anything, but he had been a senior minister off and on in various governments for some 20-odd years, and very highly respected. And before I could sit down in his office, this is late last year, before I could sit down in his office, he said, "Bob, today politicians don't govern. They will not govern. They cannot govern. They don't govern." And I said, "When did you come to that conclusion?" And he said, 3 years ago. And I said, "Well, you're one up on me, my friend, because I came to the same conclusion 3.5 months ago." It's not because they're lily-pad lefties. It's not because they're ring-barking righties. It's not because they're other proclivities that we see and other ideologies. They don't conform, or if they conform to any of those, they just cannot make decisions. And let me be very specific. The honourable Liberal member at the front bench is laughing. Well, he was told to put an emergency supply of fuel in, and he put the emergency supplies in America. Now, for all of my time in Parliament, I don't think I've had more humour at a decision than that one. And I'll move back to where I am. Laura Tingle did a magnificent article, I think the best I've ever read of hers, and George McLegenis did a follow-up, another brilliant article. And what she said was, the public service has been politicised. Now, we saw that vividly in Queensland. As a minister, when I took the portfolio, I wanted to sack the head of the department, who I think probably had, I estimated about 100 First Australian children. You say, well, he must have been a monster. Well, whether he was or whether he wasn't, other people, the good Lord can make judgment. But he was to be immediately sacked. I couldn't. We had a public service board, and I could not sack him. Now, it's not quite as simple as that, but that's roughly the way it was. We had a public service board that protected. Now, what Laura Tingle said, the public service is now politicised. So all your public service you've got there now, change of government, they'll all be changed. And when I say change of government, if Anthony Albanese is re-elected as the Prime Minister of Australia, then he'll change the ministries. So, I mean, you have a new government with new ministers or new portfolios, and the whole thing changes around. Now, in Queensland, we had a very centralised, powerful government, and everyone is aware of that. The Jockey-Peterson centralised government, you'd have to go back to the days of Theodore in Queensland, but they were highly centralised, very powerful men, and Sir Leo Hilcher was the senior bureaucrat, and no one could get between that pair. So if you're a minister, you did as you were told. Now, a bloke like myself, we had a difference of opinion. I felt my blackfellow brother cousins, they should own their own land and do with it whatever they wanted to do. And there was a view that we should look after them and look after that land for them. That is a view that prevails today, of course. They have carbon credits, which is good for them. That's what we told them. It's good for them. So we decided what's good for them. I think most of them wanted to put cattle there, but you know, we decided what was good for them. Now, they said there is now a politicised public service. So you might have a bloke that's never had anything to do with that portfolio or that agriculture, for example, in his entire life, or manufacturing in his entire life. But he'll suddenly be head of a department that's an expert in this area. Whereas in Queensland, in public service, almost invariably, if you're an expert in agriculture, then you stayed in agriculture. Overlaid on top of what has happened in Australia, and this is appertains to the Prime Minister, right? The Prime Minister couldn't get anything to happen. I mean, he sat there and he could not get anything to happen. And eventually he got frustrated. Now, Malcolm Turnbull told me that he believed in ministerial government, that the minister controlled the operation, not him. Now, that was telling me that it was useless me running off to him because I had a bit of a balance of power situation. It was useless me running off to him because every minister would be making those decisions. Well, A, the ministers did make decisions, and B, he was impotent. I mean, the people elected him to govern Australia. Well, he's just telling me he's not governing Australia. Well, when the Prime Minister we're discussing today, when he tried to govern Australia, he wasn't allowed to. The ministers just did not do anything. And let me be very specific. The Minister's mother, the Prime Minister's mother, the then Prime Minister's mother was Gilmore, and they had 12 or 15 cattle stations throughout my home country, North Queensland's Midwest, inland North Queensland if you like, and I knew the Gilmores very well. Dame Mary Gilmore is on the $10 note. She is buried in Cloncurry, my hometown, so I knew the family extremely well. And I knew that this man would absolutely love to develop his homeland, to put a dam in Hewenden and in each of the Midwest towns, a dam on the massive Flinders River where we're using no water for irrigation out of it at all. Sorry, there's one farm on the Flinders River, 2 farms on the Flinders River, on the 6th biggest river in Australia. 7 million megalitres of water. To put that in perspective, the Murray-Darling has 20 odd million megalitres of water. Well, the Flinders has 7 million megalitres of water, and 2 farms. Murray-Darling has something like 200,000 farms. So he wants to put a dam at Hughenden, a little tiny dam, a little tiny town. I mean, it's going to take 300,000 megalitres out of a stream of 700 million megalitres, and he can't get it to happen. And the minister in this place, and I don't here to denigrate people, but he said, oh yeah, and I have the state government coming at me. I said, just call tenders. I mean, for heaven's sake, you want 48,000 reports. You know, we've got to put a report in on the economic basis for this proposal. Then when we finish that, we've got to do another report on a cost-benefit analysis. Then when we finish that, we've got to do a cultural assessment for the first Australians. Then when we finish that, we've got to have the social effects upon the area. And then we've got an environmental report. I mean, we'll all be dead and gone long before anything happens. In my day, and in the state of Queensland, we decided whether we were going to build a dam or whether we weren't. And if you couldn't make a decision whether you were going to build a dam or whether you weren't, then you shouldn't have been in Parliament. And Jockey Peterson, as a bloke at Parliament, had set up a committee of inquiry, and another colleague of mine roared laughing in Cabinet because we knew what was going to happen to him. In 2 months he was sacked. You know, and Jockey Peterson quite rightly said, if this room is for people that can make decisions, if you can't make a decision and you have to run off and have a report, then get the hell out of this room. And he ordered him out of the room and the bloke burst out crying. But that gives you some idea of the way you run. If you're running a government, you're running a government. Now, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing I have to say is that this most experienced person in the history of this place, and I would argue probably one of the longest-serving cabinet ministers in the history of this place. His opinion to me, and obviously I'm not in a political party, so I'm not in his party, is that they don't govern anymore. Well, here I use the example of the little tiny dam at Hughenden. There was a little tiny 28 million for a little tiny weir at Charters Towers, which is, again, in Gilmore country, and the Prime Minister wanted to see it happen, and he gave me 28 million, because that was the cost of building the dam, to build the dam. I saw the CEO last week, the local council's running it, and he said we've had to do 3 reports for the state government, and that took the whole 28 million, so it's gone on reports. So we just keep spending money on reports. The cost of building a road now, more than half of the cost is on reports, and then less than half on actually building the road. So democracy, Mr. Speaker, is faltering not only in Australia, but in America. Of the 8 of the last presidents have spent most of their presidency trying to stay out of jail. Now, it is beyond the realm of possibility that 8 people elected President of the United States were all criminals. I mean, no matter how cynical you might be about politics, that is not real. But because they had to spend their time staying out of jail, there was no time to rule America, so we have a democracy that is malfunctioning badly, very badly. And now the people, I have a very good friend, and he said, the mob get it right. In the end, in Australia, the mob get it right. Well, in this place stood up 3 of the greatest Australians ever. Red Ted Theodore, the creator of the Labor movement in Australia, Ben Chifley, and John Curtin. And they all said that in a depression you must spend money. You must spend money. And the newspapers ripped them to pieces. Sir Otto Niemeyer from the Bank of England ripped him to pieces. The establishment in Australia ripped them to pieces, and not only did they lose the election, but they also, the three of them, lost their seats in Parliament. Now, the danger for you people that are the big parties in this place is that the mob gets it right in the end, and that's your problem. And it's a big problem, because we people over here got more than 1 in 3 votes in the last election. You got less than 1 in 3 votes, and you got less than 1 in 3 votes. So the mob are waking up. They're waking up. The same as they did with Curtin, Chifley and Theodore, who were not only returned to Parliament, Theodore was too old, but the other two not only returned to Parliament, but we made them Prime Ministers of Australia. And Chifley, of course, was the greatest Prime Minister that we've ever had in this country. So the mob will get it right. Democracy is malfunctioning. China is leaping past the United States. I mean, a 10 or 11% annual growth rate versus maybe a faltering 2% growth rate in the United States. Now, 30, 40 years ago, that was a joke. To think that a communist country could rival, a democracy was a joke. Now, quite frankly, the relationship between Japan and India is so close that you're looking at the great power equation on earth between Japan and India. Now, they are democracies, so we have some hope for the future. But the Western democracies, it would be hard to point to a single country that is operating successfully. And the three most sophisticated intellectual commentators in this country, and I don't mean to denigrate other people by saying that, Laura Tingle, George McLegenis and Paul Bongiorno, all participated in what they said was government today doesn't govern. And here was the most experienced person in this place, the most highly respected person in this place for, I don't know, 30 years, whatever, saying exactly the same thing and being agreed to by one of the two people that have been the longest-serving members of Parliament in Australian history, myself and Billy Hughes, a terrible person to be associated with, a dreadful person, dreadful creature. So there's no great kudos for being around a long time, and there's proof. But you have seen a long period of parliamentary history. You have seen enormously successful governments, and I was in a government that was fascist. They started throwing people in jail for having demonstrations, and the party I belonged to got very, very angry, and the Premier was forced out of his fascism. Bad period, but it was a period that was overcome. And it was a period in which every year we built a giant dam and created a new city in outback Australia.
The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Much was made in the wake of the announcement of the Bell inquiry about our government's priorities. Some on TV and in the media and papers suggested we should leave the issue of the former Prime Minister's multiple ministries in the past. Those opposite, in an act of deflection that was as desperate as it was transparent, argued for silence on the matter. And when that didn't work, they accused the government of pursuing a politically driven witch hunt. They dismissed the significance of the former Prime Minister's actions. They dismissed the advice of the Solicitor General. And they dismissed the outcry of the Australian people. But, unlike those opposite, the right priorities are something that this government and that this Prime Minister understands. We know that there is no greater gift than government. It is a precious opportunity bestowed by the Australian people to get things done, to make things fair, and to leave this country in a better place than we found it. So we have not wasted a single minute. In our brief time in office, the Albanese government has taken meaningful action on cost of living and wages growth. We've restored Australia's place in the world. We've got mums and dads back to work by making childcare cheaper. And we're creating new, better paid and more secure jobs. But as we stand here in this place, we should be reminded that there is a greater obligation we have to Australians and indeed to Australia. That perhaps the greatest priority and responsibility is to protect and defend the institutions, the norms and the conventions that safeguard our democracy. Because practically delivering a better life for Australians and standing up for our institutions are not mutually exclusive. It's no false dilemma, as those opposite would have you believe. It is core business. It's what our constituents put us here to do, and it's precisely what the Albanese government is doing with this legislation. Speaker, like many on my side of the aisle, I'm very fond of former US President Barack Obama. In his final speech as president, he spoke about the hope and fragility of democracy. His ode to and defence of our guiding political philosophy was timely and necessary. Across the world, democracy has been under assault from enemies foreign and domestic. Wannabe strongmen have ripped from the same pages of the authoritarian handbook. They've dabbled in the politics of hate and division, demonised and attacked the free press, waged war on the baseline facts which underpin the contest of ideas, and undermined the norms and institutions our democratic system is founded upon. In Ukraine, the attack is less subtle. So powerful a threat to his authoritarian regime, Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine intended to snuff out the promise of democracy on Russia's border. In defence of their sovereignty and our shared belief that governments should be chosen by and accountable to their citizens, Ukrainians have fought back, shed blood and are repelling the aggressors. For that, we and all other democracies owe them a great debt. Deputy Speaker, we as Australians should take pride in the strength of our democracy. Our elections are held without incident, and the transfer of power is done peacefully. Our judiciary is fierce in its independence, and our government is held responsible to this parliament and the people that we represent. But we cannot rest on our laurels. We cannot underestimate the fragility of democracy. That's why, when our institutions, our norms and conventions are challenged, it is our duty to speak up and to act. So, it bears repeating how we got to this point, why we are here legislating these changes to the Ministers of State Act. In August of last year, it was revealed that the former Prime Minister had appointed himself to administer 5 additional portfolios. The Prime Minister was also the Treasurer. He was the Finance Minister, the Home Affairs Minister, the Health Minister, and the Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. He made these appointments in secret. His ministers were not aware, the Parliament was not aware, and the Australian people were not aware. Having learnt of the member for Cook's secret ministries, the Albanese government sought advice from the Solicitor General, as they should. Dr Donohue's opinion was unequivocal, and I quote, "The principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government." It was clear from the Solicitor General's advice that further action was needed. Australians were owed an explanation as to how this happened, why it happened, and who knew about it. Not for political point scoring or retribution, but because our democracy is fragile. It's worth protecting. Because fundamental to the functioning of our government is transparency in its processes. because you cannot have checks and balances in our Westminster system when its ministers are appointed in secret. As the Solicitor-General makes clear in his advice, it is impossible for the Parliament to hold ministers to account for the administration of departments if it does not know which ministers are responsible for which departments. So the government acted swiftly, appointing former High Court Justice, the Honourable Virginia Bell, to lead an inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments. Justice Bell's inquiry concluded that the lack of disclosure in the appointments to the public was apt to undermine public confidence in government. Once the appointments became known, the secrecy with which they had been surrounded was corrosive of trust in government. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is one part of the Albanese government's response to Justice Bell's inquiry. It will end the possibility of Australians not knowing who runs their government. It will require the official secretary to the Governor-General to publish a notifiable instrument, registered on the Federal Registration of Legislation, that the Governor-General has chosen, summoned and sworn an Executive Councillor to the Federal Executive Council, appointed an officer to administer a Department of State, or directed a Minister of State to hold an office. It will also require the notification of the revocation of any of these positions. This legislation is important because it provides a mechanism to ensure the Australian people always know who their ministers are. It's important because it will enshrine greater transparency and accountability in our system of government. But what is most important is the message it sends from this place, that this government will not waver in restoring the Australian people's trust and confidence in our system of government, our institutions and indeed our public service. It shows we are serious about restoring integrity in our politics, an afterthought for the previous government. Deputy Speaker, when it was revealed that the member for Cook had sworn himself into 5 additional ministries in secret, it was as shocking as it was somehow unsurprising. Such an outrageous abuse of power by a Prime Minister would be unfathomable if it were not for the member for Cook. Only he could treat the Australian public with such contempt. Only he could have the hubris and the arrogance to treat our institutions with such disrespect. Only he could stand in the House of Representatives and provide no explanation, no apology to Australians for what he did. Even after Justice Bell's inquiry found that the former Prime Minister's justification as not easy to understand and difficult to reconcile with the facts. Perhaps he did it for more power, or perhaps it was because he thought he could get away with it. But, Speaker, in May of last year, Australians showed that they saw the former Prime Minister for what he was and is. They were tired of his lies, his failures of leadership and his inaction. "I don't hold a hose. It's not a race. It's not my job." Summed up a Prime Minister and his government who did not see the Treasury benches as a gift but a birthright. A Prime Minister who abdicated leadership and who was more focused on skirting responsibility and blaming others. A Prime Minister who could do such a thing as swear himself into 5 additional ministries in secret. Deputy Speaker, Australians wanted a Prime Minister they could trust. They wanted a change from the nastiness of the Morrison era. They wanted integrity back in politics, and they wanted a better future for our country. So, from Higgins to Tangney, that's how they voted. You would think then that the coalition, those opposite, would consider the implications of that federal election result. That losing 18 seats in the House of Representatives would be cause for some introspection. and that when it was revealed that the member for Cook had betrayed their Liberal ideals and so many of his colleagues in their party room with his decision to appoint himself to their portfolios, that perhaps it was time to re-evaluate their relationship with the former Prime Minister. But no. When this House censured the member for Cook, most of those opposite saw fit to shake his hand, offer a pat on the back and condemn the motion passed in this place as political retribution. They attacked the independent Bell inquiry. They dismissed the advice of the Solicitor General. They ignored 3 former Liberal Prime Ministers who condemned the member for Cook's actions. Tony Abbott said, "I'm just not going to defend what was done. It is just highly unconventional, highly unorthodox and shouldn't have happened." Malcolm Turnbull said, "This is sinister stuff. This is secret government. This is one of the most appalling things I've ever heard in our federal government. I mean, the idea that a Prime Minister would be sworn into other ministries in secret is incredible." They even ignored John Howard, who said, "I don't think he should have done that. I don't think there was any need to do it, and I wouldn't have." The Dutton opposition has shown that they have learned nothing and that they will continue to disregard the message that the Australian public sent them loud and clear in May and in the months since then. For me, Deputy Speaker, what is worse is that the opposition were given an opportunity to stand up for our Westminster system of government, to affirm support for the institutions, the norms and conventions that safeguard our democracy. And instead of seizing that opportunity, they decided to play partisan politics. They chose to back in a former Prime Minister that the people in my electorate of Hawke and so many others rightly rejected. Their decision is a great shame. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government understands the fragility of democracy. We know that it is something that is precious and needs to be defended when challenged. The former Prime Minister's decision to appoint himself to multiple ministries in secret was indeed a challenge to our system of government, and we have acted swiftly and decisively to respond. It is what Australians expect of all of us. It is our duty as parliamentarians. This bill shows that the Albanese government is delivering on its promise to restore trust and integrity to federal politics. The measures in this bill will go some way to provide greater integrity and transparency around the process of appointing elected officials to high office. Importantly, this bill strengthens the fundamental principle that we have a system of government where there are checks and balances. And this bill will ensure that one person can never again garner extraordinary ministerial powers without adequate and warranted accountability to the Australian people and the Australian Parliament.
Time has expired. I call the Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I move that the debate on this bill be adjourned.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Higher Education Support Amendment, Australia's Economic Accelerator Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I speak on this bill today on behalf of the Shadow Minister for Education. The Coalition Government indeed supports this bill, which is the reintroduction of measures introduced by us, which lapsed at the election and is now being reintroduced by this government. Imitation really is the best form of flattery, Mr Deputy Speaker. My colleague, the Honourable Alan Tudge, as the previous Minister for Education, I acknowledge his work on this bill, led a significant piece of work to review the government's investment in research to drive greater benefits for our economy.
That's right.
And this work looked at the incredible research undertaken here in Australia by some of our brightest academic minds and the potential for commercialisation of their ideas. What we discovered was that whilst we undertake world-leading research and publish more than 100,000 academic papers, we don't really do a lot with that research beyond the initial exploration. And we saw incredible potential to take these ideas and make the investment more impactful. We saw that we could do this by translating it into commercial applications to meet some of our greatest challenges, while also making it a substantial economic reform. This would not only highlight Australia's incredible research, but also provide a boost to our productivity, creating jobs and the industries of our future. This translation element was a key component of the Coalition's $2.2 billion university research commercialisation package and is the subject of the bill before us today. Our university research commercialisation package outlined key initiatives to reform Australia's research commercialisation landscape across 4 key areas, and I'll outline them. By placing national priorities at the core of Australian government-funded research, by using priority-driven schemes to ramp up commercialisation activity, by delivering university research funding reform to strengthen incentives for genuine collaboration with industry, and by investing in people who are skilled in university-industry collaboration. We outline the mechanisms to drive these reforms through 5 key strategic and targeted investments, including our $243 million Trailblazer Universities program to boost prioritised research and development and drive commercialisation outcomes with industry partners, a $150 million capital injection to expand the CSIRO Main Sequence Ventures program, which backs start-up companies and helps create commercial opportunities from Australian research. $296 million for 1,800 industry PhDs and over 800 in new fellowships. The creation of a new IP framework for universities to support greater university-industry collaboration and the uptake of research outputs, and of course the $1.6 billion over 10 years for Australia's Economic Accelerator, a new stage-gated competitive funding program to help university projects bridge the so-called Valley of Death, as it's known, on the road to commercialisation, the subject of this actual bill. In relation to the first element of the package, the Trailblazer program, the research component was aligned with delivering research that would support our national manufacturing priorities. These important priority areas were those we had identified as areas where Australia has significant comparative advantage and a strategic national interest. The areas at the time were medical products, food and beverage, recycling and clean energy, resources, technology and critical minerals processing, defence industry and space. One of my favourites, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can just mention Ryan Aerospace in my electorate and indeed Gilmore Space on the Gold Coast, who have done so much work in this area. The government ran an expression of interest to determine what potential projects were out there, where there could be partnerships with industry and where these ideas could be supported through to application. This process garnered significant interest from the sector, and the types of projects being proposed and undertaken were exceptionally impressive. The proposals were reviewed by a panel that comprised of leaders in the research field, industry and business leaders and departmental executives. We announced the successful Trailblazer University in early 2022, which included Curtin University for their resources technology for critical minerals, Trailblazer to establish our competitive advantage in the critical minerals sector and to look at ways to shield Australia from supply chain disruptions, so important during COVID, and that was highlighted to our country, Mr Deputy Speaker. The University of Southern Queensland for a space project dubbed iLaunch that will look at automation, novel materials, communications and hypersonics. This project was to fill gaps in our space market, including the production of rocket and launch facilities, satellite manufacturing, communication technologies and integrated sensing systems. The University of Queensland for a food and beverage project that would support doubling the value of Australia's food and beverage sector by 2030. The University of New South Wales to lead a recycling and clean energy initiative to innovate our technologies from the lab to industry, communities and homes. Deakin University for a recycling and clean energy commercialisation hub, also known as REACH, that will spearhead our recycling and clean energy advanced manufacturing ecosystem in Australia. And finally, the University of Adelaide for a defence trailblazer, aptly named the Concept to Sovereign Capability, focused on developing new technologies and defence products. Now, I don't know about anybody else here in the chamber, but that list of projects is certainly impressive, Deputy Speaker. These 6 projects alone, supported by close to $250 million in coalition funding, created hundreds of partnerships across the higher education sector and, most importantly, with industry. Additionally, it will inject billions of dollars into the economy and create thousands of jobs right across the nation. It's what it was intended to do, Deputy Speaker. I'm excited to watch these programs mature and realise all of the ambitions they aim for to catapult Australia onto the world stage. It is indeed a very exciting time across the country. The key element for our university research commercialisation package, as I mentioned earlier, was our $1.6 billion investment in Australia's economic accelerator, the subject of the bill before the House today. This bill amends the Higher Education Support Act 2003 to make the appropriate provisions in Schedule 1 to deliver this program and provide increased support to our universities to commercialise their world-leading research. This component of our package provides a 10-year investment for a competitive grant funding program. Again, our investment was to be aligned to areas that we identified as national priorities, which were outlined in our modern manufacturing strategy. A strategy that was focused on expanding and modernising Australia's sovereign manufacturing capability, securing supply chains and investing in the skills and world-class research needed by our manufacturing businesses. And of course, the Coalition does support manufacturing businesses, small businesses, medium businesses across the country, and that, of course, is our strength, particularly when in government. Unfortunately, Labor have scrapped the strategy and are attempting to replace this with their National Reconstruction Fund, which really is just a slush bucket to reward their union mates and fund their election commitments. The claim by Labor that the Coalition does not support manufacturing because we opposed the market intervention of a gas price cap and because we oppose their Reconstruction Fund is complete and utter rubbish. Manufacturers and businesses know that the Coalition is their friend and the ALP indeed their enemy. I know we will have more to say on this program in the next bill for the debate in the House. However, it's essential that investment in Australia's key sectors is not designed on a political whim, eroding investment decisions and confidence in the sector. We designed our competitive grant for Australia's Economic Accelerator program around 3 stage gates. The first gate is the initial proof of concept, the idea, the testing stage to see if the project is indeed viable. The second was to support the idea through what, in research terms, is known as the Valley of Death. This is typically the development phase, Mr Deputy Speaker, where significant investment is required and where the greatest risk of projects not proceeding lies. The final stage is supporting the project through to commercial realisation, and that's about getting the product through to a stage where it's ready to be sold to the market. At each stage of the process, projects will be evaluated for their probability of success, with fewer projects funded but with larger funding and greater industry contribution. This will ensure we're supporting projects with the greatest likelihood of success. The commercialisation component, effectively Stage 3 or the final stage, would be further supported through the $150 million commitment to CSIRO's main sequence venture. The Australia's Economic Accelerator program will work to attract projects with high commercialisation potential at the proof of concept or proof of scale level of commercial readiness. To support this new grant opportunity and ensure its success, the bill also establishes a governance framework, including a new advisory board. The board will have up to 8 expert representatives from government, industry, business and the research sectors. The advisory board will oversee the program, drawing upon their collective experience to drive the translation and commercialisation of university research. Importantly, the advisory board will review grant applications and make recommendations to the Minister for Education to fund projects in accordance with the University Research Commercialisation Strategy. The board will also be required to provide an annual report to the Minister for Education for presentation to this Parliament. This report will cover the achievements and outcomes for translating and commercialising research. The report will also look at the regulatory, financial and cultural barriers that exist for commercialising our research and propose opportunities to address those. The next and final element of the bill amends the Higher Education Support Act to allow for grants to be made under Part 2 and Part 3 of the Act to support the new industry-led study and postgraduate research. This will enable the creation of industry-led programs that pave the way for clear and structured career pathways. It will also embed researchers in industry settings, enhancing research commercialisation and translation skills, building research careers within industry and, more importantly, movement and cohesion between academia and industry. Industry will benefit from the opportunities to host PhD students, bolstering their ability to harness ideas and concepts for innovation, as well as opening the pathways to recruit high-calibre graduates. This will be further enhanced by a new suite of fellowships that will recognise and reward academics who collaborate with industry, helping to drive the translation of their research, creating new pathways for their work. These scholarships provide the foundation for a career in innovation, and that's what we want, Deputy Speaker. And further reforms to fellowship schemes administered by the Australian Research Council will build these career pathways in our universities. It should no longer be the case that a researcher who wishes to pursue the application of their research has to take time out from their academic career to do so. The new innovation fellowships will ensure that time spent working with industry or in a start-up business is part of an academic career, with just as much value and recognition as the career pathways focused on teaching and research. The Coalition knows that by investing in research commercialisation, we are driving Australia's economic growth and future. Development of new technologies and knowledge improves production processes, reduces costs and creates innovative new products for export. At the time of our announcement of the University Research Commercialisation Package, there was widespread sector support across the university sector and throughout industry. The group of 8 universities were supportive of our measures, saying in February, and quote, "The commercialisation of Australia's world-class university research is key to the nation's growth and prosperity, meeting the challenges ahead and enhancing the lives of future generations." Science and Technology Australia said that our policy would, quote, "turbocharge Australia's research commercialisation success." Universities Australia Chair Professor John Dewar, AO, said that, quote, "additional investment to assist the commercialisation of great ideas at crucial stages is very welcome." The Business Council of Australia said our, quote, $2.2 billion package will significantly improve Australia's ability to commercialise our best ideas and innovations, scaling them up to create exciting new industries, new exports and new highly skilled jobs for Australians. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me close by thanking everyone involved in our work on research commercialisation, including the expert panel of business and university leaders the Coalition appointed. And they are Professor Michelle Simmons, AO, Director of the Centre of Excellence for Quantum Computation and Communication Technology. Thank you, Michelle. Dr Alan Finkel, AO, Chief Scientist of Australia, and then Dr Cathy Foley, AO, Chief Scientist of Australia. Thank you very much. Ms Laura Tyler, Chief Technical Officer, BHP. Thank you, Ms Tyler. Mr Dig Howitt, CEO and President of Cochlear. Thank you, Mr Howitt. Professor Paul Wellings, CBE, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Wollongong. Thank you, Professor, for your work. Ms Shemarawik Rema-I Akar, thank you for that, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Macquarie Group. Thank you, Shemara. I hope I got your last name correct. Professor Deborah Terry AO, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Queensland. Thank you to Queensland. Mr Jeff Connolly, Chairman and CEO, Siemens Australia and New Zealand. And Mr Andrew Stevens, Chair, Industry, Innovation and Science Australia. Our thanks also to the universities and their research faculties, with many researchers providing us with much-needed practical examples of how and what we can change to be better. Our thanks also to the Department of Education, particularly the Higher Education and Research Divisions, for all of your support, research and guidance as to the practical applications of our ideas. Finally, and I won't do this often, but I will thank the Labor government and Minister Clare the Education Minister for continuing our significant reforms and investment in this space. This bill and all of the supporting elements of the Coalition's University Research Commercialisation Package ensures that the government investment into research is targeted and supporting areas of national priority. Our investment supports the country economically and our communities more broadly and provides a return on that investment that creates the jobs for our future generations. I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah. I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is that the debate be adjourned. Oh, sorry, I call the Minister.
Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Family and Gender Equality Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Okay, so the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Collier. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill. The journey to parenthood isn't always easy, and the transition to life with a new addition in the family can bring with it all types of challenges. The ability for parents to take paid parental leave has been settled since 2011, albeit too rigidly. It meant that the primary caregiver could take up to 18 weeks paid parental leave and the secondary caregiver received 2 weeks partner pay. But one of the best ways to boost productivity and participation in the workforce is to provide more choice and more support for families. An investment in paid parental leave advances gender equality and opportunities for individuals, regardless of their choice to start a family, which people in my electorate of Calare and across the country are calling out for. That is why I'm supportive of the changes proposed in this bill. This bill will give more families access to the government-paid parental leave payment, thereby providing parents greater flexibility in how they take leave, and it will encourage them to share care to support more gender equality. The bill intends to extend parental leave pay from 18 weeks to 20 weeks, with parents who are single at the time of their claim being able to access the full 20 weeks. This extension is a result of combining the current maximum of 18 weeks of parental leave pay with the current 2 weeks of pay that is available for partners and other carers. Dad and partner pay will basically be abolished, as it was then known. The bill removes the notion of primary, secondary and tertiary claimants and the requirement that the primary claimants of parental leave must be the birth parent, allowing families to decide who will claim first and how they will share the entitlement. This bill will also make paid parental leave consist only of flexible PPL days, allowing claimants to take the payment in multiple blocks as small as a day at a time within 2 years of the birth or adoption, and remove the requirement to not return to work in order to be eligible. The bill also introduces a $350,000 family income limit under which families can be assessed if they do not meet the individual income test. The bill also expands eligibility to allow an eligible father or partner to receive parental leave pay regardless of whether the birth parent meets the income test, residency requirements or is serving a newly arrived resident's waiting period. I note the government has also promised to introduce further legislation to progressively increase the paid parental leave scheme from July 2024 until it reaches 26 weeks in 2026, a full 6 months, something I'm also supportive of. Despite the makeup of families rapidly evolving, women are still much more likely than men to be primary caregivers. In 2021, women took 88% of primary parental leave and 9% of Australian businesses still offered parental leave to women only. In Australia, 60% of employers offer paid parental leave in some form, but half the organisations in male-dominated industries don't offer any form of paid primary care leave. According to KPMG, the division of labour within a household is responsible for 39% of the full-time pay gap between Australian men and women. It's why an effective paid parental leave scheme is critical to improving economic and social equality. Encouraging more equitable care of a child between parents or additional assistance for a single parent is progress that needs to be made. According to Daniel Wood and Owen Emsley of the Grattan Institute, this initiative should increase GDP by $900 million a year due to increased workforce participation by mothers, and this is good news. At a time when employers are screaming out for new employees, providing primary caregivers the option to return to work sooner and in a more flexible manner is a win for employers and employees alike, and I therefore commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Clare, and I call the member for the question is the bill be read at the second time, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Paid parental leave reform is good for families. It looks after new mums, dads and bubs. The Albanese government knows that it's critical for the health and well-being of newborns and their parents, and we know that expanding and investing in paid parental leave is good for our economy. The reforms set out in the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill are all about this government's commitment to improve the lives of working people, especially new mothers. It will encourage parents to share more of the caring responsibilities and make sure that the necessary support is there during one of the most challenging and exciting times of anyone's life. I know for myself all too well the joy, the terror and the utter exhaustion that you feel while juggling work and caring for little ones. I've been fortunate enough to have been in workplaces with generous provisions for parental leave, but I know that not everyone is in the same position. For each of my 3 children, the ability for me to take leave to be there for their first months has made a monumental difference. It's a privilege which should be enjoyed by all new parents. This is about choice and flexibility. More people should be able to make the decision that I and so many others can, to enjoy their time raising a new family and to make sure that they're fully supported to do so. The decision to have a family is a big one, and we don't want families to have to worry about caring for a newborn while managing the day-to-day of keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. For too long, parenting has been undervalued and deprioritised in policy making, but this government knows that it is one of the most fulfilling things that you can do, and these changes recognise that. This bill to expand and modernise the paid parental leave scheme is a significant reform, driven in large part by unions, who have recognised the need to maximise women's workforce participation, but also from employers who want to make sure that their workplace is as supportive and accommodating as possible. This sort of investment in our paid parental leave system is good for business, good for productivity. It's good for the Australian economy. We heard loud and clear at the Jobs and Skills Summit that something needed to be done to ensure greater gender equality, and that equality was at the heart of future economic reforms. Importantly, we're delivering on cost of living relief for new families with this expanded scheme, something that has been front and centre for this government. In the October budget, we revealed this as part of a broader $7.5 billion 5-point plan to deliver targeted cost of living relief for households, while not adding to inflation. This plan builds on our commitment to Australians that we will take action on cost of living pressures that are impacting their households and their families. The plan includes delivering $4.7 billion over 4 years to deliver cheaper childcare for more than 1.2 million families, including almost 7,000 families. 7,000 families in my electorate of Hawke alone. We'll also progressively expand paid parental leave to 6 months by 2026. This is a massive game changer for all working families. Alongside our investment in cheaper medicines by reducing the PBS maximum general co-payment to $30 a script, lending a hand to those that need it most, and delivering more affordable housing, including a new National Housing Accord to build affordable and well-located homes for Australians trying to have a go. Finally, we'll be getting wages moving again, including supporting the increase to the minimum wage, supporting a wage rise for aged care workers, fixing the bargaining system, and investing in the capabilities of our people and the capacity of our economy, because it's the right thing to do. After a wasted decade, we're finally building a stronger and more resilient economy, delivering cost of living relief for Australian families. This sustainable and targeted reform will help our economy to bounce back by driving productivity while making sure parents can make the most of the exciting time that building a family brings. And it's important that our businesses and places of employment are supportive places for parents to return to. They need to know that they're being backed in during the pregnancy or adoption, and also while they're on leave. Around 181,000 Australian families will benefit from the changes outlined in this bill, including around 4,300 parents who will be eligible for paid parental leave for the first time under the scheme. This includes the many families that make up my electorate of Hawke. Filled with new mums and dads and host to a booming population, we know all too well that the balancing act that working families face every single day. We're home to a vibrant multicultural community with so much to be proud of in Hawke. The city of Melton is one of the fastest growing areas in Australia, with more than 50 babies born every week, exemplifying why it's so important that we work together to ensure every child's health and well-being is central to what we do. The ABS's population change data shows that the Rockbank and Mount Cottrell area in my electorate of Hawke comes in as Victoria's second highest growth rate, exploding in population by 540%. And by 2051, the city of Melton is projected to be larger than the current population of Canberra. Our fast-growing suburbs will only continue to boom. It's clear that so many families in my electorate are trying to juggle it all while still giving their kids the best start in life. That's why these changes to the scheme are so timely and urgently needed for communities like ours. When this scheme was first introduced by the Rudd government in 2011, it lifted a huge burden off the backs of hard-working families and created new ways for families to make sure they were able to provide for their kids while centralising the care and well-being of new parents and babies in policy making. Prior to the Rudd government scheme being introduced, just 50% of working women had access to employer-funded paid parental leave. This grew to around 95% of working women having access to some form of paid leave in the years immediately after the scheme was introduced. And it laid the foundation for more families to make choices that they wouldn't have had before, particularly new mums. But we've still got a way to go. As we know, currently, the primary caregiver, usually the mother, is entitled to 18 weeks of pay at the national minimum wage, with dad and partner pay separately provided with 2 weeks' leave. The scheme does not currently do enough to encourage dads to take it up. And we know that too often this places the burden of care on women alone. In 2021, almost 170,000 people received parental leave pay and almost 90,000 people received dad and partner pay. In too many cases, the primary care role is left to new mums during what can be an extremely isolating and challenging time. But this government will change the scheme to make it easier for new dads to take up paid parental leave. We'll combine the two payments and change eligibility requirements so that new dads aren't excluded from the scheme if their partner makes over the $151,350 income test. By doing this, we're making it easier to raise a family while boosting women's economic participation and improving gender equality. The reforms that this bill will bring in send a strong message that parenting is an equal partnership. We recognise the role of men as carers too, And we want to see that reinforced in workplaces and across our communities. This is particularly consequential in our electorate of Hawke, where the workforce participation rate for women aged 25 to 54 years old is around 3% lower than the rate recorded nationally. The ACTU welcomes this as a long overdue step forward, pointing to the fact that the unfair burden of care placed on new mothers contributes to women's earnings falling by 55% on average in the first 5 years of parenthood. We will change the income test to a combined $350,000 between both partners, meaning families are no longer excluded if the mother exceeds the individual income test, but the father doesn't, as is the case under the scheme currently. And the changes will mean fathers and partners can receive payments under the scheme at the same time as they receive employer-funded leave, incentivising more dads to take on a caring role in those early days. The government has been very clear that our paid parental leave scheme is designed to complement employer-paid workplace leave schemes, not to replace them. Importantly, this bill introduces amendments that would mean that parents can take their paid parental leave in multiple blocks, in their own time, as suits their families, helping them to ease back into work as little as a day at a time, within 2 years of the birth or adoption of their child. This flexibility will support parents to return to work in the way that they see fit, and they won't have to worry about losing their paid parental leave entitlements if they take it in their own time, on their own terms, according to the needs of their families. But there is still cultural change that needs to take place in workplaces before we can truly see all of the benefits. Employer-provided paid parental leave is more common in industries dominated by women. Around 50% of businesses in industries dominated by men offer parental leave, compared to 75% of female-dominated industries. Employer-funded leave needs to be an important part of the offering available to new parents, and it's important that the scheme is complemented by employers to make sure parents can reap the full benefits, stay connected to work, and our economy can enjoy the dividend. Part of this cultural change will be enacted through this bill by introducing an easier claiming process, which will allow either parent to take leave first, removing the assumptions about mothers and fathers being primary and secondary carers. We know that when fathers are more involved, take on more responsibility in that caring role, the care continues throughout a child's development, with significant physical, mental and social benefits for the mum, the dad and the kids. Importantly, these reforms will extend the full 20 weeks paid leave to single parents as well. These outcomes are going to be essential going forward as we continue to build on the paid parental leave offering. The current scheme will be changed in 6 key ways from the 1st of July 2023, including combining the 2 separate payments into a combined 20-week scheme to be shared by both parents, maintaining time for each parent to facilitate both parents to take paid parental leave after a birth or adoption, redefining and removing the notion of primary and secondary carers as being the role of mother and father respectively, without taking into account the unique and changing circumstances of modern Australian families, expanding access for thousands of new families with a $350,000 family income test, meaning people can receive paid parental leave if they do not meet the current individual income test, and increasing flexibility by giving new parents more choice in how they decide to take paid parental leave, as well as ensuring eligible fathers and partners are able to access the scheme regardless of whether the mother or birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. But we won't stop here. In the October budget, we committed to a $500 million investment to expand the scheme to provide 6 months of paid parental leave at the national minimum wage by 2026. As part of that, we will be progressively increasing the scheme by 6 weeks until it reaches the full 26, bringing us up to 6 months of paid parental leave. The prioritisation of this issue in our first year of government speaks to our commitment to working families, especially in the context of our changes to make childcare more affordable and accessible for everyday families. Our plan for cheaper childcare means 96% of families will be better off. That's 1.26 million families across the country, and not a single one will be worse off under our plan. The cost of early learning is a major cost of living issue for working families. Under the previous government, almost 73,000 families were locked out of the childcare system because it is simply just too unaffordable. But we're getting on with fixing the cost of childcare, and we're fixing paid parental leave. This is about fundamental economic reform, building back after 10 years of inaction and delivering a considerable economic boost while supporting working families in our community. We're delivering a wholesale reform of the way we deal with paid parental leave in this country so that it's fairer, more robust system that aligns more closely with the views and expectations of modern Australia. I am very proud to be part of a government that has spent every day working on behalf of Australian families, delivering significant reforms to improve the lives of families and communities across our country.
The member's time's expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ryan. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Many working parents in Ryan have shared with me the challenges around just that, being parents who need to work. Appropriate, fit-for-purpose paid parental leave is absolutely central to functioning and thriving families, to communities and indeed to our economy. Just this morning I attended the International Women's Day breakfast here in Parliament House. Both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, amongst others, spoke about uplifting women's lives and equality. They were certainly talking the talk. A great way to walk the walk would be to radically improve paid parental leave, thereby radically improving women's lives. We know that making paid parental leave available for both parents can foster a more equal division of caring responsibilities and set up good habits for life. We also know that the workforce participation of mothers is considerably higher in countries with both a strong paid parental leave scheme and available, affordable childcare. Despite these clear benefits, shamefully Australia's paid parental leave scheme is currently ranked second worst in the developed world. At 18 weeks of leave, it falls well behind international best practice of 52 weeks, with structured use-it-or-lose-it provisions and higher rates of pay in those other schemes. As one of the wealthiest nations on the planet, we should be able to give working carers and their children the quality time together that they need. The Work and Care Inquiry, initiated by my great Senate colleague Barbara Pocock, has heard a wealth of evidence about the need for a strong parental leave scheme, and we Greens will continue to push to make that a reality. This bill is a welcome recognition of the need for reform in the way we design parental leave to address maternal and child health, to encourage shared care and to address the contribution of our current parental leave policies to the persistent and problematic gender pay gap. But much more needs to be done, and much faster than the government's current timetable. The government could immediately move to 26 weeks rather than making families wait another 3 years for that. And they should commit to finding a pathway to 52 weeks paid parental leave by 2030, as recommended by many stakeholders, including the ACTU. And in Australia, despite measures allowing fathers to take parental leave, only 1 in 20 fathers did take parental leave beyond the 2 weeks of dad and partner leave. We know that use-it-or-lose-it provisions can be part of the solution. There are great precedents in other countries like Finland and Norway, along with Japan and Canada and others, countries that have had these policies in place for some time. What they have reported is a marked increase in shared care arrangements and reduced stigma around shared care and flexible work arrangements. Isn't this what we also need in Australia? In fact, when Canada introduced additional paid parental leave on a use-it-or-lose-it basis, the percentage of partners taking leave in the first year doubled. We know it works. It's better for all parents and children. So I welcome the government's recognition of the benefit of use-it-or-lose-it in encouraging shared care. I also acknowledge the great work being done by the Women's Economic Equality Task Force to review effective use it or lose it periods and urge the government to implement their recommendations when they are released. This change must be supported by campaigns to educate families about the great benefits of shared care and to encourage employers to facilitate both parents taking leave and returning to the workplace while juggling caring responsibilities. This will be absolutely transformative. We urgently need to make that cultural shift that does remove the stigma and normalises both parents being equally involved in caring for young children. Under the bill, paid parental leave will continue to be a government-funded scheme paid at the minimum wage, as my previous speaker just mentioned, but that's a wage that we know is woefully inadequate, and the Greens have consistently said that must be lifted for everyone. I also note that the ACTU and the Australian Human Rights Commission and others who submitted to the bill inquiry strongly supported increasing the rate of paid parental leave to replacement level instead of just the minimum wage, and this is consistent with the calls of the UN Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. So why is this so important? Well, parents taking leave to care for children marks a really significant break in their career and their earning capacity, particularly for women who take leave and often return to work at reduced hours and defer promotions. This is an issue that has often been raised with me, and it resonates very strongly for me, and I'm sure most other people who've been working parents. I believe that replacement wages would ensure parents are not financially punished for taking time to care for their children. Importantly, providing replacement wages also helps to encourage shared care by reducing the income lost by parents taking leave. So we Greens are going to continue to call for reforms that incentivise parents to take their parental leave entitlements, including increasing the payment rates and encouraging employers to top up any government-paid leave. The Greens have long called for superannuation to be paid during parental leave. We know that the gap in super balances between men and women at retirement age is really huge, and research suggests it's as much as 30%. This makes things much tougher for older women, who are also known to be one of the most at-risk groups for homelessness. Unions, business groups, the Greens, even the former government's Retirement Income Review all agree that adding super to paid parental leave is a no-brainer to help address this issue, and yet it's not part of this bill. The Greens will also continue to push the government to ensure workers can access reasonable flexibility to work from home, change their hours, share roles or make other arrangements to allow them to balance care and work. Other countries have achieved this, so should we. Thank you.
I thank the member for Ryan. The question is the bill will be now read a second time, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, I know there are people who think that paid parental leave only affects mums of a certain age. But of course, the impacts of not being able to access leave and really have a myriad of consequences across families. They have it for mums and dads, for immediate family, extended family and, importantly, for employers. I was in a particular group in the early 1990s where I wasn't entitled to a day of what we then called maternity leave. I'd been working out of the country for several years, self-employed as a freelance journalist for much of it, or with a UK employer where none of my entitlements came home with me. And on arriving home, pregnant, realised that I was going to have to work through not just the pregnancy but those first few months. And my husband and I didn't have an economic choice about that. Now, I am not a believer in, oh, I managed it so everyone else should. Although, sadly, I have heard women say, oh, we did without it, and I don't know why it's such a big deal for people now, but it is. And you only have to remember the struggles that you have as a young mum, juggling work deadlines while breastfeeding a baby, having a sick child, but knowing that if you're not working, there's not going to be anyone to pay the mortgage. Those sorts of pressures on young families are extraordinary, and it is really significant that in the last few years, from the Gillard days, there has been a recognition that this is an essential part of a healthy society, that we have a good paid parental leave program. And so I'm very proud that this government sees it as a priority, as we do so many of those financial supports that mean women can not only close the gender gap in their earnings, but really thrive in an environment where they have freedom to make some choices about how they work and when they work. And our legislation around childcare and reducing the costs of early childhood education is another example of that. So I'm delighted to be able to speak to this legislation, and I'm very much looking forward to it becoming a reality. As I must say, are my children who are in their late 20s and early 30s. Their generation is looking to us to help them find a way to be able to make their next steps in the world. One of the things that I noticed at the Jobs and Skills Summit was how high a priority improvements to paid parental leave were. And these were things coming not from people representing necessarily the mums or the dads. It was coming from business and the business sector, because in fact these turn out to be a microeconomic reform. We've listened to those proposals that were raised, and there's a variety of things. You know, we would love to do everything, but we've started with the priorities. It is the most significant step to improving the scheme since it was established by Labor in 2011. The bill that we're debating today reflects our commitment to improve the lives of working families and advance women's economic equality. And that's why I'm very proud that I'm speaking today as we've marked International Women's Day in Parliament, which we do usually a few weeks before International Women's Day takes place on the 8th of March, because it is a reminder of how poorly we do. And in fact, this morning we were reminded that in the gender equality gap, when you look at the global list, Australia doesn't sit in the top 5 or the top 10 of those who are doing a really good job. We don't even sit in the top 20 nor the top 30. We are number 43 on that list. And in the top 10, you've got a whole lot of countries you'd expect, a bunch of Scandinavian countries, New Zealand, but you've also got Rwanda, you've got Nicaragua. And, you know, we really should be up there at the top, because we're an economy and a country where we can make these improvements. And this bill will help. Around 181,000 families will benefit directly from the changes in the bill, including around 4,300 people who gained access that would have been ineligible under the current, who gain access, but under the current scheme, without the changes, they would have been ineligible. What we're really doing is modernising paid parental leave so that it reflects the community and families that we have today. Our needs have changed as families, and the community has changed since it was first established over a decade ago. So these changes will come in from the 1st of July, which is why we're here now with some urgency debating this so that it can be put in place. And it lays the foundations for reform that we want to see, which is expanding the paid parental leave program to 26 weeks by 2026. The current scheme doesn't do enough to provide access to fathers and partners. It limits the flexibility for families on how they choose to take their leave and how they choose to transition back to work. And one of the current features of the scheme is that the eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. It is worth noting that between 2010 and 2017, the number of women with taxable incomes of more than $150,000 has more than doubled. And this bill fixes the issues that limit their access in the current scheme. It fixes all those issues, in fact, and it gives families more access to the government payment. It gives parents greater flexibility. and it encourages parents to share care and to improve gender equality. So while in a very narrow context this is about making it easier for families, the difference it can make in terms of promoting gender equality is really key, which is why that is named in the bill as its feature for families and for gender equality. So let me run through the things that the bill touch on the key points. There are 6 key changes. From the 1st of July 2023, the 2 existing payments are combined into a single 20-week scheme. We're reserving a portion of the scheme for each parent to support them both to take time off work after a birth or an adoption. We're making it easier for both parents to access the payment by removing the notion of primary and secondary carer. We're expanding access by introducing a $350,000 family income test, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test. We're increasing flexibility for parents to choose how they take leave days, and we're allowing eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. So changes that will allow many families to breathe a sigh of relief and to know that there's support for them when they really need it most in those early weeks and months. I want to speak a bit about the use of the leave by fathers and partners in the form of dad and partner pay. This really is a very significant change, and one thing it does, though, it preserves the existing feature by reserving 2 weeks of the payment for each parent. So there is a preservation of those portions. By incorporating this reserved portion under a single scheme rather than a standalone payment, it means we're making sharing of parental leave between parents a central part of it, a real partnership. And I think we've seen from so many new mums and dads in this chamber exactly how modern families work. In some ways, this bill is catching up with what is already happening where it is financially possible to do it. The bill supports both parents to take leave beyond the 2-week reserve period, and really importantly, single parents will be eligible for the full 20 weeks. Another significant benefit of the move to a single 20-week scheme is it allows fathers and partners to receive the government payment at the same time as their employer-paid leave. Now, that's currently available to mothers to do, but it hasn't been available to partners and fathers. Fixing this inequality actually removes the financial disincentive for fathers and partners to access the scheme to take time off work to care for a child. And what it really does, by allowing both parents to claim the government payment alongside their employer-paid leave, makes it easier for them to maintain their income while caring for their child. And we hope that this will result in more partners and dads taking leave. We are really mindful of the financial pressures that people are under, and support for that is built into this legislation. We know that when both parents are not supported to take time off work to care for their babies, a couple of things happen. Usually mums work less, or they leave the workforce altogether to take on caring responsibility, while often the dads remain in full-time work or the other partner remains in full-time work. And that pattern isn't just for the first few months. That pattern persists for years and years after the child's birth, and it is a key driver of gender gaps in the workforce participation and therefore in earnings. So this bill works to address those really fundamental issues. The government supports dads and non-birth parents sharing the load of caring responsibilities because we know that when they do, it benefits everyone. When fathers take a greater caring role from the start, it's establishing patterns of care that continue throughout a child's life. Now, I've been very fortunate that I had a husband working shifts when we had young kids, so there was a lot of sharing that happened around it, but not every family is in that situation. And I know my husband would never miss the joys of making school lunches for his children frequently, regularly, often, because some of those small things are where real quality time happens. Not to mention the skills that you learn in getting kids off to school and negotiating. I think it works both ways. But a whole lot of families just don't have that opportunity, and providing this access and allowing dads to be involved and non-birth partners to be involved right from the start will start to change the patterns that emerge in years to come. The other way we do that is by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers and allowing all eligible parents to claim the payment. Currently, now if you haven't made this claim, this is probably news, but currently mothers must make a successful claim for their parental leave pay, and then they transfer the payment to their partner if they want them to share some of it. Now, that's a complex process, administratively burdensome, and it does make it difficult for fathers to take leave, even when it's in the best interests of the families. And that's why, in 2021 to 2022, less than 1% of mothers transferred some of their payment to fathers or carers or partners. So the new, simpler claims process is going to allow eligible fathers to qualify if the mother or birth parent doesn't meet the income test or residency requirements, but they will still get it. So a whole lot of things that are going to shift this to a more equitable process. I also want to note that there is a change in the way it's done. The shift to a gender-neutral claiming process is important because it's more inclusive and recognises the diversity of Australian families. Deputy Speaker, I have spoken briefly about the fact that this lifts the threshold for families. It introduces an income limit for a family of $350,000, but it changes the current limit for individuals, because we have found women being excluded from it. So having a combined limit of $350,000 will bring in a whole lot more families. Parents, including single parents, will be eligible for it if they meet either the individual income or the family income test. Again, a much fairer system. So I want to congratulate the ministers who've worked on this. There's always many hands, but it reflects the makeup of our caucus, where we have many young members, men and women, who have young children, and it shows that we are in touch with what is happening in our communities. This is something that, on the face of it, a family might go, great, this is great for us, but we know this is great for broader society and terrific for our economy.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the Paid Parental Leave Bill. I welcome this legislation because I think it will make a difference both economically but also culturally to this country. It will benefit women, it will benefit families, and it will benefit parents. Australia has a wonderful egalitarian culture, but parenthood is one of the areas where we're not as egalitarian as we think we should be. There is a default view in our community that the primary care of a child is a woman. I remember, and I think our current parental leave, standards and what are being sought to change in this legislation drive that through. I remember when my sister had her first child, and she, probably unusually for many women, she was the primary breadwinner. She had her own business, and she really needed to get back to work pretty quickly. But to enable her partner to be able to take on primary care responsibilities and to be supported by the government for that, she effectively had to sign that she was no longer the primary carer. And as a woman, I remember her saying, it made her feel like she was an inadequate mother because she wasn't doing what was expected with her, because parental leave was about maternity leave, not about proper parental leave. And so I welcome from this point of view this idea that parental leave is actually a shared responsibility of parents, because I think this is the huge change that culturally we need to make. Secondly, I think of this in terms of economic lens for women, and certainly, today we heard from the United Nations Group for Women about how Australia lags the economic development and economic empowerment of women. We're 43 in the world, while in the Prime Minister's words, from an economy-wide, we are a top 20 country, but from a empowerment of women, we are 43 in the world. And I think a lot of that comes back to the way that we still have a very gendered view of how women's place in the workforce, and that is really driven by women's place in the home. Our default view in this country is that women are the primary carers, and I think the opportunity of paid parental leave bill is to change this. It's this default view is holding us back. It's holding back children, and it holds back this country. Recently, Treasury released some research that showed women's earnings have been reduced by an average of 55% in the first 5 years of parenthood, which they call the motherhood penalty. This is the penalty that is a result of lower participation in paid work, reduced working hours and reduced working hourly wage. And it doesn't just happen where the father is a breadwinner. Even for women who are the primary earner, the motherhood penalty is large. And so when you look at female empowerment, economic empowerment, and you look at the statistics, you see that women, we are more educated than ever, and we are actually more educated than young men. But as soon as, from sort of early 20s onwards, female economic empowerment and female economic participation drops off, and it is absolutely crucially to do with our role in childcare and in looking after our children. So this is a reason why I support this legislation. I'll drop quickly to what the bill does. The bill combines paid parental leave with dad and partner pay schemes into one 20-week scheme. And you can just see from the dad and partner pay exactly how gendered this parental leave has been until date. This reinforcement that it is the dad who's the secondary parent, and it's the mum who is meant to look after things. And 2 weeks reserved on a use it or lose it basis. So this is what the current system is. It can be, and so this is ensuring that both parents have a role. The bill also ensures that the leave can be taken flexibly within 2 years, and it raises the income threshold so that more people will participate in this, and removes those claimant categories, primary, secondary, tertiary and birth parent requirements, and will be effective from the 1st of July this year. I believe, from the statistics, that it's going to help 180,000 families each year, which is absolutely crucial, and is going to be scaled up to a full 6 months by 2026. So I'm supporting this bill on the basis of enabling female workforce participation, because women want to contribute economically, but we need to make change, and we need to make change in our homes as well as in our workplaces. And I think this has the right opportunity to change our cultural norms that the work of the family is a responsibility of the women. At the same time, this isn't just good for female economic participation. This is good for dads and kids as well. So there's strong evidence to show that if dads are more involved, or if second parents, which are typically dads, more involved in raising their children from the early ages, that this engagement persists. This is good for parental mental health, and it is also good for childhood development. So it's absolutely crucial that this is seen not just from an economic point of view, but is also seen from a social point of view. And it also will, I hope, encourage more people to have children, which is also really important when we look at our long-term economic performance. So, I've very much raised in support of these changes, but I would like the government to pick up the pace. I think it's absolutely crucial that we change, that we really cement this change in culture that says that parenting is a joint responsibility of the parents, not just of the mother. And so I would like to see the sort of use it or lose it part expanded to 6 weeks, so that there is 6 weeks for each parent that is a use it or lose it component, and then the remaining weeks are on a shared basis. And the reason why I say this is because we already have 2 weeks of second parent, and sort of typically dad parental pay, but there isn't as much of take-up of this leave, as you would hope. And if people aren't taking up the leave, it's not going to make a difference. And sure, 2 weeks is helpful, but it doesn't actually cement the core responsibility that raising children is the responsibility of both parents. I think that 6 weeks of paid parental leave is an amount where it really it creates enough time for someone to, for a parent to have sole responsibility of their child, to really bond with their child, and to really take responsibility for the child, to actually build those habits, so that it's not just 2 weeks, almost like a holiday, looking after the kids, but it's actually 6 weeks of taking that care, because I think that is going to be most important to driving cultural change. I think that this would make a difference, make a greater difference, I think, in terms of the long-term impact of this change on female economic empowerment, but also on the mental health of second parents and on childhood development. Ultimately, I think myself and many in the community would like us to see Australia to move to a 12-month parental leave paid, but with 6 weeks, with that parental leave to be shared equally between parents, because if we can equally share parental leave between parents, if we set those cultural norms from the start that raising children is joint work, then we will truly make a difference to the economic empowerment of women. And I'm standing in support of this bill because women in Wentworth, where I'm from, they want to be economically empowered. They want great jobs and they want to have wonderful families, and they want to do both, and they believe that they should be able to do both. So we need to change the economics and we need to change the culture, because this is not just about the difference for women, but it's about the difference for second parents, typically men, and also for children, so that we can improve mental health, we can improve childhood development, and we can improve the economic empowerment of women.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Paid parental leave is a proudly Labor achievement. It speaks to our values and our determination to build a better future for Australians and Australian families. It speaks to our values of fairness, and it speaks to our values of opportunity, not just for those that work, but for the opportunity of new children, when they come into the world, to spend time with both their parents in those incredibly challenging but important first weeks and months of a child's life. It was 50 years ago this year that we saw the very first steps towards implementing paid what was then called maternity leave into Australia's laws, and that was legislation from the Whitlam government in 1973 to enact 12 weeks of paid maternity leave for women who worked in the Australian public service. A welcome reform, but it was amazing that we didn't make much progress for many, many decades after that. I also note that in that legislation, quite unheard of for the time, it did also include 1 week of legislated leave for male employees. The next big investment from the Commonwealth when it came to ensuring support for parents in those early years was the massive investment from Paul Keating and the Keating government into early childhood care centres across this country. First time the Commonwealth had really stepped in to that space, a legacy which we continue today with our other reforms in ensuring we have cheaper childcare from the 1st of July this year, something again that is well overdue. And then we had on Mother's Day 2009, on the 10th of May, the announcement from the Rudd government that the Commonwealth would support a massive economic reform of paid parental leave, a universal scheme. We had seen so many schemes that had existed for people who had bargained for it in their enterprise agreements or in particular sectors such as the public sector, but what Australia lacked and what our economy needed was a universal scheme. And I note that the origins of that scheme came from a reference given by a Labor government to the Productivity Commission. People who said, the Productivity Commission said we needed a universal scheme because it was in our national economic interest. And that is again what this legislation that we are debating today is about. It's about our national economic interest. delivering a seismic shift for families who do want to spend time with their children and have the economic security that they deserve in those early months of a child's life. I reflect on the purpose of the beginning of this legislation that we are amending with this expansion and what then Minister Jenny Macklin said in introducing that bill, which I think speaks to all of the benefits so succinctly that are delivered when we invest in paid parental leave. Then Minister Macklin said, quote, "Paid parental leave will give babies the best start in life. It means one parent has the financial security to take time off work to care for their baby at home during the vital early months of their baby's life. It will give mothers time to recover from birth and bond with their baby. The government scheme meets the challenges and realities of modern family life, giving parents more time at home with their new baby and helping them balance their work and family responsibilities." And so now, after that incredibly successful piece of legislation that has helped thousands of families in my electorate and probably almost 1 million families across Australia, we take the next step, the step towards increasing that to 26 weeks, 6 whole months, and providing more opportunities for families to share the leave, to make sure that both parents or both carers have the opportunity to both manage their work responsibilities and their return to work, but also their exciting new responsibilities as the parent of a new bub. If I look at the data for the Perth electorate, Census Night told us that there were 2,102 0 to 1-year-olds in the Perth electorate on Census Night. That's 2,102 families juggling with that challenge of how do you bring in and give that child the best start in life while making sure that you are economically secure. I'm so fortunate to have been one of those parents who, family, with my wife Jess, who's benefited from the scheme that Minister Macklin and Prime Ministers Rudd and Gillard brought into being, that this parliament brought into being, and I know how much, and I'll talk a bit more about how much of an impact it made on our family. But let's talk about what this does in terms of giving more families access to the sorts of support they need. Firstly, combining the two payments into one single 20-week scheme. That's the first step. That's what we're going to do from 1 July this year. We'll be reserving 2 weeks of that for each parent to make sure that each parent has time with their child. We're going to simplify the claims and processing by removing these categories of primary and secondary carer, so again, parents have more flexibility in accessing these payments. We're going to expand who can access the scheme by introducing the $350,000 income test, and I think it's important to note for single parents that they will be able to, rather than be restricted to that $156,647 limit, they will be able to access that full $350,000 family income test, because we know that some of the challenges for single parents when they have a new bub in their life, if we can do a bit more to help them, we should, and that's exactly what we're doing in this legislation. It will also allow eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the mother or birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. Again, supporting more families to spend time with their children. And again, as the current scheme does, this sits on top of the employer schemes to ensure that people have their industrial entitlements that they've bargained for over many years preserved. First time I took paid parental leave was in 2017. I was not a member of this place at that time. I was the State Secretary of the West Australian branch of the Labor Party, a political party that might not be close to your heart, Deputy Speaker, but still I think is a very important part of the democratic institutions of Western Australia. And so I pay thanks in that experience when your bub was on the way. I had a chat with the then party president, Carolyn Smith, and the Premier at the time, Mark McGowan, recently elected, to say, look, I'm going to take 2.5 months off at the end of the year because we've got a little bub on the way. That was an incredible time, being able to spend that time with Jess and our new baby boy Leo in the heart of the Perth electorate. I probably saw more of what then would become my electorate in those sort of 3 months than I have at any other time, because I was able to just spend it enjoying the wonders of being with a new baby out and about. One of the first events that we took Leo to while I was on paid parental leave was to the celebration of the Australians voting for marriage equality. That was pretty special to take Leo to that. And I also had the joy of taking him standing right up the back with his little headphones on to a Paul McCartney concert during that time. When our second child was due to arrive, I was very fortunate to be a member of this place. And I think we've seen time and time again that we are very fortunate that members are afforded leave with their families when children come along. And I think that's a credit to leaders of all parties in this place that is accommodated. But I'll just talk about my experience. Firstly, the then Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Albanese, was very supportive. Our bub Ruby was born during COVID in 2020, and that came with some particular challenges around travel and other things, and I really do appreciate the support of the Leader of my party in accommodating all of those needs. And I remember towards the end of my 3 months of leave that I'd taken from being here in the Parliament, speaking to the Leader of the Opposition and saying, oh look, I feel like I could come back. It was February, I had that big sense of FOMO, and I'm so grateful for the leadership he provided in saying, no, you don't need to rush back here. Parliament will still be here in March. Stick to your schedule, and that's exactly what I did. It was a wonderful piece of advice. And then if I think about the challenges that we all have in this place when our staff very fortunately add new children to their life. Last year, the Perth electorate office welcomed baby Eloise, and if I can say on the record in this place, congratulations to Dylan and Amy on the birth of that wonderful child. And equally, we welcomed baby Jude, who recently had his first birthday, and congratulations to Marissa and Matt on one wonderful year of parenting. And then, as a foreshadowing of things to come, we've also got two wonderful children, Killian and Sean, children of Eva and Aaron, who now have the school and childcare juggles that so many families have, which is why it's important that we don't just support parents in these first 6 months, as we're dealing with in this piece of legislation, but that we support parents and working families throughout those critical early years. We know it puts pressure on family budgets. We know that there are families who are doing it tough right now. And so this is one thing we can do to support families, but it comes in partnership with a whole range of other important policies to support working families to make sure they can give their kids the best start in life. It works in partnership with our plans for the middle of this year to deliver cheaper childcare. So when you no longer are able to spend every waking moment with your beloved new child and you hand them over for the first time to a highly qualified early childhood educator, you are able to do that without it breaking the bank. The supports that we will put in place coming into effect in the middle of this year will make childcare more affordable for 1.2 million families. And because of the National Quality Framework, which was introduced more than a decade ago, again by this side of the House, we know that the quality of childcare, the quality of early childhood education and care is so much more than it was just a few decades ago. Again, giving children the best start in life. I'm also proud that we're part of, if you think about the other things that educate children and help them understand how the world works, I'm proud that we're part of a government that introduced ABC Kids, one of the great investments in our public broadcaster. I'm pleased that for families where their children might need medication, or either on an ongoing basis or on an ad hoc basis, again, this year, because this government was elected, medicines are $12.50 cheaper. Yeah. And that does make a difference when you're pushing the pram, as I do, to the Beaufort Street chemist, and you see that actually things are getting cheaper when it comes to those absolute essentials, and products on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme are essential. Doing what we can to make them cheaper is something that we should and have done. At the same time, we want to make sure that when parents go back to work after having had that great 6 months of paid parental leave coming into effect from 2026, we want to make sure that they're going back to secure, well-paid jobs. And that's why you've seen us pass legislation to enhance job security. It's why you've seen us pass legislation, take action, I should say, to Right to Fair Work, to back a pay increase for those on the lowest of wages on the minimum wage. And again, that's something that we should all welcome. And if you think about the challenges that we have when it comes to making sure that parents both when they are on the government paid parental leave scheme and then returning to work, that they do have good, secure, well-paid jobs. We have to be honest that we still have some big challenges ahead of us when it comes to delivering on gender equality. What we know from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency's 2020-2021 employer census is that women continue to dominate part-time and casual roles. They are more likely to be in insecure forms of casual work. That currently only 2 out of every 5 full-time employees are women, and that the gender pay gap, while it continues to fall, is on average women on average earn $25,800 less per year than men. There is no cause for this other than we haven't, to this point, got the policy design right to deliver true gender equality, and this legislation today is one step towards that. We also know there's a severe underrepresentation of women when it comes to CEOs and roles of business leadership. Only 2 out of every 5 managers are women, and that there is so much more to be done in terms of ensuring that we do lift up our entire society by achieving gender equality. Gender equality is business for all of us. Gender equality is about making sure that those children who will be benefiting from spending more time with their families, more time with their parents, carers or mums and dads, making sure that those children, when they grow up, when they enter the workforce, that they are entering a workforce where we have ensured pay equity, proper equality of opportunity, and ensured that we have built that equal, fair society that every Australian expects us in this place to be working towards. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I applaud the government for introducing this bill, and I would like to acknowledge former Senator Sterling Griff for raising this during his time in the Senate. In his speech on the 11th of June back in 2020, the then Senator said, "There is an inequity between 2 families on the same combined income. They would be eligible if the man were the higher income earner, but not eligible if the woman were the higher income earner, and this is just unfair. The current rules just don't reflect the realities of modern parenting, with more dads staying at home to care for children. The number of stay-at-home fathers has grown to 80,000 in 2016, based on the latest census data. It is time to move away from models that assume children would be cared for by a primary carer who is the mum. Modern parents don't define themselves in this way, and it's time the legislation doesn't either." So that was back in 2020. In July last year, I received an email from a constituent, and I'd like to read it. It said, "Dear Ms Sharkey, I am an emergency department doctor. My income hovers just over the threshold for paid parental leave. My partner is a gin distiller. His projected income this year is around $45,000. I'm currently 7 months pregnant with our first child, and as such have been looking into paid parental leave. The current entitlement would not be enough to support our family, so our hope was for my partner to use the parental leave and I would go back to work. I have to admit, I have been shocked by how sexist the system remains, even in 2022. If our genders were swapped, we would be entitled to almost without question. However, because the income threshold is based on the mother female income, our application has been rejected, despite the fact that my partner was going to be the one using the vast majority of the leave. I am shocked to see such a system still exists in 2022, a system that is still based on the fact that a woman stays home and the man or the father goes to work. Mr Speaker, it's quite rare for a policy to deliver both significant social and economic gains, but this one delivers both. Australia has higher rates of female workforce participation than in many OECD countries, yet far more likely to work part-time than women in other advanced economies. And the main reason they work part-time is to care for children. This bill, which encourages a more equitable sharing of the unpaid care between parents, gives mothers more opportunity to engage in paid work, with clear positive outcomes for women, families and the economy. For some families, of course, the traditional model of the male breadwinner and the female carer and second income earner works well. but for many others it doesn't. Many women report a desire to participate in more paid work, while many fathers would like to spend more time at home with the children but feel unable to due to barriers that prevent shifts in traditional work patterns. These traditional family roles and work patterns undermine women's economic security through reduced pay and lower lifetime earnings. Every woman who's the family's main breadwinner prior to babies arriving are statistically far more likely to drop their work hours than their male partner. Unfortunately, this leads to a pattern that persists well after the children are no longer in care. But this bill can deliver so much more than economic gains. Overseas studies show that policies allowing fathers to be more engaged in their children's early years have lasting impacts on fathers and their children, and that when men are given greater opportunities to spend time with their children in those early years, they tend to have stronger relationships and greater life satisfaction. In essence, they are happier. Children in turn benefit from increased time spent with their father, as well as from the diversity of their interactions in their early years. That same constituent contacted my office recently and said, "With our current 5-month-old, my partner wanted to spend as much time at home with him as possible and was hoping to take parental leave when I returned to work. I love my job as an emergency doctor, but I would much have preferred my child to have the opportunity to spend time with his dad when I am at work rather than at daycare. Because I earn about the threshold, my partner has been denied the chance to spend that precious time with our child. I feel angry that it's 2023 and a father is only able to access the leave on their own merit if the mother is considered incapacitated. This is grossly unfair to all of the fathers currently playing an active role in their children's upbringings and almost exclusively affects families where women are the main income earners. With a change in legislation, we are hoping, if we are lucky enough to have another child, that he will be able to take the full parental leave time to spend being a hands-on father to our children. Mr Acting Speaker, this bill will encourage more dads to take up paid parental leave, leading to more equitable family roles to become normalised and thus releasing both men and women from heavily gendered norms that have previously been so prevalent in Australian society, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The other day, I caught my husband flicking through the photos from our children's early years. Images from playdates, local parks, kinder gym and music classes. He fell silent and then said, "I wish I had the opportunity to do this with them." It struck me that when my children were born, it was I who scaled back on work and in those early months spent time at home looking after them. Paid parental leave was not an option for me back then, but then my husband's words brought home the sense of loss he felt for a time that will never return. I take for granted the time I had with my babies, but it was no bed of roses. I would have loved to have had my husband share some of that carer load. But alas, he was locked out, an indication of how far we need to go in challenging gendered roles, the mother as the homemaker and the father as the breadwinner. The costs of not challenging social norms means that we further entrench gender inequality as women fall further behind and fathers are denied the opportunity to spend time with their children. Having guided many patients through end-of-life care, I can assure you that on our deathbeds, there is no nostalgia with working long hours or having spent time in pointless meetings, but we do assess the quality of our nearest and dearest relationships. There is much to do in challenging these cultural norms that discourage men from spending time with their newborns. A survey of 842 men conducted by an Australian recruitment agency, Hayes, in 2019 indicated that 54% of Australian men believe that new fathers don't take full parental leave they are entitled to because of the hit to their finances, while 34% fear being perceived as less committed to their job. However, 80% of men believed that shared parental leave and shared child-rearing responsibility would help break down unconscious bias and improve gender diversity, a resounding endorsement for modernising our paid parental leave scheme. We know that many more men want to take time off from work following the birth of their child based on data from the private sector. Deloitte introduced similar leave entitlements for mothers and fathers in 2015 and saw an increase in the uptake of paid parental leave among fathers from 20 to 40%. It is telling that the fatherhood penalty is not in our lexicon. In fact, I never want to hear the word penalty and parent associated in the same sentence. According to Treasury, women reduce their hours of paid work by 35% over the first 5 years following the birth of a child. In contrast, fathers experience only a transient decline in paid work during the first month of parenthood before resuming previous levels. It's a fatherhood blip rather than a penalty. The downstream effects on women are insidious. Decisions made in the earliest time of a child's life lock in patterns of parenting for years, if not decades, to come. An Australian woman does more caring and twice as much household work even a decade after the birth of her first child. In other words, having children worsens that gendered division of work at home, which persists for years to come, serving neither the mother nor the father's well-being. Australia has one of the least generous parental leave schemes in the OECD, both in terms of rate of pay and the amount of time allocated. Fathers in particular receive very little dedicated leave, and their take-up of the scheme is very poor. Currently, the primary carer, who is usually the mother, is eligible for 18 weeks of paid parental leave at minimum wage, in addition to any employer's scheme. The secondary carer leave, called dad and partner pay, provides 2 weeks at minimum wage and cannot be taken alongside paid leave from an employer. So many fathers currently face a substantial pay cut should they take up the scheme in its current form. In addition, 12 weeks of the 18 must also be taken as a block, discouraging the shared taking of leave between parents. It's a cruel irony that the scheme is called paid parental leave when almost all the primary parental leave recipients are in fact mothers. In 2017-18, less than 0.5% of parents using the scheme were men, the second lowest in the OECD, a club of mostly rich countries. A Grattan Institute report from 2021 indicates that 3 in 4 men are passing up the right to PPL because it's probably not worth the hassle. International experience shows that when targeted dad leave schemes are introduced, take-up is actually very good. Uptake was 80% among fathers in 2018 in Quebec, compared to 28% when the scheme was introduced. More evolved Australian businesses have realised that equal paid parental leave schemes are good for the bottom line because they help to retain the talent. PwC reported a reduction in the proportion of their staff who resign while on paid parental leave, from 6.4% in 2017, before a more flexible option was introduced, to 3.3% in 2021. Improving paid parental leave dovetails with our desire to make gender inequality extinct. Paid parental leave was a key reform raised at the Jobs and Skills Summit by business, parents and their advocates. The Albanese government has listened. This amendment is the most significant reform to the PPL scheme since its establishment by Labor in 2011 under Prime Minister Julia Gillard. The changes to commence on the 1st of July this year are the first stage of reforms that will lead to its expansion to 26 weeks by 2026. Approximately 180,000 parents in Australia and 960 in Higgins will benefit from this scheme this year. Our bill will expand access to the scheme and provide more flexibility to families. The key changes are combining the 2 existing payments into a single 20-week scheme, so eliminating mother and dad components, No more gendered titles like primary carer. We're getting rid of those. This will make it easier for families to access the payments and decide who will claim paid leave first. We will expand access by introducing a $350,000 family income test, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test, which currently sits at $156,000. This change to income thresholds will open the scheme up for more families. We are also allowing parents to choose how they take their leave days. Until now, a 12-week block had to be taken, but those changes now mean that paid leave may be as small as 1 day at a time with periods of work in between. Parents have flexibility. The reform PPL scheme will reserve a dedicated use it or lose it portion for each parent in order to incentivise uptake. This will be 2 weeks for each parent, but it will be reviewed as the scheme increases from its current 20 weeks to 26 weeks in 2026. Fathers and partners will be able to access PPL at the same time as any employer-funded parental leave scheme, which is currently not the case. Currently, many fathers would have to take a pay cut and drop to the minimum wage in order to access paid leave. We are allowing them, like mothers, to now access employer and government schemes where employer schemes exist, which currently affects about 50% of all businesses. We want that to increase. We hope that we certainly see an increase in businesses in bringing in their own in-house PPL schemes. It's a great way to attract and retain talent. Early involvement of dads sets up a virtuous cycle of care, a more equal division of housework, and helps build confidence in fathers' parenting skills, from soothing baby to changing nappies, bath time and bed. All are skills and all can be learned with practice, free from the pressures of work. A healthy bond from birth also sets fathers up for greater engagement in developmental activities like reading and playtime later on in life. I want to break those social norms that box men in as breadwinners and women as homemakers. In fact, I want to smash them. The modern family in Higgins, with both parents working, demand flexibility and an opportunity to do things a little better than their parents' generation. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd just like to comment on the member for Higgins and her fine contribution just now, and I join you in wishing to smash those gender norms, not just for the sake of women, but for the sake of men. We all benefit, and mostly, actually, our children benefit. So thank you for those comments. The Paid Parental Leave Amendments, Improvement for Families and Gender Equality Bill, is an important step towards supporting Australian families, and one I welcome. As a former midwife and then an academic researching maternal and child health, I deeply understand how giving children the best start in life is one of the most powerful drivers of lifelong health. It's preventative health 101. Creating an environment that promotes parent-child attachment is key to that. A law that supports both parents to care for their young children at home with paid leave when they choose to is good public policy. And good public policy should always be supported by evidence, and there is plenty of evidence to support this bill. We began to understand the importance of nurturing parent-infant attachment in the 1950s with the groundbreaking work of Bowlby and Ainsworth. Their work was followed on by Emerson, and a raft of subsequent studies has demonstrated that attachment is crucial for children's physical, psychological, behavioural and developmental well-being. Longitudinal studies have confirmed lifelong benefit from strong, healthy attachment. We've been slow to embrace paid parental leave in Australia. I spent many years studying and working in women's and children's health research in Sweden, a place where, alongside other Nordic countries, we've looked to for guidance on best practice policy for families. In those days, Swedish colleagues regularly asked me, "Why do you not have parent leave in Australia?" Very straightforward, the Swedes. For them, it was as fundamental as Medicare is to us. Since the introduction of the Swedish parental leave reform in 1974, fathers have had the same rights to use parental leave as mothers. Parental benefit is 240 days per parent, a total of 480 days, and it's distributed between parents as they choose. Sweden introduced the use it or lose it system in 1995, recognising all the things that we've heard about why fathers don't take up this leave, and they reserved a month specifically for fathers that they would lose if they didn't take it. They watched it and they decided they needed to raise it to 2 months in 2002, and then, in a bid to achieve further gender equity, this was increased to 3 months in 2015. And there's a lesson there. We need to monitor how well our system works and be prepared to amend it again if we need to. There's strong evidence in Sweden of paternal and maternal leave being taken up. In 2013, almost 90% of fathers took some amount of parental leave, and the number of days taken varies between men and women still. Overall, 44% of parental leave benefit recipients were men compared to 56% of women. It's getting closer. Even so, the proportion of total days used by men has slowly increased from 7% of all parental leave in 1989 to 25% in 2013. Furthermore, the percentage of couples that share parental leave equitably is slowly increasing, indicating a more equitable distribution of child-rearing that has benefits for both mothers, fathers, other key carers and infants. The evidence is there, and I support the bill's intention to greater incentivise dads and non-birth parents to share the load of care responsibility. We know that when caring responsibilities are shared, the child, the birthing partner, the family all benefit physically, mentally and socially. It's great public policy. Based on what we've learnt, though, from the long history of parent leave in Sweden, I encourage the government to fund an effective and targeted campaign to ensure that non-birth parents are actively encouraged to access these new benefits. I support increasing paid parent leave from 18 weeks to 20 weeks. This is a great start, and I really look forward to seeing paid parental leave increase to 26 weeks in line with international best practice. Removing the categories of primary, secondary and tertiary claimants on the bill and removing the requirement that primary claimant must be the birth parent are positive steps towards recognising the diversity of Australian families. And I hope that the families of Indi, who I represent and who are configured in many shapes and sizes, find accessing parental leave easier and more inclusive. Businesses, unions, experts and economists all understand that one of the best ways to boost productivity and participation is to provide more choice and more support for families, and most importantly, more opportunity for women. Reforming the paid parental leave scheme is one part, and an important part, a groundbreaking part actually, of improving women's economic equality and encouraging greater economic independence for women, and that again confers lifelong benefits on women and children. As the Minister said in introducing the bill, we need a system that reflects modern families. We need a system that improves the flexibility for families to balance work and family life in a way that suits their diverse needs. But I must say, and I have to spend some time talking about this because it's so interrelated, parents can't go back to work if there's no one there to look after their child. This bill will hopefully take some pressure off finding childcare by supporting families to provide care at home, particularly in the child's first year. But access to affordable, high-quality and flexible childcare has to work hand in glove as part of this policy, and further reforms are necessary. Childcare has been a key focus for this government, and I encourage them to continue on this path. For if we're truly going to support parents entering and staying in the workforce, we need to do this. And I do draw the government's attention particularly to rural and regional communities such as mine, where finding childcare has always been a challenge and never a greater challenge than what it is right now. High-quality, accessible early childhood education and care is an essential service in a community where we want maximum workforce participation. For parents, it allows them to work, train, study, to open doors and provide for their families, of course. For children, it keeps them safe and healthy, assists in their development and builds their skills for school and well into the future. A thriving childcare service is crucial everywhere, but particularly in rural and regional areas where childcare is a linchpin service in maintaining the sustainability of small towns and communities. Having childcare services locally, even in thin markets, even where there's not many kids, means that young families can live and work and stay local. If childcare centres close, then the community loses a key hub. And in Indi, we've experienced the threat of closure in several small towns where that market is thin and childcare workers are so scarce. And very early on, in my tenure as the member for Indi, I was very pleased to successfully advocate and work with the people of Bellbridge to secure their local childcare centre. And that little community has continued now to go from strength to strength, and I would argue based on the strength of their childcare. Once a local childcare centre closes down, this is what happens. The parents have to take their children somewhere else, and that often leads to a flow-on effect of that child entering a school in another town. Subsequently, this leads to school closures in small towns, the loss of opportunities, the loss of whatever childcare workers lived there, primary teachers, the list goes on, and ultimately contributing to the desertification of country towns. So family policy is crucial to rural and regional development. And childcare does remain an urgent issue in Indi. And I need to tell you about this because each month, and this has really grown for me in Indi, parents, both mums and dads, write to me about how hard it is to find a childcare placement for their child. They tell me that this means they're delaying going back to work. And these are critical healthcare workers, many of them. Psychologists, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, not to mention logistics supply people and all the other people that we have in our regions. Lack of available places is actually severely compounding the problem of essential worker shortages in Indi. In Wangaratta, some children have been on the wait list for 18 months, with over 100 families now on their wait list. In Bright, there's a 70-child wait list. In Wodonga, families have their child on wait lists at 10 or more centres and still can't get a spot. Working parents are forced to quit their jobs, I'm not exaggerating, or reduce their hours because there are not enough childcare places. So paid parental leave reform is brilliant, it's good, I'm happy about it. We must, though, work really in lockstep with childcare places as well. And one of the reasons there's no childcare places available is because really there's not enough educators. One educator in Wangaratta who's worked in the sector since 1994 tells me she has never seen the level of educators so low. In Corryong, tiny town in the Upper Murray, minimal childcare staff means women are considering now leaving town because they can't return to work. They estimate that at least 10 more childcare workers are required to meet the demand. And I recently met a highly trained nurse in Kajiwar who told me how badly needed she was at the local hospital, but she simply couldn't go to work because she could not get childcare. Parents who send their children to the Lakeview Children's Centre in Mount Beauty talk about how they feel the centre is in survival mode when it comes to staffing. They're simply not getting paid enough. One mum told me, we need our childcare centres to retain quality staff to provide our children with the expert care and education they need. Access, facilities and better pay for our educators should be priorities, she told me, and I couldn't agree more. I welcome the government's commitment towards lifting the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families for the first child in care and keeping higher childcare subsidy rates for the second and additional children in care. Great work. Making childcare cheaper, though, is one part of making childcare more accessible. And I have to emphasise, and many of my colleagues from the regions are saying the same thing, that regional communities can't take up this cheaper childcare because we're limited by having the childcare to take up. This government also needs to prioritise attracting, developing and retaining quality childcare staff to develop the workforce that will meet the demand that comes with cheaper childcare, a demand that's well and truly being felt in Indi. We must increase the minimum award for pay for childcare workers. Improved paying conditions in the childcare sector is one of the reasons why I ultimately supported the government's Secure Jobs Better Pay bill last year. Secondly, the government must continue to invest in training a childcare workforce. The government has agreed on a $1 billion a year national skills agreement which will provide additional funding for a fee-free TAFE in 2023 to provide more training for industries just like childcare, and I welcome that. A longer-term agreement aimed at driving sector reform and supporting women's workforce participation is still being negotiated, and I sincerely hope that growing the childcare workforce is directly addressed in this agreement. I also call on the government to fully implement the National Children's Education and Care Workforce Strategy, which seeks to address recruitment, retainment and sustainability of the childcare workforce. I also welcome the upcoming comprehensive review by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission on childcare, and I look forward to reading their findings and recommendations and working with government to see them fulfilled. Thirdly and finally, I call on the government to look at the many intersecting factors that are causing worker shortages, including childcare workers in regional and rural Australia, and placing enormous pressure on families. One factor I consistently hear about is the lack of affordable housing. And the government's upcoming housing legislative package aims to address affordable housing, and I'll be closely watching how this package will prioritise affordable housing, affordable rental in regional and rural areas. If this doesn't happen, critical sectors like childcare will continue to suffer, along with all the flow-on effects that this has for small communities. I look forward to working with the government on how this package can truly deliver for regional electorates like Indi. Mr Speaker, the paid parental leave amendments, improvements for families and gender equality, is an important reform, a very important reform in family policy, gender equity, child and parent health, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll start by saying it's a pleasure to be following the member for Indi and the member for Higgins, who both brought their medical history and knowledge into this very important topic. And I also hear the member for Indi when she talks about how important it is that we also support reforms for childcare and that childcare is accessible to women across this country, including in regional areas. Of course, that is a huge part of the gender equity puzzle that our government is absolutely trying to address and solve. So thank you for raising those issues as well. Deputy Speaker, I am passionate about paid parental leave, and it will surprise no one in this place to hear that, because I bang on about it a lot here, and I feel like I spent most of my first term speaking about it. In fact, in my first speech, I called my husband a unicorn because my family is in the unusual position of Australian families where I work full-time and my husband works part-time. And we're unusual in that situation because our workplace laws, the support we've put around, just have not supported Australian families to be able to be in that position. We have set up a system which is a good system, but which has not really allowed for the gender equity we want to see in our community. And as someone who worked in this building for the last Labor government when we first brought in paid parental leave, I know that that scheme in itself was a game changer, particularly for low-paid women, for women in insecure work. That Labor scheme, that first paid parental leave scheme that we had in this country, was the first time that they had the option of accessing pay after they had a child. So that is a truly game-changing Labor reform. But it's been a decade since we brought that in, so we are well and truly due an update, and that is absolutely what this bill is all about, and I am so proud and pleased to be standing here after a term advocating for action on paid parental leave to say that our government is getting on with it, that we understand that modern families need a flexible scheme that supports mums and dads to take time out with a newborn, to know that they will be supported with pay during that time and that they will have good jobs to go back to. So I'm very pleased to be here today. Deputy Speaker, we know that we have still in this country a huge problem with gender equality. We are just not where we should be. Overall, Australia ranks 43rd out of 146 countries for gender equality. It is not great if you consider where we should be as a wealthy, progressive country, and particularly if you consider that in 2011 we actually ranked 23rd. So we've been going in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, been going in the wrong direction mainly under a previous Liberal national government. It is very much our government's intention to turn that around, to improve gender equality in this country. The gender pay gap remains one of the standout areas where we do need to do so much better. Since 2006, we've dropped from 13th to 36th in women's economic participation. Women make up only 38% of all full-time employees in Australia and 68.5% of the part-time or casual workforce. What a disparity there. We're also ranked 37th for women's representation in senior official and management roles. And we see persistent gaps in industries such as manufacturing, IT and STEM, which continue to be male-dominated, while others, such as education, are dominated in the other way by women. And what we know is that a lot of this does come back to the way we support women to juggle work and families, and the way we support men to juggle work and families. If we have a system that only encourages women to take time out after they've had a baby, what we're saying is that from that point on in a woman's working life, they will be the person who, after taking maybe that initial year off, will then go back to work part-time, probably until their child is in late primary school. At that time, they'll find actually maybe re-entering the workforce full-time is quite a difficult task. It's been a long gap. And then obviously we see that flowing on into women's economic security as they get older, and we now see that older women, in fact, are the group most at risk of homelessness in our society. So this is an issue that flows right through women's lives. And at the same time as this is happening for women, men, in fact, we see that their careers, I've seen the data that shows that when men have babies, it's often common that they get a pay rise and they get a promotion. So the exact opposite of what happens for women at that time happens for men. And we know, I know from talking to people in my community, we know from work that's been done in this area, that so many men in our community do want to be able to take more time to be able to care for their children and support their children after they've been born. Unfortunately, our paid parental leave scheme to date has not supported those men to do that. So I am so pleased that this scheme is going to make that change. These changes to paid parental leave will mean more choice for families. There will be more flexibility with how and when they take time off work and how they share care with their partner. There will be more support so that both parents can spend that critical time with their child in those important first 2 years and create a pattern of care throughout their lives. Again, drawing on my own experience here, I do have small children, so this, again, really resonates for me. The massive difference you see when, from the very beginning, my husband has known that there are jobs he does. They're not me telling him to do jobs. It's not me explaining how to change a nappy, how to do the bath, what the routine is. That stuff he knows because he does it and because he's had the privilege of having the time to do that. Not all men in our community have had the privilege of doing that because they have not been in a position where they've been economically supported to do that. So I'm very pleased that this legislation starts to make some change on that. And of course it gives more opportunity for women to be supported both in their parenting life and their working life, and as I've been talking about, it maximises women's economic equality. So these changes will come into effect on 1 July this year, where we combine the two existing payments, paid parental leave pay and dad and partner pay, into a single 20-week scheme. Removing the notion of a primary and a secondary carer, making it easier for both parents to access the payment. Both parents have the same opportunities, the choice and the flexibility in how and when they choose to take paid parental leave. So families can make decisions about what works best for them. They could take the leave in a continuous block, they could take it in short bursts, even take single days at a time. It means that dads will no longer have to be on unpaid leave from their work to access government PPL, so just like women have been able to, they will be able to access the scheme at the same time as being on paid leave from their work. And a portion of the scheme will still be reserved for each parent so that parents can share the leave and both can take some time at home with their child. And the scheme is also going to be designed to make the transition back to work easier, allowing that flexibility around when you take the leave so it doesn't have to be a continuous block. Over time, we move to 26 weeks of leave by 2026, so delivering a full 6 months of leave. That will be a really important change in our country. And all the evidence from overseas, where a lot of OECD countries do have much more generous paid parental leave schemes than our country, shows us that a strengthened PPL system delivers important benefits to health and well-being, not just for women, not just for men, but of course for children as well. So for parents, more time at home means that they do get to spend that time caring, being part of early childhood development, being the people who know the routines, who set the routines, who can manage the routines, and doing that without having to juggle work at the same time. For children, it means they see that they can be cared by parents of both genders, that mum and dad are both there to do that caring role. And again, if we think about gender equity in this country and the long way we have to go still to achieve gender equity, setting up those norms of gender roles from the very start of a child's life is so important. If a young child sees that mum and dad are both people who can do caring roles, that that's not a role that just goes to women, that changes their whole perspective on how these roles play out, again, throughout our community and throughout our society. We do know at the moment that in Australia, dads take the government paid parental leave scheme at about half the rate of mums. The scheme as it stands has limited the ability of parents to share caring responsibility. And the current eligibility rules have also been unfair for families where the mother is the higher income earner. So in a situation where two families have the same household income, one might in fact be ineligible for government PPL because the mother earns more, whereas another family where the father earns more may have been eligible. Our changes will fix these issues. It is important as we go through this that we continue to take a lens of gender equity to the improvements to the scheme. I very much hope that we will see a use it or lose it component to the scheme. Again, evidence from overseas shows us that take-up by dads of these types of schemes is most likely when there is a portion that is reserved just for fathers, and that encourages men to see that as a scheme that is there for them, that they can access, and that they are in fact responsible for and responsible for their children for. And I want to commend Australian businesses for how they have also been approaching supporting Australian families with combining work and early caring responsibilities. We do know that a lot of businesses in recent years have really changed the way they run their paid parental leave schemes. They now look at much more of an equity model where leave can be taken by men and by women, again moving away from this role of primary and secondary carers. So it will be good to see this updated scheme, this much improved scheme from our government, working hand in hand with employers across our country, delivering the best outcomes for businesses, for parents and for kids. We also obviously are doing a lot of work in other areas. Paid parental leave is just one way. Our government is improving workforce participation and equality for women in our country. Last year, our government set up the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, chaired by Sam Moyston AO, and they've been tasked with advising us on how we improve women's equality right throughout the economic sphere. Because we do know that single reforms or changes, even super important ones like this paid parental leave, won't do all the work in of themselves. We need to work across the spectrum to make sure that women can realise their full potential in the economic sphere, as well as in their caring roles. So the task force is focusing on how gender-responsive policy and budgeting will advance gender equality in Australia and the measures that we need to make this happen. They're looking at issues like the gender pay gap, workforce participation, patterns of paid and unpaid care, safe and respectful workplaces, and planning for skills and industries of the future. And they've already, of course, recognised, and our government has acted to do all we can to raise wages in heavily feminised industries such as childcare and aged care. Again, those caring roles that traditionally we've seen as women's roles, industries which are heavily dominated by women and which for too long have been underpaid, and which we need to make sure women are supported in those industries, are able to work in those industries. And that goes hand in hand, obviously, with our government's efforts to make childcare more affordable for Australian families. Again, once paid parental leave ends, most families get to that point where they need to access paid childcare. And again, the evidence has told us that the cost of childcare in this country has just shut too many families out, that for many women, the economic decision when they've finished their paid parental leave and they're looking to return to work has been a decision where they've had to say, well, I can only do 3 days a week because I earn less than my husband or partner. The childcare fees are so expensive that actually I'll be working for nothing on that 4th or 5th day. Our reforms to make childcare cheaper for 96% of Australian families will very much change that equation for Australian families. So we are making it easier for Australian families, for men and women, to share the caring load from birth with an improved paid parental leave scheme to that point where your children are entering childcare, allowing for that ongoing flexibility, that ongoing sharing of roles that we know is good for Australian families, is good for our children, and is good for our whole community. As we see women being able to increase their participation in the workforce, we see men being able to take up roles that many of them want to be able to do, to care for their children, to be an active part of their family life. And we see all of that as our government continues to work to close the gender pay gap, to support women in low-paid industries. This is a really exciting day to be speaking here on such a bill that has been 10 years coming, but which I know will make a huge difference to the lives of Australian women and to Australian families.
The question is that this bill may now be read a second time. The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in favour of the second reading. Start by really commending our Shadow Minister for his contribution as our lead speaker. Of course, he indicated the Coalition's support for this bill and made a couple of important historical points that I also just reiterate, particularly around the disappointment of the inability of the Coalition after we won the 2013 election to implement our paid leave scheme, which of course was blocked in the Senate, and that is really regrettable because on top of the scheme that's been in place since 2009 or 2011, we could have dramatically enhanced support for paid leave through that, and we took it to an election. The people of Australia elected us. They wanted us and our policies, and it is a shame that that policy was not enacted, because there's a lot of people out there that would have benefited significantly from that, and it is regrettable that we have this sort of, on this topic, a history of class warfare when it comes to supporting parents having children, and there's nothing wrong with being successful and earning a high income, and that's not something to demonise, and certainly I'll take every opportunity to stand up for all parents getting the most support that they can and flexibility around being able to care for their children, and higher income earners are doing nothing wrong. We're lucky to have them, and it's a shame that the scheme that we sought to put in place, which, just to remind everyone, would have provided payments on the actual income up to a cap of $150,000, prorated obviously, $150,000 a year. And I think there's nothing wrong with people that earn $150,000 a year, and it's getting, in real terms, a lower and lower amount, of course, with inflation running as hot as it is. But I also, it's interesting, after a mere sort of 10 or 12 years since paid leave was first introduced, it's pleasant to see how much society has moved on, and we obviously are all coming together from a bipartisan point of view to remove some of the old stereotypes that were in place even a mere 10 or 12 years ago around the role of men and women as parents and carers, and the concept of a differentiation. And so, as the Shadow Minister pointed out, a lot of the measures in this bill are measures that we ourselves had announced in the budget last year, and are being adopted, and we support that. And in particular, we support the concept of equity between parents, and it shouldn't be the case, for example, on the individual income test, where if a mother is earning a higher income than the father, that couple are at a financial disadvantage. That's obviously ridiculous, and equally parents quite reasonably making their own decisions about how they will structure care arrangements for their newborn children in a way that works for them as a family, taking into account all sorts of issues, including income, and not having a situation where they might make a different decision to the one they want to make because there's a penalty in place based on the income of a mother versus a father. And this obviously removes that with the $350,000 cap as a couple. And so we want to see that equity and that decision-making be in the hands of parents and not be guided or interfered with because a government policy gives a different outcome depending on the decision that they might make. And obviously getting rid of the two different categories of leave and giving flexibility around the way in which to take that leave. That's the great thing about 2023, is that we are continuing to break down a lot of the stereotypes around the roles that in decades gone by people were expected to play within the family unit. And you know, being just shy of my 40th birthday, I'm obviously in that cohort of people with families, children, and I've got a lot of what's the popular term, lived experience in how in my own family, with my own partner, we manage childcare and the like, and of course all of our friends who are all doing it the way that suits them the best. But of course that flexibility and giving parents the ability to make decisions in their interests unique to their circumstance is really important. I'd like to commend the businesses out there that obviously have put in place their own schemes well in addition to the base level scheme that obviously every Australian has access to through the paid leave scheme that we're amending here. Companies that are obviously making sure that in their employment agreements they are putting in place parental leave that is well beyond this. I mentioned at the start of my remarks that there are obviously a growing cohort of people who don't have access to this government scheme, but it is certainly the case that a lot of employers are making the decision and recognising the need from a talent attraction and retention point of view to make sure that they are being as family friendly and flexible as possible. And you know, gone are the days of merely sort of accommodating maternity leave and keeping a role available for someone while they leave the workforce to raise children. But now I think it's a growing and important expectation that employers are ensuring that they're providing all the support that is necessary to parents through their decision-making to have children and the leave that they need to care for their children, and ensuring that they've got the financial support through those schemes, and obviously the most limited impact on their career, hopefully, around the time that they leave the workforce, and the support and pathways still being open to them well and truly into the future, whilst maintaining flexibility for them to make their decisions in the best interest of themselves and their families to raise children. We in the Coalition are very passionate about the family and very passionate about the family unit being the core of our society, and making sure that the family is priority in our society, our community and our economy, and never the other way around. Never having people having to make decisions that disadvantage their family because they have to to avoid an economic penalty. And so we obviously are always going to be striving and looking for opportunities to increase and better support the family unit. It is not, and this is a really difficult point to make in the best interests of people's individual decision-making. As a nation, we also have to make sure that we're supporting people to have as many children as they want to have, not in any way putting in coercive policies, but that we obviously understand how vitally important it is that the demographic structure of our nation ensures that the proportion of our population continues to be significant enough to support the entirety of that population. We know in countries like Japan and Italy, they have very significant ageing population and emerging significant challenges to provide the care that everyone in our society absolutely deserves, with a diminishing proportion of people that are providing the economic activity and the tax base to do that. Now, in this country, migration plays a very significant part in supporting our population pyramid. We do also have a higher fertility rate than some of those countries, but we used to say across the Western world that's not the case at all. We've just seen a milestone where in China, for the first time, possibly in history, probably in history, certainly with available records, putting aside the awful consequences of Communist Party policy under Mao Zedong and the famine, etc. years, but they now have a natural reduction occurring in their population, and that is purely around the excellent outcome of modern medicine, meaning we're living longer, which we all very much are grateful for, but a dramatically reduced fertility rate. They obviously had some social engineering policies partly associated with that, like the one-child policy, but they are in line with a lot of countries that frankly also have this issue of low fertility driven by choice of couples, perhaps to be having less children than was the case in generations gone by. And we need to make sure that on an absolute choice basis, nothing is standing in the way of people having as many children as they want to. And that's why these sorts of initiatives, like in this bill, are so vitally important, because it's everyone's decision to have children in the first place, how many, of course, they want to have, but we don't want to be in a situation where people are wanting to have that second or third child, or whatever their choice might be, but they feel that they'll be financially disadvantaged in doing so, and they don't proceed to do so. Because firstly, we love families to be as big as they can be, based on personal choice, but I certainly think that children are a blessing, and the more the better, within reason. But equally, it's also vitally important that we, for our societal cohesion and our ability to provide for everyone, particularly our ageing generations, these services and support of government that they deserve and need, we have to make sure that we're managing the population profile of our nation so that we've always got the economic capacity to provide that. And that's vitally important. And in this policy and in other policy areas, we always want to be supporting people to make their own decisions, but ensure that there's nothing that is stopping them making a decision in a certain direction because there's an economic disadvantage for that. So with those comments, I obviously commend this bill. We obviously one issue not addressed in this bill is expanding to 26 weeks, which the government has indicated is going to be occurring in a subsequent bill. I don't know why that couldn't happen in this bill, but we hope that the government intends to honour that commitment and see that bill before the House in the near future. But certainly the principles of equality and flexibility are natural attributes of the coalition. These are policy positions that we, in many cases, had in our last budget. On that basis, we support the bill, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to contribute to the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill. Speaker, as you're aware, one of the first things we did as a government was to hold the Jobs and Skills Summit, bringing together all sectors of our country to address the issues facing our nation, and together consider real solutions that will have a real and effective impact. Paid parental leave reform was one of the most frequently proposals raised at this successful Jobs and Skills Summit in September. Deputy Speaker, we made this summit one of our first priorities, and we did this because we are a sensible, proactive government, and this is another example of a sensible and practical bill addressing the issues that real-world people are facing today. This government has listened to the issues raised by everyday people, and we are responding to these issues and making sure that we make changes to create a better future. Deputy Speaker, this is a government for all Australians, and this is a government who
cares about and looks out for working families. This bill is aimed at improving the lives of working families, just like many hard-working families in my electorate of Hunter, and these families deserve a fair go. Having a child is one of the most amazing times of someone's life, but it can also come with added pressures. Families in Hunter and around Australia deserve to have financial support in place that they need so they can focus on what's important, providing the best possible start to the life of their newest member of their family. This bill is supporting better outcomes for children. Speaker, it's important that this decision to have a child should not come at a financial sacrifice for women. Women should not have to choose between having a family and maintaining an economic equality. That's why this bill is helping to advance women's economic equality. Because the time women are out of the workforce to bring a child into this world should not leave them worse off when it comes time for them to retire. And of course, Deputy Speaker, as we all know of the nation-shaping legislation that has been passed through this place, it was the Labor Party who were responsible, so it's no surprise that it was when the Labor Party were last in government in 2011 that paid parental leave scheme was first established. And I'm proud to be part of this government who are taking the most significant step to improve the scheme since its establishment. The government is modernising the paid parental leave scheme to reflect how Australian families and their needs have changed since it was established over a decade ago. Deputy Speaker, we said we would be a government who holds nobody back and leaves nobody behind. This amendment is giving those who were held back previously an opportunity to access paid parental leave and all of the benefits that come with it. Speaker, around 181,000 families will benefit from the changes in this bill, including around 4,300 parents who will gain access that would have been ineligible underneath the current scheme. That's 181 families with more support and 181,000 children with a better start in life. The current scheme was a significant introduction in 2011, but today it is not fit for purpose and does not entirely support the changing needs of a modern family in 2023. The current scheme does not do enough to provide access to fathers and parents and partners. It limits flexibility for families to choose how they take leave and transition back into the workforce. Eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. Our bill fixes these issues. We are more families' access to the government payment, making sure that parents have more flexibility in how they take leave and encourage parents to share the care, because we know and understand that in 2023 parenting is a shared responsibility more than ever before. Deputy Speaker, we are a government that gets straight on to the job. There's no fluffing around on the side of the parliament. That's why, from the 1st of July 2023, this bill will deliver 6 important changes. The current scheme offers 2 separate payments. This bill will combine these 2 existing payments into a single 20-week scheme. Speaker, I know firsthand what it's like to become a new parent, and I also know what it's like becoming a dad for the second time. It can be challenging, and it's important that the load is shared between both parents. That is why one of the changes we'll be making is reserving a portion of the scheme for each parent to support them both to take time off work after a birth or an adoption. The time you spend with your child as a newborn is invaluable, and it is an experience that you don't get many times throughout your lifetime. I know that when my girls were born, I would have loved to have had the chance to be at home with them as much as I could, but unfortunately I had to go back to work, leaving my amazing wife Alex at home to look after the girls. This is a common occurrence for many Australian families. It's just not fair on mothers, and it certainly isn't fair on the fathers. And this is exactly what ensuring both parties can take time off work will address. This is a bill which is good for both parents and children of Australia and the hunter, because when fathers take a greater caring role from the start, it benefits mums, dads and their kids. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about modernising the scheme and bringing it in line with modern parenting. Gone are the days when raising children and looking after the newborn is solely the responsibility of the mother. And it was this type of mindset that too often limited the paid parental leave scheme, making it difficult for one parent to access the payment. The changes being introduced will remove the notion of the primary and secondary carers and make it easier for both parents to access this payment. Deputy Speaker, our government wants to make sure that all families who need the support of paid parental leave scheme have the chance to access it. We know that an individual income does not tell the whole story of a family's income, and so we are expanding access to the scheme by introducing a $350,000 family income test, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test. Speaker, when you're a government in touch with the people who you represent, you understand the needs of people in the community, and we understand that not every family is the same, and that's why there is a need for increased flexibility for parents to choose how they take leave days, and that is what this bill and these changes to the paid parental leave scheme will deliver. And these changes will also allow eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespectively of whether the birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements, because again, Speaker, we're a government that leaves no one behind. Deputy Speaker, this is a bill that as a father and a man I am proud to speak on and support. This is a bill that sends a clear message that treating parenting as an equal partnership supports gender equality. This bill shows that as a government we value both men and women as carers, and I truly hope that this is reflected and reinforced in the workplaces and throughout all of our communities. Speaker, this bill brings all-round benefits. The government's paid parental leave reform is good for parents, good for kids, good for employers and good for the economy. This government is delivering a win for all, a win that we will have real benefits for real people that need it the most. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in favour of the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill that expands financial support currently provided by Australia's Paid Parental Leave Scheme. I am particularly glad to be speaking on this bill today on the United Nations International Women's Day. We still have a long way to go with women's equality in Australia. We currently rank 43rd out of 146th in the world. This is not good enough for Australia. We can do better. Improving paid parental leave is one way to improve women's economic security and improve gender equity. Deputy Speaker, paid parental leave changes lives. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, had it been in place when I had my boys, James and Nicholas, back in 2006, it would have made my time as a new mum considerably easier and far less stressful. It would have provided my husband, Michael, with an opportunity to be fully involved with the boys as babies, and it would have provided us as a family with choices that were not available to us. Numerous studies have shown that paid parental leave schemes provide invaluable assistance to Australians, Australian parents, Australian workers, Australian employers and the Australian economy overall. Without doubt, paid parental leave is one of the most important economic measures that governments can adopt to support women, Australian women. And, Deputy Speaker, when Australian women do well, their families do well and our country does well. By way of background, paid parental leave scheme, this scheme commenced on the 1st of January 2011. This bill provides amendments to extend parental leave pay from 18 weeks to 20 weeks. It will combine parental leave pay as well as dad and partner pay, forming a single payment of 20 weeks that can be shared between parents. The measure seeks to make sharing of parental leave between parents a central part of the scheme. A parent who does not have a partner at the time will also be able to claim a maximum of 20 weeks parental leave. In this way, Deputy Speaker, The bill seeks to improve gender equality by removing the current default of parental leave pay that assumes that birth parents are primary carers and that birth parents are not the primary income earners in a household. The bill expands access to paid parental leave by introducing a $350,000 income test on the family income, rather than the current individual income test, which is just over $150,000. And Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that between 2010 and 2017, it's pleasing to see that the number of women with a taxable income of more than $150,000 doubled in that period. However, currently families can be treated differently depending on which parent has the higher income. This is grossly unfair to women who are the primary income earners and does not accord with modern Australia. Indeed, when I had my boys, this was precisely what had occurred in our family under the old family tax benefit system. To clarify the way the system currently works, there could be two families, each with an identical household income. One family could be eligible because the father is the primary income earner, while the other family is ineligible because the mother is the primary income earner. Under this legislation, under this bill, families will no longer be denied access to payments just because of the income of the mother, with the introduction of a family income limit. It is expected nearly 3,000 additional parents will become eligible each year due to this measure. The bill will also put more flexibility into the paid parental leave system to allow parents to best use their parental leave payments in a manner that best suits them. Paid parental leave will consist only of flexible paid parental leave days. This measure allows parents to take parental leave in blocks as small as a day at a time, with periods of work in between, during the period starting the day the child is born and ending on the day before the child's second birthday or anniversary of care. This flexibility seeks to support mothers to return to work whenever they wish and will benefit parents who work part-time or are self-employed to continue working after a birth or adoption. Deputy Speaker, the bill also allows eligible parents to take a maximum of 2 weeks parental leave pay concurrently, assisting parents to share caring responsibilities, providing an opportunity for dads and partners to also provide care for birth parents to support their health. This will greatly assist all parents, but particularly parents of twins and multiple births. As the mother of twins, this measure is particularly supported. The bill does limit the concurrency period to ensure that parents are encouraged to return to work. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition remains committed to supporting Australian women's participation in the workforce. At its highest level, the clear benefit of paid parental leave is to increase female workforce participation. However, the health benefits for mothers cannot be overestimated. It can assist with bonding with the child, breastfeeding and recovery from childbirth. Studies have also shown that it can assist with lowering postnatal depression rates and improve new mums' mental health. Paid parental leave can also lower infant mortality. It ensures that women are not disadvantaged in their employment through their intrinsic role in childbearing. It supports economic security for women throughout their lives. It supports the health and welfare of mothers as well as their newborn children. It assists Australian parents to manage their work and parental responsibilities so that the needs of children and families may be met in the context of modern Australian society. This amended scheme will also go some way towards ensuring that working women do not unwillingly delay or avoid having children because of the financial ramifications. The scheme particularly supports first-time mums through assisting childbirth recovery, perinatal and postnatal health challenges such as premature birth. Most importantly, it supports my fundamental Liberal principles that the role of government is to facilitate an environment to enable Australians to have choice and to make decisions that are right for their individual circumstances. It enables Australian women to help to decide when they will have children. Deputy Speaker, I also support fathers being able to facilitate access to paid parental leave. Again, this enables Australian parents to make choices that are right for their individual, particular family circumstances. For dads, it can increase their parental satisfaction through time spent bonding with their baby. And I know, for us, my husband Michael would have really benefited and would have really enjoyed having more time with the boys when they were very young. It also can assist to create a more equitable division of household labour, another thing that I would also have appreciated back 16 years ago, Deputy Speaker. I also note that the Coalition has sought assurances from the government that the amendments to increase flexibility in this bill will not negatively impact upon small businesses. And at this point, I will say that I commend all those Australian businesses over many years who have introduced their own paid parental leave and assisted many of their female employees back into the workforce. I've been advised that Services Australia will provide additional support to businesses to manage the new scheme, to both minimise any economic impact and to ensure that businesses are aware of the changes to the scheme well in advance of its commencement on the 1st of July this year. I do note that in the lead up to the budget last year in October, the government announced that this scheme would be progressively increased to 26 weeks. At this stage, that hasn't been put into this bill, and I welcome that legislation from the government in due course. I do ask, though, that the government consider amending this bill to include superannuation guarantee payments on parental leave pay, as the scheme was initially envisaged. This will go some way to assist to bridge the disparity between the superannuation balances of Australian men and women, where women still lag a long way behind men. Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this is a good bill. Paid parental leave is vital for Australian mums. It is vital for Australian dads. It is integral to women's workforce participation, for mothers' physical and mental health, and for giving fathers the opportunity to be more fully involved in their children's early care. For all of the reasons I've mentioned, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to follow the member for Hughes and find myself agreeing with everything I just heard her say. I didn't hear how you started, member for Hughes, but I suspect I would have agreed with the start of it as well. Most of us in this chamber understand that society has changed. Almost unrecognisably in some ways over the last 30, 40, 50 years in the way women now expect to be able to live their lives and the things that we expect to be able to achieve. And I actually can't believe it, but I'm turning 50 this year. And when I think of my mother's experience when she had me as someone who was a teacher, and the experience of women now, professional women, when they have children, it is remarkable and so positive the changes that have happened over that 50-year period. My mother found it very hard to go back to teaching after having had me because she didn't get the support at the school for the flexibility that she needed to be able to have a baby, a young child, and be able to work full-time. And we would find that extraordinary these days, for that to be acceptable, particularly in a public school system. This bill takes us another step towards achieving the sort of society that we want to be a part of. And that is, for many of us in this place, and for almost everyone I know in my community, a society where men and women are able to equally share the joys and the burdens of childcare, particularly in the early years after they've had children. For too long now, the structure of workplaces, the culture in Australia and the expectations have made it incredibly difficult for men who want to be at home and be part of the early weeks, months and years of their children's lives to do that. As women, we often rightly talk about how important it is to have paid parental leave provisions for women and to support women to get back into the workforce, and all of the benefits individually for women, for businesses and for the economy, and quite frankly for children, of being able to see women go back into the workplace after having children. Possibly we should also talk more about how important it is to encourage and facilitate men to take on more of that child caring role earlier in their children's lives, and to help men who want to do it. And that's why, in particular, the use it or lose it provision in this legislation of 2 weeks paid parental leave is an important step towards being able to do that. We know, and others in this place have said it, and there's nothing new or remarkable in what I'm saying, but we know that the research shows that if men spend more time with their children in the time immediately after birth, then they are also more likely to be more involved in their children's lives as they grow up. And we know the benefit to children for having that relationship with their fathers. And we, of course, know the benefit to women, or, yeah, it's generally women, to having a male partner who is more involved in their children's lives and also takes on more of the unpaid work that is associated with having a family. And we know from all the census data that women still do the disproportionate amount of unpaid work around the home, often no matter how progressive that household is and how much the man and the woman in that household both want to be equal and share the burden. Again, culture, workplaces and a lack of opportunity for men to be more involved play into that unequal burden. So I'm really pleased with this legislation and everything that speakers before me have said that it will achieve for families, for productivity and for children. It is an important first step in what the Albanese government wants to achieve, and that push towards 26 weeks paid parental leave, and looking forward to the recommendations of the Women's Economic Task Force about what some of the provisions should be in that legislation. It will surprise no one to hear, after what I've just said, that I think we can also do better in terms of the use it or lose it provisions. And of course there's very difficult decisions to be made about costs of reforms, progressive reforms, in the economic sense and the benefits of them. And we can't always bring in, and particularly bring in quickly, perhaps some of the extent of the reforms that some of us would like to see. But there are other countries in the world that have a standard in paid parental leave that we should be looking to, I believe, in the future and aspiring to. We could look to Sweden, which, as I understand it, has 480 days of paid leave provided to parents, 90 of which are reserved for fathers on that use it or lose it basis. Iceland has 12 months leave, which at 80% of total salary, which can be shared between parents. That's a pretty expensive scheme, it must be said. But there are a number of countries around the world that are and have looking at that extended use it or lose it provisions, and which can point to a change in the culture in their countries as a result of introducing them. Can point to changes in data which says that men very rarely took paid parental leave or were involved in the early years of their children's lives before the introduction of use it or lose it provisions in paid parental leave. And now it's becoming a societal norm. And my contribution to this legislation is to say it is absolutely terrific, and I'm very proud to be a government that's introducing it. But to also say that norm where both men and women can be part of the early years of their children's lives and can make a decision between them about how that is balanced, that's the norm that we should be aspiring to in this country, and will go a long way towards the gender equality that everyone in this chamber wants to see achieved. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to firm, consistent and unwavering support for hard-working Australians and young families, there is no better record of decisive action by government in this place than the record of the Coalition. And the amendments in this bill build on comprehensive changes to the paid parental leave scheme that were first announced by the Coalition in the March 2022 budget. These changes, first proposed by the Coalition, were part of an enhanced paid parental leave package of reforms that were very well received by commentators, key stakeholders and the Australian working families less than a year ago. I had many in my electorate react positively to these changes when announced last year by the Coalition government, and I'm pleased that the current Labor government have progressed these positive reforms. I've had many local families who I've met with on my travels throughout the electorate talk to me about the paid parental leave scheme and the potential changes. I've met with many families who have benefited from the scheme. Of course, I've had 2 kids while the scheme has been in place, and my family have certainly benefited from it. But I've also had many constituents who've reported to me the flaws in the current scheme, the inflexibility of the income test, the challenges of the scheme in situations where the mother is a higher income earner in the household, and the challenges of sharing the leave between parents, and of course how quickly those 18 weeks go. And it is important to make the point, Deputy Speaker, that the Coalition's enhanced paid parental leave package of reforms is now mirrored almost identical measures in this bill. And these measures, of course, include the creation of a single 20-week payment under the PPL scheme by combining up to 18 weeks of paid parental leave pay with a further 2-week dad and partner pay, and introducing the combined family income limit of $350,000 in adjusted taxable income, in addition to the existing individual income limit of $156,647, which was due to apply from 1 July 2022. And this is incredibly important. Households should be treated fairly based on their combined wage, and the federal government should be using more combined household incomes as the basis for assessments for a lot more of the initiatives that the federal government undertakes throughout this country. And I could talk more about how we can make vast improvements to and equity to the tax system by going down this path, a path that would be way better for families, but I will save that debate for another time. Other measures in this bill that reflect the Coalition's enhanced paid parental leave changes include increasing the flexibility of the parental leave pay so the entire entitlement may be taken in blocks as small as a single day, with periods of paid work in between if within 2 years of birth or adoption. Again, this is about more flexibility, and of course that can only be a good thing, and certainly that's something that the young parents in my electorate have been calling for, and I think it's something that's fantastic that it's going to form part of this bill. Enhanced paid parental leave would have seen an investment of $346.1 million over 5 years to expand PPL, giving working families full choice and control over how they use the 20 weeks of taxpayer-funded paid parental leave. But well before these reforms, the Coalition's record of supporting government-funded paid parental leave goes back a long, long way, Mr Deputy Speaker. In both the 2010 and 2013 election, the Coalition's paid parental leave policy sought to deliver mothers 6 months paid parental leave based on their actual wage. And if those opposite, who today have been very self-satisfied in getting this bill this far, if they'd supported that landmark Coalition policy way back in 2010, then Australian families would have had access to one of the most generous government-funded paid parental leave schemes in the world, a scheme that would have now been in place for well over a decade. Think of how many Australian families could have been positively impacted by that coalition policy over the last decade. Think of how many Australian women could have benefited from that policy. The Coalition, better than anyone in this place, recognises both the social and economic benefits of paid parental leave. The Coalition has always been—
And the debate is unfortunately interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 143. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and you'll be granted leave to continue that debate should you require. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to present to the House petition E94579. This is a petition of 804 Australians who are asking the House to make special provisions for Bangladeshi low-skilled workers to be recruited by the Australian government agencies to fill skill shortages in rural Australians as agricultural workers, fruit pickers, low-skilled city professions on temporary work visas. And this issue goes, of course, to the labour shortage that Australians are facing, the regional shortages that we've seen across Australia. And in government, the Coalition, of course, proposed the Ag visa. This was an innovative visa attempt to show that we could bring in low-skilled workers to fill regional and rural shortages, similar to the PALM scheme, which the Coalition created and has been so successful for Pacific workers. The Ag visa was real policy reform that would deliver answers and solutions to people in regional Australia, our productive sectors that are desperate for these labour shortages. So this petition, again, is from Australians of Bangladeshi descent who know that there are pools of workers in our region, our Southeast Asian region, fantastic countries, fantastic people, willing to come here and do this work and provide and fill this labour shortage for great wages as well. I believe this is an important petition for the House. I believe that the government should relook at the decision not to proceed with the Ag visa. This is a vital piece of economic reform to make sure that we can get and fill and address a critical economic gap in our rural regions. And this petition shows there is huge support in Australia for these visas.
Thank you. And member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak of the devastating tragedy that has taken place in Turkey and Syria. Amidst the devastation, the images coming through are absolutely heartbreaking. The latest death toll from Monday's catastrophic earthquake has passed 7,800 people, with the toll expected to rise considerably. Members of my local community, including those who I know well, have lost direct family members and loved ones. The community has rallied strongly, with local organisations, mosques and businesses stepping up to support with efforts to assist with the unfolding humanitarian crisis. We're seeing shipping containers and trucks arriving from interstate into my electorate to be received and filled by generous donations and supplies from within our community. And as a government, I want to thank the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister for yesterday's announcement of an initial $10 million in humanitarian assistance to those affected. I want to join with my community in mourning relatives and loved ones who were lost and impacted by this tragedy. There will be prayers this Friday at the Meadow Heights Mosque and other places across the electorate, and I hope to be able to attend in solidarity and support. And just as the local community response has been remarkable and a measure of the human spirit, I have no doubt that the resilience of the people of Turkey and Syria will be what defines this humanitarian crisis.
Thank you. And member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge a wonderful woman in my community, Bianca Tarrant, who recently won a 2022 Shine Award in the Belief category. The awards celebrate rural Australian women making a difference. Through her business Alcow, Bianca and her partner David McGiveron changed the Australian livestock industry with their innovative practices. Several years ago, drought, bushfires, plus having no control over the pricing of their cattle, Bianca decided to sell their cattle meat online. Suddenly demand exceeded supply, so Bianca asked neighbouring farms to assist. Now over 150 farms from New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria supply free-range and organic lamb, chicken and pork to our cow, and they employ 53 people. Congratulations, Bianca, on your award. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge Naomi Moran, who recently won a Shine Award in the Spirit category. The awards celebrate rural Australian women making a difference. When floods swept through Lismore in 2022, Naomi, the General Manager of the National Indigenous publication, the Koori Mail, took the decision to suspend the publication to concentrate on community aid and set up a community hub. This hub distributed food, supplies, tools, equipment and wellbeing support. Their kitchen was providing up to 1,000 meals a day. Congratulations on your award and thank you, Naomi. Also a special shout out to Marina Toby, Monica Laurie, Nicole Roberts, Jackie Laurie, Rose Walker, Melissa Ladkin, Kiralee Dawn and Ella Bancroft and all the other volunteers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute and express my condolences on the death of Paul Richardson, who served as a director in the United Workers' Union and as Assistant National Secretary of the National Union of Workers. I worked with Paul and admired him. I admired Paul's commitment to the Labor movement, his fierce intellect, his gruffness, his generosity and his terrific sense of humour. I admired the way Paul demonstrated discipline, professionalism, but also fostered a sense of fun and family in the union. Paul's sharp mind and his incredible, phenomenal attention to detail were practically superhuman, and his powerful skills made him an outstanding advocate for workers, as well as a very important addition to the Victorian Labor Party's Rules Committee. Paul loved his wife Susie and daughter Katja, and my sympathies are with them, his family, his friends and the many union members and colleagues who knew him. Paul's funeral was standing room only, with mourners spilling out of the chapel. He was so loved, respected and admired, and will be very sorely missed. Thank you, Paul, for all you did for working people in this country. You will be missed and you will be remembered. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, it's really exciting that in just 10 days' time, Sydney will be the first city in the Southern Hemisphere to host World Pride. This is an incredible opportunity to celebrate our amazing LGBTQ community in a city renowned for its diversity, inclusivity and our proud LGBTQ population, many of whom live and work in Wentworth. I'm so proud to represent such a diverse and inclusive electorate, and it's amazing to see how our community is embracing the spirit of World Pride so thoroughly. From North Bondi Surf Life Club's new Rainbow Surfboards, to a variety of local council events, art exhibitions and family activities, there is so much going on. And I'm so delighted that members of the Wentworth's LGBTQ community will be joining me on the Independence for Inclusion float at the 45th Mardi Gras Parade. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight a very special project opening in Darlinghurst this month, just over the border from Wentworth, Qtopia, which will be Sydney's first queer museum. Originally conceived by leading HIV researcher, the late Professor David Cooper, Qtopia will highlight the brave stories and resilience of Sydney's LGBTQ community. It's a long overdue addition to our city's history, and I can't wait to visit. World Pride is a chance for us to be proud of how far we've come, but it's also a reminder of how much work we still have to do to support and protect our LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I, like most members in this place, celebrated Australia Day with their local communities in their electorate. For many of us, like myself, this was my first Australia Day as their local member. I had the privilege of attending events and ceremonies held by the town of Gawler, where I gave the Australia Day breakfast address, along with ceremonies held by the City of Salisbury and the City of Playford. With events running from 7 a.m. till 4 p.m. in the afternoon, it was quite the day. I'd like to acknowledge some of the Council's award winners, for this is a time to recognise the quiet achievements and contributions of many unsung heroes in our community of Spence. I'd like to give particular praise to Georgie Thomas from the Mustard Seed Project and Joel Kilnowalski, the City of Salisbury and City of Playford Citizens of the Year respectively, and to Neil Sanders and Jules Reid from Gawler Park Run, who jointly hold the title of Citizen of the Year for the town of Gawler. I'd like to give honourable mentions to some other award winners: Nathan Kopic, Seth Powell, Cheryl Jury, Jack Gill, Gail Joyce, Madeline Prince, Jeff Meikle, Kasem Barmanzada, Namiki Thomas, and lastly to Alex Coates from the Lions Club of Salisbury. Congratulations and thank you for making our local community, the electorate of Spence, just that little bit better.
Thank you. Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The NDIS and its mind-boggling bureaucracy dominates the lives of many members of the Goldstein community. Reapplying for packages and finding the right care have combined to become a full-time job for carers and people with disabilities trying to engage with the system. Therefore, I was pleased that the Minister for the NDIS and Government Services, Bill Shorten, took the time last week to visit Goldstein to participate in a public forum to engage directly with our community. As the Minister told the full room, there is an NDIS review underway to report towards the end of the year, but feedback received now can be folded into the system now. Through this direct engagement, the system will be improved. It must be, and only then will support for what is a costly but much-needed service be maintained. The Minister also joined me in a session with Jam Music Therapy, which supports people with neurodevelopmental disabilities making music together. Unlike most allied health professionals, music therapists are subject to GST under the NDIS, which cuts into users' funds. This, I would argue, should change. It was appreciated by all the participants that the Minister took the time now to implement change based on their real-world experience. Thanks to all those who came. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to reflect on a generous and kind-hearted community organisation that is very active in the electorate of Pearce. The group is the Sri Kuchi Lever Patel community, affectionately known as SKLPCWA. This year marks a very special anniversary for the community, which is celebrating its 20th year, an important and impressive milestone. I was honoured to attend their 20th year anniversary event over the weekend. And the SKLPCWA is all about heart and the human connection. This care for others is what makes community. It is particularly important in an electorate as diverse as Pearce, where 42% of our community were born overseas. We have a wonderful mix of cultures in our electorate. This organisation aims to provide opportunities to develop social values for the benefit of community through culture, sports, education and social activities. Just one example is raising money to provide wheelchairs for those who need them, and 340 wheelchairs were sent to a special school in Mombasa in a shipping container. This community generosity, in conjunction with the well-known Wheelchair for Kids, a volunteer-based not-for-profit organisation, shows the heart of SKLPCWA. The community also helps young students by providing tutoring and supporting students to achieve their best results. I congratulate the community group. We wish them well for 2 decades of two decades of service to others, and we know it will continue.
Member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Actor Kevin Costner famously said, "Build it and they will come." Well, here we are on the eve of what is set to be a great first season for our newest National Rugby League team, the Dolphins, backed by a strong lineup that has attracted new supporters over Queensland. Led by legendary Supercoach Wayne Bennett, the 2023 NRL season is set to be a truly exciting round of sporting skill and mastery. And I'd like to thank the Dolphins for the invitation to their inaugural season launch last week. It was a fantastic night and it was great to see the men pumped up and itching to get on the field for their first official match against the Sydney Roosters on March 5. I had the opportunity to meet the new captain, Jesse Bromwich, who's prop for the Dolphins, a great leader. A total of $8 million was invested by the former coalition government to build a world-class facility at the heart of the peninsula that has been utilised by many in the community. This was Dolphins Stadium. So certainly we built it, and now they're in the NRL. We've had games there, including the Brisbane Roar A-League games, women's matches, and so many other matches that have brought people to the community into East Queensland. I'm immensely proud to stand here today and reflect on the sheer power of what started as a grassroots campaign back in 2015 to see the Dolphins in the NRL. Our region will go from strength to strength.
Thank you, Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last night I met with Hemochromatosis Australia at the invitation of Boothby resident Matthew Howie, whom I met door-knocking last year. Hemochromatosis is an inherited disease which essentially means that people have too much iron in their system. 1 in 200 Australians have the genetic predisposition to develop it. Excess iron is stored in organs and joints and leads to very non-specific symptoms such as fatigue and joint pain. This leads to delayed diagnosis or misdiagnosis. However, early detection and treatment is vital, as untreated it can lead to cirrhosis of the liver, liver cancer, diabetes, heart disease and early death. And treatment is as easy as giving blood regularly. Professor John Olenek, a consultant gastroenterologist and hepatologist at the Fiona Stanley Hospital, told us that hemochromatosis costs the Australian health system over $280 million per year, and that alternate pathways to diagnosis, including screening of at-risk individuals, has potential to save the Medicare system significantly and provide a better population-based outcome. I was pleased to hear that the hemochromatosis treatment pathway has been developed in many states and is under development in my home state of South Australia. Prevention and early intervention is always cheaper and more effective than treating the complex conditions that a disease such as this can cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd rise to say that if you're born in Tamworth in a hospital in a bed next to someone else, another child who's been born, then you would expect that both people would have the same rights. They go back to the same town, they live in houses next door to one another. But what this proposed constitutional change, the so-called voice, does is it says that one person is endowed by our constitution with a greater proportion of rights than the person born in the bed beside them. This is something I think should be inalienable. It's anathema that we should be defining in our constitution people on the premise of either race or religion or creed. It is an issue. It's an issue that, and right even now we're being interrupted. It's an issue that also pertains to what we actually say to the people who live in one house next door to another one. We can say to them that you have access to this democratic right that that person doesn't have. How do we explain that? And I live in an electorate with the 6th largest Indigenous population in Australia. What we have also note that it's a swindle. The idea that they will incorporate the voice, but they don't actually tell us what the voice is. And the voice, inevitably, when it goes into the Constitution, will be interpreted by the High Court. And this will lead to a plethora of cases, as so many people will have standing and the capacity to challenge things. It will be a case that divides Australia up. It is something that is a swindle, because unless the Labor Party is truthful, they are not being up.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm going to tell you all today a story about love. I rise to acknowledge two beautiful community members, Mr Thomas and Miss June Rodwell of Niagara Park in my electorate of Robertson, a beautiful couple. Mr and Mrs Rodwell celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary on June 17, 2023, and I was fortunate enough to call in and congratulate them on this milestone. It was a delight to be able to meet with Mr and Mrs Rodwell and listen to their amazing stories about how they met and the many highlights they have both shared together throughout their lives. Mr and Mrs Rodwell met in Cooma and married in 1953, and the couple have raised 2 children together and have enjoyed a pleasant life on the New South Wales Central Coast. Both told me that they are avid AFL fans and regularly dance together. Mr Rodwell imparted some advice for longevity in marriage and said, "Those that do things together, stay together." And Miss Rodwell said, "Be understanding and be kind to each other." To Mr and Mrs Rodwell, again, a very big congratulations on your 70 years of marriage and my best wishes for the future.
Thank you. Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently met with little Mila, who has cystic fibrosis, and her parents, Jamie and Mitchell, to discuss the urgent need for Trikafta to be added to the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. Every day, Mila battles this devastating illness through multiple medications and physiotherapy treatments. Yet there is hope for Mila and many other children like her who suffer daily. Trikafta is a miracle drug that can prevent further deterioration of their lungs and airways, limiting the damage on their body. Last year, the Coalition Government recognised the critical need to add Trikafta to the PBS and made it available for those aged 12 and over. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee approved Trikafta for use for children between the ages of 6 and 11 before Christmas last year. Unfortunately, this has not turned out to be the Christmas present families were hoping for. 2 months have gone by and the bureaucratic red tape is delaying access to this treatment. Costing over $250,000 a year to access Trikafta, this leaves the medication out of reach for most children. Once on the PBS, 90% of those suffering from cystic fibrosis can be treated. These children don't have the luxury of time on their side. The sooner this is placed on the PBS, the sooner the life-altering conditions associated with cystic fibrosis can be halted. This needs to be done urgently so children like Mila can look forward to a long and healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Holt.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What makes us proud to call this country home is our continuous affirmation of a shared commitment towards respecting Australia, Australians, Australian institutions and Australian values, regardless of our diverse backgrounds. The diversity of this country makes Australia a much more wonderful place to live in. Our unity in diversity continues to be among our greatest strengths. It grows stronger when we stand together in unity and compassion against all forms of hate and violence. Australians are bestowed with the several freedoms, including speech, religion, and to engage in peaceful protest. With these freedoms comes a set of important responsibilities. I believe the most important of these is our responsibility to respect each other, to use peaceful means, to abide by the law, and to live in harmony. The vandalism of places of worship and the incidents of violence we've seen in the last few weeks in Melbourne is completely unacceptable in our multicultural and multi-faith society. This government stands firmly against violence and vandalism of any kind, and I am pleased with Victoria Police's response and fully support their investigation into these hateful acts. Thank the House.
Thank you. Member for Nichols.
National cultural policy, I want to speak about how regional arts are so often delivered, and it's mostly done by locals, wonderfully creative and artistic people like Jamie Lee. Jamie is a young woman in my electorate who, from the age of 15, has had a hand in so many musical, cultural and arts events in the region. One of her signature events is the Secret Garden gig, and I've hosted and played at one such event. I did a version of Radiohead's Subterranean Homesick Alien for those who are interested. Another event was in a disused quarry, in a choir singing Solid Rock by Goanna in front of a sheer cliff of solid rock, celebrating a real spirit of place. And this is what Jamie does. She brings people together and gives a platform to artists. She does this because she loves what she calls her village, Greater Shepparton, the place that raised and nurtured her. And what an amazing dividend the village got, a highly energetic champion of the arts who lifts so many people up through an opportunity to perform. We are told the national cultural policy includes more funding for the regional arts, and I hope it does, and I hope it facilitates more work from people like Jamie Lee, people who have the capacity and commitment of bringing arts and culture to their village and to continue to inspire their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the Canberra community observed the 20th anniversary of the devastating 2003 Canberra fires. Hundreds of homes were destroyed, and sadly, it claimed the lives of 4 Bean locals: Dorothy McGrath, Alison Tenner, Peter Brook and Doug Fraser. What initially started as 4 separated fires fused together and created something that we as a city had not faced before. Its ferociousness caught everyone by surprise. Cyclone-strength winds and fire tornadoes. It was a firestorm. At the height of this crisis, our city's brave first responders rose to the challenge. ACT police were assisting with evacuations. Fire crews from the ACT in New South Wales were in Morant Circuit in Canberra working to save houses, and ACT paramedics were on the streets conducting welfare checks to those that had stayed to defend their property. Deputy Speaker, I remember that day well, coming over the crest of High Marsh Drive towards the Woden Valley to a sky that was black and orange on the way to assist my parents in Farrer. My electorate of Bean covers areas that were affected, particularly in Duffy, Holder, Chapman, Canberra and Yuriara, and it does not take long for me to run into a resident that was affected by the 2003 bushfires. Lessons were learned, and the ACT now stands ready to deliver the best response for future fires. I would encourage Canberrans and colleagues to take some time to visit the ACT Bushfire Memorial in Stromo Forest Park to remember those lives lost and houses damaged.
Time's expired. Member for Farrer.
I rise to honour the life of an extraordinary woman. Patricia Gould from Albury died aged 87 years 10 days ago. There are not many people who spend their final days living directly opposite a green space and family playground named in their honour. Patricia, or Pat, was awarded an OAM in 2004, among a range of honours during 43 years of service to local government. By then, she hadn't even finished as one of Australia's longest-serving female councillors, including 7 terms as mayor before retiring in 2016. But Pat was much more than accumulating plaques and milestones. At her heart, she was a caring wife to husband Noel and mother to 5 sons. As the family grew and left the nest, by her own recollection, Pat would eventually assist no fewer than 73 community groups and organisations. Among her proudest accomplishments was establishing Albury's family daycare program and the inception of the Upper Murray Regional Library. Through her life, Pat had an unwavering affection and devotion to both her city and family, delivered with poise and decency. Kylie King, Albury's current mayor, had this tribute: "Our beautiful city would simply not be what it is today without her leadership, determination and forward-thinking, and we, as a community, have much to be thankful for." Leaving behind her children and their wives, 9 grandchildren and a great-grandson, Patricia Gould's funeral will be held in Albury tomorrow. May she rest in peace.
Member for Lawler.
Here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, for almost a decade, under those opposite, life got tough for people that I represent in the fastest-growing community in this country. My community is characterised by people seeking affordable housing from low and middle income brackets. Imagine my surprise when I read the headline this morning that the Leader of the Opposition declared himself and the Liberal Party the party for the working class.
What a shame.
Imagine. This is from the party that, under their robo-debt scheme, targeted low and middle income earners with debt notices for times that they'd accessed our financial safety net. Lots of people in my community. Imagine my surprise. The once health minister responsible for a Medicare freeze and responsible for programs where my community was cut and GP clinics couldn't attract new GPs. Imagine my surprise. The leader of the party that's voting against a safeguard mechanism that will support households in my electorate with energy bills. Imagine my surprise. In contrast, cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, free TAFE, and we're boosting wages for low-income earners, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Barawa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's likely today that in my electorate around 4,000 people are directly impacted by an illness that's limiting the quality of their life and could easily lead to their death within a few years. It's also likely many of them are not aware. That illness is heart valve disease, or severe aortic stenosis, caused when the valves calcify so that they don't close properly. Left untreated, it can lead to heart failure and even death. Calcifying of the arteries can happen to anyone regardless of diet, and the symptoms, shortness of breath and fatigue, are very often misattributed to getting older. The survival rate, if left untreated, is worse than breast cancer. The good news is that the treatments for severe aortic stenosis are very effective. Transcatheter aortic valve implementation is a procedure where a catheter is placed in an artery in the groin and guided into the heart. The patient's awake during the procedure and does not require intensive care admission or cardiac rehabilitation and can return home within 48 hours. I recently met with Amy Davis from my electorate to talk about the work of Edwards Life Sciences that they're doing in this area. The Coalition Government made heart health checks with full Medicare reimbursements part of the MBS in 2019, and this should continue. And having a doctor listen to your heart with a stethoscope should be part of a standard GP visit. I encourage anyone over the age of 65 and anyone with symptoms to speak with their doctor about having a heart health check. A simple listening to your heart by your GP could actually save your life.
Order. The member for Werriwa has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. It was my pleasure to recently attend the Lunar New Year celebrations at the Minglei Temple conducted by the Australian Chinese Buddhist Society. I was warmly welcomed by Chairman James Chan and President Vincent Kong at the event. I appreciate the organisation of so many volunteers who ensure that this event runs smoothly every year. The Australian Chinese Buddhist Society supports local community and has been at the forefront of organisations with significant donations for flood and bushfire victims. The temple is one of the largest in the Southern Hemisphere, and I was joined by a number of community leaders who spoke how the community values the temple. It was wonderful to have the member for Reid at the celebration, and I thank her and her mum for her insights of worshipping at the temple as a child and important events in her family's life. The event was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, and it's known as the Universal Birthday. The rabbit symbolises mercy, elegance, beauty, and is the luckiest of the 12 animals. People born in the year of the rabbit are calm and peaceful. Thank you again for your hospitality, and I wish all those in my community celebrating Happy Lunar New Year.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Before I call on questions, I'd like to inform the House that seated in the Distinguished Visitors Gallery today is His Excellency General Teo Matan Roak, the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, accompanied by the Foreign Minister Adelgisa Magno and Her Excellency Inez Almeida, also of the Ambassador for the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. A very warm welcome to you all. And I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and it is indeed my pleasure to also welcome Prime Minister Teo Matan Ruak to the Australian Parliament. And I thank the Prime Minister for his personal support for the important partnership between Australia and Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste and Australia are more than just near neighbours. We share a strong and a vibrant friendship. This relationship was forged, of course, during World War II, when the people of Timor-Leste saved many Australian lives, and at great cost to themselves. One of those lives that they saved was my mentor, Tommy Wren, who was, of course, captured on Timor, along with other members of Sparrow Force and other forces that were there during World War II. The Timorese literally put their lives on the line to save Australian lives. And I know that at the memorial that's there in Marrickville Park in my electorate, there's a tribute to the courage of the Timorese. Our friendship has grown even stronger in the decades since, particularly since independence. In 2019, I was very honoured to visit Dili with the then Prime Minister Morrison, for the 20th anniversary of the independence referendum. It took enormous sacrifices for Timor-Leste to achieve its sovereignty, and I want to acknowledge that today, as well as the efforts by leaders since then to make democracy work. Today, with this visit, the Prime Minister and I reaffirm the bond between our nations and our commitment to deepening it further. We've discussed defence and economic cooperation, labour mobility, and our joint commitment to security and prosperity of the region. And we know that important projects, including the Greater Sunrise Project that we discussed today, I discussed it with Woodside last week when I was in Perth, important for the future development of Timor-Leste. I am incredibly optimistic about our future. Timor-Leste has a lot of friends in Australia, and everyone in this chamber can be counted upon as part of that. So again, I thank you, Prime Minister, for bringing your delegation here today. You are very, very welcome.
And I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, to Prime Minister, Your Excellency Teo Matan Ruak, thank you very much for being here today, as well as your Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, Her Excellency Adelgisa Magno, and the Ambassador. To the three of you, most welcome guests, and on behalf of the Coalition, it's a great honour to have you in the chamber with us today. In his memoir, the Honourable Sir Peter Cosgrove reflected on his time commanding the multinational peacekeeping forces in East Timor. He spoke of the stoicism of the cohesion and the energy of your national community, of the hardy nature of your people, of the generosity of spirit that exists in the hearts of East Timorese. Our two countries' relationship is characterised by a deep and abiding friendship, a friendship forged by our interlocked histories, our shared neighbourhood in and peaceful outlook for the region, and the mutual respect which exists between our people. Prime Minister Ruak, in 2007, Australian Prime Minister John Howard wrote about the difficult and demanding task which faced your people in building a sustainable, democratic and prosperous future. It is something you know more than most. As a former freedom fighter, Chief of the Defence Force, Human Rights Award recipient and President of your country, 16 years on from Prime Minister Howard's remarks, Australians look on with admiration at what East Timorese have accomplished. Our two countries today are dear friends, and we share a very strong future as friends and as partners.
Questions without notice, and I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on the earthquake in Turkey and Syria and what the Australian government is doing in response?
Call the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question and for his support for the government action up to this point, and I welcome the Turkish Ambassador, His Excellency Ufuk Gazar, here in the gallery this afternoon. On behalf of the Government, the Parliament and the people of Australia, I extend my deepest condolences to all those affected by the devastating earthquakes and aftershocks in Turkey, in Syria and neighbouring countries. Our hearts are heavy. It is impossible to look away from the terrible and heartbreaking scenes of loss. There's a terrible scale of the devastation, whole blocks levelled and buried. But the real devastation, of course, is for people. There are the small images of unimaginable pain, a parent searching desperately for a child, a newborn girl rescued from the rubble whose mother will never hold her in her arms. This is a disaster that at first seems so vast as to almost be beyond comprehension, but every tragedy is happening on a very human scale. Every loss, every moment of grief, fear and desperation. We know that at least 4,500 lives have been lost. We know those figures will continue to rise. Many more than that have been injured. So many Australians have families in Turkey and Syria and the region, and I can only imagine the depth of their anxiety as they await news. Our immediate priority is the safety of Australian citizens and permanent residents affected by the earthquakes. Our embassies in Ankara, Istanbul and Beirut are assisting Australians in these areas. I'm pleased to confirm that Australia will deploy an urban search and rescue team of up to 72 personnel to Turkey to assist local authorities. These urban search and rescue specialists are highly trained to locate, deliver medical assistance to and remove victims who have been trapped or impacted by a structural collapse. Our National Emergency Management Agency, or NEMA, is working closely with Fire and Rescue New South Wales, DFAT and the ADF to coordinate the deployment as soon as possible, with an aim to have people on the ground by the end of this week. I want to thank the personnel and their families in advance once again. They're willing to support people wherever support is needed. And I'm sure I speak for all Australians when I wish them all a safe journey. We're also providing an initial $10 million in humanitarian assistance to trusted partners in the region, and I thank the Parliament for its bipartisan support for that commitment. This will support the delivery of food, shelter and other essential supplies. I know many Australians will want to help too. The most effective way is to donate to one of the Australian non-government organisations such as the Red Cross, who are appealing for support.
And I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, I want to say thank you very much to the Prime Minister, to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Minister for Defence and others within the National Security Committee of Cabinet who would have contemplated these images and taken the advice from our authorities. Australians can see in their government and in their opposition an absolute bipartisan position in providing support where it's needed to friends in their hour of need. It's been the history of our country, a very proud history where we've been able to step up through the systems and the training and the expertise that we've developed over a long period of time to lend a helpful hand to people in efforts to recover from devastation. We especially think at the moment of Australians who may have been caught up in this disaster, and of course, as the Prime Minister points out, families of Australians and friends of Australians who have been affected. Thousands have been killed. The Prime Minister mentioned a figure before. I read online earlier, perhaps more than 7,000 people. We just don't know. But an unimaginable number of people, their homes and essential infrastructure in ruins, ancient historical sites have been damaged or destroyed. And as is the case with such disasters, only in coming days and weeks and months will a clearer picture emerge of the number of people who have lost their lives. So a very confronting image online earlier of a man who was holding the hand of his 15-year-old daughter, still laying in her bed but crushed by a slab of concrete. Hesmet Hanser was his name, and his 15-year-old daughter, Ermac. She lay there deceased, he not flinching nor prepared to leave the scene until she could be recovered. Another confronting scene of a man standing up against a wall of rubble, within his hands simply a sledgehammer, a task that would take an excavator weeks or machinery weeks to deal with, and yet he wanted to do what he could by his family. And those scenes and those names, whilst they're at far distance from our shores, should not be forgotten and should not drift from our minds. If there is more that the Australian government is called upon to do and sees fit to do, then the coalition will provide that support, Prime Minister. And the pace at which the government's responded is to be acknowledged and recognised. And when you talk about an earthquake of this magnitude of 7.8 and the circumstances that we've outlined, it is phenomenal. And we have an obligation to support our friends around the world, and the work that DFAT does in keeping Australians here informed of their loved ones overseas shouldn't be underestimated at a time when there's great anxiety for many, many Australians, and we stand united with the government in providing that support.
And I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Now, changing pace slightly, I'm sorry. My question is to the Prime Minister. Before the election, this Prime Minister promised that families will be better off under a Labor government. Yet there is no relief in sight, and under Labor, families are worse off day by day. There have been 8 successive rate rises under this Prime Minister. Mortgage repayments have increased by $1,400 for a typical Australian family since Labor was elected, and the Prime Minister has not outlined a plan to deal with rising inflation. I ask the Prime Minister, when will he prioritise Australian families and small businesses and help them with the cost of living crisis they are facing?
I call the Prime Minister.
Well, we prioritise supporting families and small business every day. Those opposite come in here and vote against relief for families and small business every day. And last December, they came in here and voted against a $1.5 billion package. They voted against it. They raise inflation. Well, here's what the bloke opposite had to say. Nobody wants to see interest rates go up, but it's a reality of a world where there's inflation. I think Australians understand that.
Member for Moncrief.
There's a lot of pressure, upward pressure, on interest rates at the moment. That's what he had to say as a minister in the Morrison government. As a minister in the Morrison government when interest rates started going up. And the Shadow Treasurer,
Member for Hume and Barker will cease to ejecting.
The Shadow Treasurer barks across the chamber, but he had to say, at the same time, we're facing circumstances in what's happening in the Ukraine and Russia that were not expected and very hard to predict. These pressures are driven by extenuating circumstances. Mr. Speaker, their hypocrisy knows no bounds. Right. Their hypocrisy knows no bounds. They come in here, and they have no actually constructive plans to put forward. They come in here and they vote against our energy price relief plan.
Leader of the Nationals
They vote
will cease
against free
interjecting.
take. They voted against electric vehicle discount. They vote against wages going up. They went up there, the people who speak about people under pressure, when we went up, remember during the election campaign, the idea of a $1 an hour increase was going to wreck the economy. It was reckless. It was irresponsible. Those opposite say no to price caps from big energy companies. They say no to price caps. They say no to $1.5 billion in direct price relief, bill relief. And of course, they won't ever take serious action when it comes to dealing with these issues. But I just say to them, if you just get out of the way when people do have positive suggestions and plans, such as we are already implementing to address the cost of living pressures which are out there.
Order. There's far too much noise on my left and right. When the House comes to order and there is complete silence, give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How has the Albanese Labor government changed previous practices in order to prioritise delivering key procurements and projects with local industry to guarantee Australia's national security?
I call the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his advocacy for South Australian defence industry. In December of 2013, Treasurer Joe Hockey stood at this very dispatch box and said to the Australian car industry, either you're here or you're not. And with that they left. Thousands of jobs gone. Capability lost. This was the highest tech, most complex manufacturing that we did in Australia, and the fundamentalist economic policies of those opposite laid waste to the jewel of Australian manufacturing. And for all the hoopla that we've seen afterwards, the honest truth is that their attitude to industry policy was reflected in their attitude to defence industry. Almost their first decision was to see Australia's supply ship be built in Spain, and thus they exposed the workforce at the Osborne shipyard in Adelaide to a valley of death. They wanted to have our next generation of submarines built in Japan, and so began 10 years of dithering around our submarine capability. On with the Japanese, off with the Japanese, on with the French, off with the French, so that after almost 10 years in office we saw no submarine steel cut in Adelaide under this government, and they exposed the country to a dangerous capability gap with our submarines, which we have been left to fix. Big on announcement, short on delivery. The truth of defence industry over there was 28 different programs running a combined 97 years over time. And they never understood the strategic rationale for defence industry, the way in which it can build Australia's strategic weight, how we can be taken more seriously around the world. When Austal, an Australian shipbuilder building 12% of the American surface fleet, ships being designed in Fremantle, were bidding for the next generation of Australian frigates, those opposite did absolutely nothing. Indeed, the number of former ministers who visited Austal's shipyard in Mobile, Alabama during that period of time was precisely zero. Well, this government is very different. In the very near future, we will be announcing the optimal pathway to build Australia's nuclear-powered submarines, and at the heart of that will be developing the capacity as soon as possible to see nuclear-powered submarines built in Adelaide. High-tech, high-skilled, transformative industry, because we are a government which is committed to seeing Australia being a country which makes things. We are a government which is committed to seeing our key defence assets being built in this country to drive Australian industry and to keep Australians safe.
Before I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, there is far too much noise in the chamber, from both sides of the chamber. This cannot continue, and if it does, I'll take action. I can't be clearer than that. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his promise to always fess up and correct the record when he gets it wrong. Last year, the RBA Governor apologised to any Australian affected by his advice that interest rates would stay low. Prior to the election, the Prime Minister went even further than Governor Lowe and actually promised cheaper mortgages. Why has the Prime Minister failed to offer the same apology? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence. I give him the call.
Thanks for the question. Well, I'm going to. The member for Cook has had a bit to say in their party room, so I'm going to add to his public statements now with what he said about shared equity schemes and what it would do, which is the question that I'm asked about. What the member for Cook said was this. We suggested that the government take out of that $8 billion they have put aside.
Prime Minister will pause for a moment. I cannot hear a word the Prime Minister is saying. The member for Page is warned. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. I call the Prime Minister and I want to hear what the Prime Minister is saying.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asked about shared equity schemes, and I'm quoting the member for Cook. I'm quoting the member for Cook because shared equity mortgages are a really great opportunity. That's what they had to say. And you know what he said? Why he said it was a great opportunity? He said this, and that you can reduce your payments. That's what he had to say about shared equity. We need some more options for people to stay in their homes and shared equity.
Prime Minister will pause a moment. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
On a point of order and relevance, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to reduce interest rates.
Resume your seat. That is not a point of order. Resume your seat. The Prime Minister was asked a question about election commitments regarding mortgages and the prices and about the costs imposed with interest rates. The Prime Minister is in order. He's answering the question about his election commitments, and I give him the call.
And the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has asked a question about our election campaign launch, which is about our shared equity scheme, our Help to Buy scheme, launched in Perth. You remember Perth? I'll give you a reminder. Swan, Pearce, Sandy, Hasler.
Order.
You remember Perth?
The Prime Minister will return to the question. The Prime Minister will return to the question.
Perth?
The Prime Minister will return to the question.
When we announced the shared equity scheme, we did so because in WA it has existed for some time. In Victoria there's now a scheme, and of course the Liberal government in New South Wales has announced a scheme as well. But I'm also asked about the context of helping out cost of living.
Members on my left.
Those opposite and the Leader of the Opposition had an idea when he was the Minister about cost of living. The first chance he got, he wanted to raise the cost of seeing a GP by $7. His other big idea was to raise the cost of prescriptions by $5. We've gone down by $12.50, they went up by $5. But of course there's a link between primary health care and emergency departments, so let's not think that this wasn't a comprehensive plan, because he also wanted to, here's his idea, The government will remove the restrictions on state and territory governments that prevent hospital emergency departments charging a fee for presentation. He wanted to charge people for fronting up to emergency departments. He wanted to charge people for going to the GP, and he wanted to lift the price of medicines. That was his plan on cost of living.
Has concluded. When the House comes to order, the member for Longman is warned. Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. Manufacturers in my electorate have created secure, high-skill, high-wage jobs for decades and play an important role in underpinning the prosperity in Spence. What is the government doing to support manufacturing businesses in my electorate, and what obstacles is it facing?
Order. I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. And I also want to ask me a question. I want to thank the member for Spence for that question. The member for Spence has the great place of Elizabeth in it, that had a great heritage. A lot of auto workers employed in there that were very proud to make Australian-made cars. So I'm very grateful for that. And we know, like the Australian public knows, that manufacturing matters, creates great, secure, well-paid, full-time employment for Australians. And as much as it's an economic imperative for this country to manufacture more, as we learnt in the pandemic, it's also important from a geopolitical point of view because we've had so much of our production dependent on just one country, and the impact on supply chains huge. So we need, particularly in the key priority areas of the National Reconstruction Fund, to revitalise manufacturing, and this has been a big part of what we are trying to do across a range of areas to make sure that we change what we were left with by those opposite. We are the lowest producers of manufactured goods we consume in the OECD. So it's a big priority. So the NRF bill that we put has been here in the chamber since December. We've offered in-depth briefings to the coalition on that. Yet the opposition, they can't help but other than to oppose. It's always about opposition. And every time on the big issues that involves Australian industry in this country, never there. They weren't there. We had a Liberal Defence Minister who said you wouldn't trust Australian shipbuilders to build a canoe. Liberal Minister. A Liberal Treasurer here who dared car makers to leave. Those opposite tried to stop the national broadband network and then had to crawl back to do the right thing. And they opposed the Button Plan as well, superannuation, all the big calls. They've continually opposed, never been there. And when they had a chance to support manufacturers with the energy relief bill that we put through, where manufacturers needed access to better priced gas, they voted against it. They voted against Australian manufacturing continually. And they have learnt nothing, they stand for nothing, they deliver nothing, they oppose everything. That is their standard. But I just want to make this point. You cannot be a party of the working class and pull the rug out from underneath the working class in the way your government did with manufacturing in this country. An absolutely shameful chapter.
Order. Before I call them in for Mayo, I'll give the call to the Deputy Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to table the paper that he's reading off, in particular so we can ascertain the quality and the Australian-made nature of the paper that he's reading off?
Was the Minister reading from... Order. Members on my right. The member for Hasluck. Was the Minister reading from confidential documents? I give the call. Order. Members on my left. Give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. The National Redress Scheme was designed to provide financial compensation to victims of child sex abuse as recommended by the Royal Commission. Applicants have been told it will take a further 18 months to process and they will not receive a gold card despite the Royal Commission recommendation. Will the minister advise how the claim process can be improved to reduce the trauma of time and whether the provision of a gold card will be introduced into the scheme's compensation package?
The call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Mayo for that question. Since becoming the Minister for Social Services, I've taken particular interest in the redress scheme, and I've had a number of important meetings where I've been able to discuss progress, firstly with my ministerial colleagues, state and territory colleagues, where we look to address the outstanding recommendations of the second-year review. The gold card was not one of those recommendations of the second-year review, but we are working through those issues and hopefully we will be reporting early next year when it comes to finalising that important work. I also held a roundtable, a significant forum with victim survivors as well with those delivering the redress scheme. And we talked about some of the challenges around applications. Of course, dealing with applications in a timely manner is critically important. Although it was noted that in July last year the scheme had gone online and there hadn't been appropriate resources allocated by the former government to deal with the influx of applications. In the October budget, I allocated an extra $15 million to deal with the application backlog. In saying that, I would like to note that the time it does take a participant to go through to redress is not always the processing time. Sometimes it can be at the participant's request. They would like to pause because it becomes emotionally incredibly distressing, and so at times it's directed by those being part of the scheme, wanting to pause that. Also gathering information from institutions. Sometimes those institutions are defunct and not able to provide it, and that does delay. But in terms of application delay, that is something I'm very mindful of. As I said, we've allocated extra resources in the most recent budget, and I look forward to continuing to work on how we best support people through that process, particularly making sure that those services that are funded to help them through in a trauma-informed way are done, and the application process within my department is also operating at its best.
Give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the National Reconstruction Fund help to address some of the challenges, opportunities and risks facing the Australian economy?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Holt for her question and for the characteristically thoughtful contribution she made just before question time earlier today. Mr Speaker, we said we'd create a National Reconstruction Fund, and we are. I pay tribute to the former Shadow Minister, to the Minister, the Prime Minister, for making progress on this really important part of our economic plan. The need for the National Reconstruction Fund is really clear. When we came to office, there were obvious weaknesses in our supply chains. There were obvious consequences from a decade of energy policy chaos, and our industrial base wasn't wide enough or deep enough. And all of that meant that our economy wasn't resilient enough at a time of extreme global volatility. And this puts upward pressure on inflation. It's one of the reasons why inflation was already rising before the change of government, and why rates were also rising before the election as well. And it's why making our supply chains more resilient is such an important part of our efforts to address the inflation challenge. Now, the National Reconstruction Fund is all about grabbing the chances that come with a changing economy. It's all about creating more economic opportunities for more people in more parts of our country, including the regions and especially when it comes to manufacturing. Now, it is a comical coincidence, Mr Speaker, that in the same week that those opposite claim to be the party of the working class, that they say that they will be voting against manufacturing jobs in this country. But while it's disappointing, Mr Speaker, it's not especially surprising. Those characters have formed. They've always seen manufacturing as something to chase away from our economy rather than something to support. They voted against taking some of the sting out of the gas prices, which were hollowing out manufacturers and risking sending them to the wall. They voted against the direct assistance for households and small businesses, and they wasted money in the budget at a time of rising inflation. So, Mr Speaker, over on this side of the House, we are interested in the solutions to our big economic challenges. Those opposite are part of the problem, and that's why they're showing that once again with their opposition to the National Reconstruction Fund. Mr Speaker, we have always been the party for working people, and we always will be. We have always been the party for manufacturing, and we always will be. And we are the only party in here with a plan to address the inflation challenge by making our economy more resilient and making our budget more responsible at the same time, by broadening and deepening our industrial base, by working with the private sector to grow the economy the right way, and by backing the high-skill, high-wage jobs of the future.
Order. Give a call to the member. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will cease interjecting. When people rise to their feet to ask the question, that is not the time to interject. Give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On Monday, the Prime Minister needed help from the Treasurer before he could tell the House that 800,000 households would be facing higher mortgage payments when they move from low fixed rates to higher variable rates this year. Prime Minister, how many small businesses will be moving to variable rate loans this year? Why do Australian families and small businesses always pay more under Labor?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I think the question is, why does the Shadow Treasurer exist if he's incapable of asking a question to the Treasurer?
Order.
Why is it? Why is that the case?
The Leader of the Nationals.
This is a bloke.
Order. Members on my left, I simply cannot hear the Prime Minister. If this continues, people will have— The member for Herbert is warned. When I'm speaking, that is not also the time to interrupt. The Prime Minister has the call and will be heard in silence, and if this continues, people will leave the chamber. It's that simple.
Thanks, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister has the call, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition is warned as well.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The question is about interest rates from the Shadow Treasurer, who's incapable of asking a question of the Treasurer on a week in which yesterday we thought there'd be a question to the Treasurer and there wasn't. Today, when we were talking earlier today, I said to the Treasurer, I think today's the day, mate. I think today you are going to get a question from the Shadow, so you better be ready. And he said, I'm up for it. And he waited, and nothing happened. But of course, the Shadow Treasurer did have something to say about interest rates when he was a part of the government. We're facing circumstances in what's happening here in the Ukraine and Russia that were not expected and very hard to predict. These pressures are driven by extenuating circumstances. But what we're doing through the good work of this Treasurer is making sure—
The member for Hume on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. He doesn't know how many small businesses are facing
Resume your seat. That is not a point of order. The Prime Minister is in order. The question was broad. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy is warned. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The mob who came in here and voted against energy price relief for small businesses had the hide to stand up, here and speak about the costs when it comes to small business. But of course, we know from the Leader of the Opposition who had this to say: I'm the Opposition Leader, and the joy of being the Opposition Leader is that I'm not in government. That's what he had to say. I'm not paraphrasing, that's exactly what he had to say. Well, I'll tell you this, we're in opposition for some time, and we had no joy in it. They have joy in it because whether they're in opposition or in opposition in exile sitting on the opposition
the
bench,
Prime Minister,
they're never for anything, only against it.
Order. The member for Bowman is warned. I repeat, when people are on their feet, that is not the time to interject. Give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to accelerate the growth of Australia's critical minerals sector after a wasted decade?
Order. I give the call to the Minister for Resources and Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First and very seriously, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere condolences to the family of the worker who has tragically died following an incident at the BHP rail site in Port Hedland overnight. Every Australian worker should expect to come home safely from work, and any death at any Australian workplace is a tragedy, and I'm sure we all here today extend our condolences to the family, friends and fellow workers of that worker. I thank the member for Hunter for his excellent question. Mr Speaker, the demand for critical minerals is rapidly increasing, and this government is ensuring we're well placed to take advantage of this opportunity. Australia is the world's largest producer of lithium, the third largest producer of cobalt, the fourth largest producer of rare earth minerals and the fifth largest producer of nickel. Exports of metals used in low-emission technologies are expected to generate $33 billion in export earnings in 22-23, which is more than double what they earned the year before. The development of Australia's critical mineral resources is important not just to enable the global transition to net zero, but to ensure our partners can access secure supplies of these vital minerals into the future. Mr Speaker, development of our critical minerals will be supported by this government's $1 billion Value-Adding in Resources Fund, part of the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, which will ensure a share of our raw minerals are processed here. But this is the fund that those opposite are now objecting to and not supporting. Perhaps it is no surprise that those who dared the car manufacturers to leave would now oppose the $1 billion Value-Adding in Resources Fund and its role in the National Reconstruction Fund. But this was not always the case, Mr Speaker. So let me reflect on what others opposite have said about developing Australia's critical minerals extraction and processing capacity and the need to add more value here in Australia. In relation to the critical minerals facility, which Labor supported, the Eneabba refinery project strongly aligns with the objectives of the government's critical minerals strategy. It captures more value onshore. That was said by Resources Minister, former Resources Minister Keith Pitt, the member for Hinkler. Resources Minister A, we shall call him. Also was said of that facility, building a modern manufacturing sector and securing our sovereign capabilities is a key part of our plans for a stronger economy. That was said by the former Treasurer, member for Kooyong. Let's call him Treasurer A. Now, it was also said, we'll dig them up right here, we'll refine them right here, we'll look to make the products that use them right here. Well, that was said by the other Resources Minister and the other Treasurer, who is also the Prime Minister and the member for Cook, among many other things. So you have Resources Minister A, Treasurer A, having this exact same principle endorsed by Resources Minister B, Treasurer B and the Prime Minister. You used to support this principle and now you're running away from value-adding in resources.
Has concluded. Order. Members on my right. I give the call to the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The fuel tax credit scheme reduces costs on local businesses and keeps grocery bills lower for families. Will the Prime Minister rule out any change to the fuel tax credit scheme, or is this just another way Australian families will pay more under Labor?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
Order. The House will come to order. I want to hear the member for Macquarie in silence. The Leader of the Opposition. Members on my left. I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the government using federal funding in a fair and accountable way particularly in light of revelations regarding the use of federal money for bushfire relief in New South Wales?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, and I thank the member for Macquarie for her question. And this week, those opposite announced they will vote no to our National Reconstruction Fund, a fund that will revitalise manufacturing and create secure jobs. I don't know why they want to bring Tony Abbott back in the Senate, because they can do exactly that philosophy of voting no to everything without him here. A fund that will provide an enormous boost to Australian agriculture, to Australian resources, to critical minerals, to renewable energy, as well as to our defence. The NRF will operate with integrity. It will have a board that is independent. A bit like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation model that they tried to abolish time and time again. It will make decisions based upon what's best for our economy, not based upon what electorate an investment is in. They said no to this accountable economy-wide investment in the same week that we learned about the egregious rorting of bushfire relief funding by the New South Wales Liberals and Nationals. We've seen sports rorts, car park rorts, safer communities rorts and colour-coded spreadsheets from those opposite. But this is a whole different level. A whole different level.
The Leader of the Nationals.
This is the lowest of the low. The idea that the National Party in New South Wales, with the funds that were provided by the federal government as well as by the state government, sat down and changed the rules over who should get bushfire funding relief is just beyond contempt. Absolutely beyond contempt. And as Prime Minister, I have been to the member for Riverina's electorate, to the member for Page's electorate, to the member for Clare's electorate, to the member for Barker's electorate, to the member for Durac's electorate, and made announcements, member for Braddon, member for Bass, where there have been natural disasters, and we don't look at a map, we just provide support wherever it's needed. But the idea that on the one hand they are saying no to the National Reconstruction Fund that will provide support for our national economy, that will create jobs particularly in regional Australia, but not based upon a colour-coded map, based upon private sector activity that it will facilitate, but they're prepared to sit down and say nothing about the rorting of this bushfire fund relief. Not a peep from those opposite about this disgrace.
Expired. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition is on a warning. The call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Already regional Australians with a $500,000 mortgage are paying more than $12,000 a year as a result of recent rate hikes. Why do Australians always pay more under Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, but I don't thank him for voting against energy price relief. I don't thank him for not acknowledging the fact that pharmacies went down for people in his electorate from $42.50 to $30. I don't thank him for his carping and complaining about our childcare plans, which will provide childcare relief on July 1. I don't thank him for refusing to support our fee-free TAFE plan, which will provide 180,000 fee-free TAFE places.
The Prime Minister will pause, and the members on my right will cease interjecting so I can hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, a very tight question about mortgages and recent rate hikes, not give us a range of excuses, which is what the Prime Minister is doing right now.
Resume your seat. Prime Minister has had almost 1 minute of a preamble. The question was about mortgages and interest rates and costs. I'm asking him to be relevant to the question and ask him to return to the question.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening carefully to the tag there, and it said what was occurring under Labor, and I'm informing the member of what is happening under Labor. Cheaper medicine, cheaper childcare, expanding paid parental leave, getting wages moving, more affordable housing, energy price relief, fee-free TAFE.
Order.
Every one of those positive plans supported by those here, every one of those measures opposed by those opposite. Just like they're going to oppose the regional jobs created by our National Reconstruction Fund. Just like they're opposing manufacturing jobs in our region and the opportunity that businesses will have to renew by investing in newer equipment and transforming themselves, getting access to cleaner and cheaper energy, or new industries developing, such as the ones that my friend, the Minister for Resources, indicated in her answer earlier on today. I say to the member opposite that the Australian people sent a message on May 21st, and that message was this: they had conflict fatigue. They were sick of a government that just said what it was against and sought division. They wanted positive plans, and that's what we're delivering.
Give a call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Treasurer. How's the Albanese Labor government responding to the inflation challenge, and what approaches has the government rejected?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And today is a very appropriate day for us to acknowledge the really important work that the member for Newcastle does in our team and in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, the inflation challenge is the defining feature of our economy in 2023, just as it was in 2022, and that makes it the government's major focus. In responding to the inflation challenge, the Independent Reserve Bank has its job to do. It does that job independently, and we don't interfere with their deliberations or second-guess their decisions. But our plan in the government to address this inflation challenge has three parts: responsible cost of living relief, which we provided in October and we will provide again in May; tackling the supply chain challenges that were left to us, and we've been talking about that today; and delivering a responsible budget with spending restraints so that we're not adding further fuel to inflation. That's why in the budget we returned 99% of the revenue upgrades to the bottom line over the next 2 years, when inflation is its most acute, and returning 92% over 4 years. That compares to an average of 40% under our predecessors. Now, our budget has payments falling in real terms over the next 2 years and real spending growth averaging just 0.3% a year over the forward estimates. That compares to real spending growth under our predecessors of 4.1% on average and 2.6% before the pandemic. Our first budget found $22 billion in savings. The impact of policy decisions was less than $10 billion, with 85% of this for unavoidable and legacy spending. And this compares to the $30 billion impact of key policy decisions by our predecessors, with no expenditure savings whatsoever in the March budget. So the restraint we showed in the budget was a key reason why the IMF and ratings agencies have been so positive about our efforts. The IMF said our spending restraint will help support monetary policy in holding back excess demand. Standard & Poor's said we expect the budget to improve because of steady revenue growth, high commodity prices and expenditure restraint. Fitch Ratings credited the budget with outlining a broadly neutral fiscal stance in the near term. And Morningstar said of the budget quite recently that most of the revenue windfall is being saved, and recently announced policy measures such as cost of living relief are being targeted and offset. Speaker, we know the best way to address inflation is through cost of living relief, dealing with supply chain pressures, including in the workforce, and managing the budget responsibly. That's why the spending restraint we've shown is so important and why it is completely unrecognisable to those opposite.
Give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you. To the Prime Minister. The government can act on inflation and reduce emissions. In the US, the government passed the Inflation Reduction Act, where over 80% of the measures in that act went towards supporting household electrification and energy efficiencies, which will result in huge costs of living savings. Will you implement a similar program to accelerate household electrification and reduce cost of living for Australians?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and of course there are examples of where electrification can lead to a decrease in the costs of energy production, and where that is combined with renewables, particularly where you have renewables and battery storage. But I want to make this clear to the member for Warringah as well, which is this government won't be mandating what can be used in a household by individual Australians. I want to make that very clear. So if people want to fire up a barbie, or for restaurants, if they want to be using gas to produce their product, then that will be fine by us too. Fine by us too. What we want to do is to be able to facilitate choice, so that for many, if they receive support in terms of programs have been done in the past, whereby people can get either be it interest-free loans or some sort of support in order to transform their existing use of energy that can then be paid back, if you like, over a period of time, then that can make sense as well. So we understand that the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States is a major breakthrough. And we also understand that around the world, all governments are acting. The difference between the Australian government of 2023 and the Australian government of 2021 and early 2022 is that we are joining with the world, looking at best practice, looking at ways in which we can be part of the global solution to climate change, because we know that increased use of renewables will reduce the cost of energy production, whether it be for households or for businesses, which is why it is tragic that we fell behind. Business was so far ahead of where the Australian government was, which is why businesses, including peak organisations like the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and small business, all backed our plan for a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030 was only opposed by those opposite.
The call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government working with Australia's biggest emitters to ensure they contribute a fair share towards our climate target while supporting economic growth? And what has been the response to these critical reforms?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question and his leadership on matters of climate. And as the member for McNamara knows, the Albanese government was elected with a mandate of developing a framework of policy consistency for emissions reduction in our biggest emitters, our 215 biggest emitters, by reforming the safeguard mechanism. And on the 9th of January, I went to Gladstone to announce the details of this policy, the government's preferred position, and we very much welcome the responses we've received from that. This is important, Mr Speaker. The emissions reduction achieved by this policy are equivalent to taking 2/3 of Australia's cars off the road. That's the size of the task. Now, an important part of this reform, Mr Speaker, is delivering below the baseline crediting. It's creating safeguard credits so that firms and facilities have incentive to reduce their emissions even more than they're required to under the law. It's a very important part of the reform, and it's the only part of the reform that actually needs legislation. The rest will be done by regulation. And I always want to be fair about these matters, Mr Speaker, as you know, and I want to give credit where it's due. This was a part of the policy we inherited from the previous government. The previous government announced, in response to the expert panel on low-cost abatement, that they would introduce below the baseline crediting, that they would introduce safeguard credits, Mr Speaker. That's what they said they would do. the former Minister for Energy, announced that they would do it, Mr Speaker. Now, we know the Coalition opposes all of our policies, including the National Reconstruction Fund, but I have to report, Mr Speaker, that the Coalition has spiralled to such levels that they're now opposing their own policies, Mr Speaker. They're against their own policies.
The Minister will resume his seat. The member for Hume is on a warning. I assume wants to stay for the MPI. I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, the Minister has twice used an inaccurate and offensive description of this side of the House.
Resume your seat. The way question time will work, the Minister will refer to members or parties by their correct titles. The Manager of Opposition is correct.
To be fair to the member for Bradfield, we know that there was a debate between him and the Shadow Cabinet about this policy, and he didn't agree. But what we don't know is what the member for Hume contributed to that debate, because the member for Hume, when announcing the policy, which is exactly what the government's implementing, said this is just about making sure that Australian manufacturing has the right incentives in place to reduce emissions. This simply provides a carrot to enable them to reduce their emissions beyond that baseline. That's what the member for Hume said in 2020, in 2021.
Hume is on a warning.
He went on to say this provides an incentive for businesses to reduce their energy costs. Now, how did the member for Hume cope at Shadow Cabinet? Did he say, fantastic, great move, well done? Or did he say, terrible, bad move, not well done? What did he say? What did the member for Hume say at the Shadow Cabinet? He's against the policy he himself announced. Now, this tells us a number of things. We know the opposition's divided. We know they're dysfunctional. We know they had a worse climate policy now than they had under the member for Cook, which takes some doing, Mr Speaker.
But
it also tells us this is very important. They know this is good policy, but they're opposing it. They do not care about the national interest. If they don't care about the national interest in opposition, why would they ever care about it if they're ever in government?
The member for Moncrieff will leave the chamber. She has been continually interjecting. You may be sitting. The member for Moncrieff will come back to the dispatch box and apologise.
I withdraw. Mr Speaker, I apologise.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister expelled CFMEU boss John Setka from the Labor Party after Mr Setka was convicted for harassing his wife, saying that, quotes, his values aren't the same as Labor's values. Yet, following a period where the CFMEU has continued with its notorious violence, thuggery and intimidation towards women, Labor has accepted a $4.3 million donation from the CFMEU at this election. Prime Minister, what values does this Labor government share with the CFMEU?
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister will answer the question at the end.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I did take action to ensure that John Setka was expelled from the Labor Party. That's called leadership.
Give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to help close the gender pay gap?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, today the government is taking significant step forward in advancing gender equality in Australian workplaces. We're fulfilling a key election commitment of this government to close the gender pay gap at work, including by boosting pay gap transparency and by taking action to help close gender pay gaps within organisations. We know that, on average, women working full-time can expect to earn 14.1% less than men per week. And you can imagine, over a lifetime, that is a significant deficit in terms of women's pay and their capacity to participate fully in the economic and social life of this country. And current projections suggest that it will take another 26 years for us to close that gap. Well, women cannot wait, they can't afford to wait, and they should not have to wait. with these reforms that are being introduced in the Senate, we will for the very first time publish the gender pay gaps of businesses that employ 100 or more people. And we know that experience around the world shows that this transparency does lead to organisations taking action to close their gender pay gaps. This reform will put Australia in the leadership group of OECD countries that collect and publish gender pay gap data. The legislation responds to the recommendations of the 2021 review of the Workplace Gender Equality Act 2012, and they are, of course, only just one aspect of the government's ambition for Australia to be a global leader in gender equality. This budget, the budget, put gender equality front and centre, investing over $7 billion to actually drive gender equality. Through the Secure Jobs, Better Pay legislation, we took long overdue steps to promote gender equality, better pay and secure work for women. We're modernising paid parental leave, and we're investing in cheaper childcare. We introduced paid domestic violence leave, which commenced on the 1st of February. And of course, we supported wage increases for the minimum wage and in aged care, which is predominated by women. And we've introduced legislation to implement all of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report. Under the previous government, we fell as low as 71st in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index 2022. This legislation being introduced by this government will deliver a better deal for women across Australia, and the government will continue to work hard every day to make Australia one of the most gender-equal countries in the world.
I give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Housing Minister. Housing is the most critical cry for help in my electorate. The previous government's National Housing Infrastructure Facility spent only 20% of its allocated funding, with none directed to regional and rural Australia. Under your housing fund, can you guarantee that funding for social and affordable housing will actually be directed to regional and rural Australia?
I give the call to the Minister for Housing and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Indi for her question, but also for the great conversations and advocacy she's had for regional Australia, particularly in her electorate when it comes to affordable housing and making sure more of her constituents can have a safe, affordable place to call home. Because we do understand that we need more Australians to have a safe, affordable place to call home, because it's central to the security and dignity for all Australians. But of course what we had was a decade of very little action by the former Liberal National Government, and it's left us with significant challenges right across the country. Whether it be in Wangaratta in your electorate or in Burnie in my own electorate, people are struggling to find a home that suits both their needs and one that they can afford. I hear it all the time. Strong employment growth has not been matched with housing supply. We have businesses, local governments that have jobs to fill. However, attracting workers is frustrating because there is nowhere for them to live. It's actually a very serious issue. So tomorrow I will be introducing the legislation that the member asked about, which is the single largest investment in new affordable social and affordable homes in more than a decade, the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. Indeed, returns from this fund will be there in perpetuity to invest in social and affordable housing right across the country. We anticipate there will be 30,000 social and affordable homes in the first 5 years of that fund. Importantly, for the member for Indi, Housing Australia, the new entity that will be created by the legislation that we introduce tomorrow, will ensure that this funding stream is equitably and fairly distributed across all states and territories, but also in inner-city, outer-suburban, regional and rural Australia. We need to make sure that the funding goes where it's most needed, but we also need to make sure that they're the right homes in the right places. The legislation that I introduce will also have the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to be independent and provide independent advice to all tiers of government on options to increase housing supply right across the country. We want to make sure that that advice is independent, because we need to make sure that we have the right policies and the right levers are pulled by the right tiers of government to get more homes on the ground much more quickly. And the member raised the Housing Infrastructure Facility. and the investments. We unlocked up to $575 million that was not being utilised, and just last week I was in Burnie to see an example of how the Commonwealth funding, with the state funding and the community housing provider, will provide 180 new homes just in north-west Tasmania. We, of course, have brought forward our regional first home buyer guarantee also, and we now have over 1,700 Australians that have their own home because we brought it forward. I want to assure the member we will be making sure that homes are in the right places right across the country and making sure that more Australians have a safe, affordable place to call home.
Concluded. The call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with the cost of health care, and why has health care become so expensive?
The call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Lingiari for her question, but also for her wise advice about the delivery of healthcare services in her community in the Northern Territory. And she also knows that it's never been harder to see a GP in Australia than it is right now. It's never been more expensive. More Australians than ever before are having to pay a gap fee to see the doctor, and those gap fees have skyrocketed over the past decade. For the first time in the history of Medicare, the average gap fee for a standard GP consult is now more than the Medicare rebate itself, and gap fees to see a specialist skyrocketed by a whopping 100% over the past decade. Now, this massive increase to the cost of health care didn't just spring from thin air, Mr Speaker. This huge hit on household budgets was the inevitable consequence of the short but infamous tenure of the man voted by Australia's doctors as the worst health minister in the history of Medicare. The worst health minister in the history of Medicare, the now Leader of the Opposition. Because Australians will never forget, Mr Speaker, after promising there would be no cuts to health under him as health minister, his first budget tried to rip $50 billion from hospitals, tried to jack up the price of every medicine script by $5 and tried to slug every single Australian, every pensioner, every child, every concession card holder with a tax on every single visit to the doctor. And then, after we blocked his radical extremist agenda in the Senate, instead he imposed a 6-year-long Medicare rebate freeze, cutting billions and billions of dollars from general practice. Now, Mr Speaker, the contrast between that and our first budget could not be clearer. Our first budget delivering the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the PBS, a $12.50 cut to the general scripts, not a $5 fee increase, which would have happened under the health minister then, the now Leader of the Opposition, if he got his way. In our budget, $200 million back into the pockets of hard-working Australians, good for household budgets and good for health. Good for the health of Australians, helping them ensure that they could afford the scripts that their doctors had prescribed as important for their health. Now, our cheaper medicines policy is already making a difference to millions of Australians, Mr Speaker. Lynn from Canberra wrote to us recently. She said, "My prescriptions have gone down since January 1st. This is such a welcome change for someone trying to manage a chronic illness and not eligible for a health care card." For this side of the House, Mr Speaker, it's all part of our commitment to strengthening Medicare and providing Australian households with responsible, targeted cost-of-living relief.
Give the call to the honourable member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when was your office made aware that the Minister for Home Affairs had allowed the designation of Nauru as a regional processing country to lapse last October?
Call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Really appreciate that question.
The member for McEwen will leave the chamber. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, just a query of you. The question was asked of the Prime Minister when his office was made aware that the Minister had failed in her duty, and Mr Speaker, the Minister can't answer that question on behalf of the Prime Minister.
Under practice, it is the Prime Minister can ask another minister to address a question, has long been the practice in this parliament, and particularly in previous parliaments that I have served in. And I give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity.
Thank you, Speaker. I was informed of this on the 15th of December and the Prime Minister's office was informed immediately after that.
I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
My question is to the Minister for Government Services. What has the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt uncovered about the inaccuracy of the unlawful Robo-Debt system?
Give a call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for his question. Members of the House may be interested to know that there's an important pattern of evidence emerging from the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt in that the previous government and its various ministers were frequently, repeatedly and numerously warned over an extended period of years of problems with the Robo-Debt scheme. Yet the unlawful, illegal scheme continued.
The minister will resume his seat and I will hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr. Speaker, I've raised with you on a number of occasions the danger that the conduct of the Minister for Government Services in repeatedly reporting on the proceedings of the Royal Commission is doing in terms of the overall status of the Royal Commission. I've referred particularly to Speaker Snedden's ruling that it raises the real threat of influencing the Commission. And I make this further point. Mr. Speaker, which is that the damage is greater with each successive time that this minister offends against the well-established protocols of this House.
I will hear from the order. The Assistant Treasurer will cease interjecting. I'd like to hear the Leader of the House in silence. The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just to the point of order, if I can provide an example slightly more recent than Billy Snedden. When the Royal Commission into Trade Union Governance was on, there were 56 questions that were asked. 56 that were asked in the floor of the chamber. The practice of being able to ask and answer questions of this nature has been very well established.
In relation, order. The member for Moreton is warned. When I'm about to give a ruling is definitely not the time to interject. In relation to the Royal Commission to Robo-Debt scheme, my approach has been to allow evidence to the Commission which has been publicly reported to be referred to in the House. But what I am less comfortable with is putting the construction on the evidence or the drawing of conclusions about the conduct of individuals who are parties to the proceedings. I therefore ask all members, including the Minister, to refrain from doing this when speaking about this Royal Commission in the House. And I call the Minister for Government Services.
Thanks, Speaker. I wish to specifically draw the attention of the House to some of the following evidence and exhibits in the Royal Commission, revealing the warnings that were not acted upon. Exhibit 3064, meeting with ACOS, 29th of November 2016. Exhibit 4649, letter from former Senator Nick Xenophon on 4th of December 2016. Exhibit 4641, media release from the member for Clark, dated 6th of December 2016. Exhibit 4648, constituent representations also raised by the member for Clark in December 2016. Exhibit 4648, data validation process that DHS briefed the member for Aston on December 2016. Exhibit 4652, Centrelink officer who blew the whistle to the media on the 23rd of December. Exhibit 4654, a letter from the National Council for Single Mothers and Their Children on the 30th of December. Exhibit 4732, further correspondence warning on the scheme. Exhibit 2532, an email from a Centrelink compliance office to the Secretary of the former Minister's Department on the 7th of February 2017. There were protests from robo-debt victims directly to the member for Aston's office. In addition, a literature search reveals literally tens of thousands of articles in the media. It's been revealed in the Commission that the minister investigated the personal files of 52 complainants but not the actual complaints about the legality of the robo-debt scheme. There were 19,780 internal reviews by people within the system complaining about robo-debt. There were 4,339 external reviews to the AAT related to robo-debt. There was an ongoing campaign which is recorded by the then opposition in the parliament and other parties in the media. There was Exhibit 4775, the missing $1 million Price Waterhouse Commission report. Even a PAL info search reveals 713 mentions of robo-debt and Hansard between the 7th of February 2017 and the 12th of November 2020. Australians listening to this question time will be justifiably perplexed and outraged as to why these warnings didn't fail to have the scheme stopped. Perhaps one answer is that on no less than 140 occasions, the 4 coalition ministers who've appeared on 140 occasions between them said, "I don't recall," or some variation of that. Wow. When the ministers don't recall what was happening, what chance did the robo-victims have?
Order. The member for Barker will cease interjecting and give the call to the member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, if the Minister for Home Affairs office and your office was advised on the 15th of December last year that the designation of Nauru as a regional processing centre had lapsed in October, why wasn't the issue dealt with on that day, given that Parliament was sitting on the 15th of December?
Give the call. Order. There is order. When the House comes to order, there is far too much noise. The question has been asked, and I give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security.
Thank you so much, Speaker. As the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs well knows, there's quite a process to redesignate Nauru as a regional processing country. We actually went through it all yesterday. You'd probably be aware of that. And quite a lot of documentation and consultation would have needed to occur, which did occur. I respect the questions of the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, but I'd also just point out that we did deal with this yesterday and Nauru has been redesignated. Thanks so much.
Order. Give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What challenges are facing Australia's education system as children go back to school, and what will the Albanese Labor government do to address them?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
It certainly is. Thanks, Mr Speaker. Schools are back now right across the country, including in Tasmania. There's a lot of happy students and a lot of relieved parents. I'm asked about challenges by the member for Lyons. There's plenty of them. The worst of COVID is hopefully now behind us, but we're still seeing the lingering after effects of it in our schools. Ask any teacher and they'll tell you about the mental health impacts that are still affecting some students. And that's why this year we're rolling out funding to each and every school right across the country to fund things like extra counsellors, but also practical things like school camps and excursions. And you can also see the impact of COVID on school attendance rates, which dropped again last year. But it's not just COVID. Over the last 10 years, we've seen drop in attendance rates right across the board, amongst boys and girls, primary schools and high schools, government and non-government schools, and in the bush and in the cities. And this is serious, because if you're not at school, you're not learning. And that's why I've put this on the agenda to discuss with education ministers when we meet later this month. We've also got the challenge of a teacher shortage crisis. Go to any school and you'll see it. In the last 10 years, we've seen a drop in the number of people becoming school teachers of about 16%. Not enough young people becoming teachers and too many people leaving the profession they love, and it has an impact on our schools. In December, just before Christmas, education ministers met to sign off on a plan to tackle this, and the challenge this year is for us to roll out that plan. But the biggest challenge of all is this. If you're a child from a poor family, if you're a child from regional Australia, if you're an Indigenous child, you're 3 times more likely to fall behind at school. That's the verdict of a Productivity Commission report that came out only a couple of weeks ago. 10 years ago, the gap in reading skills of an 8-year-old from a poor family and an 8-year-old from a wealthy family was 1 year. It's now more than 2. And that gap grows with every year at school.
So by the time you're in Year 9, the gap is 5 years. That's the awful truth. In the last 10 years, we've seen attendance rates get worse, the teacher shortage get worse, and this gap get worse as well. That Productivity Commission report is blistering in its criticism of the Coalition Education Agreement. It says that it lacks targets and lacks real practical reforms to get there. The next one will. In the next few weeks, I'll announce an independent panel to advise on what those targets should be and the reforms to get there, tied to funding, to help us build a better education system and a fairer education system for all Australians.
The Leader of the Opposition call the Prime Minister.
Thanks. Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I ask members to leave the chamber as quickly and quietly so we can move on with the next item, which is the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's inaction as rapidly rising mortgage interest rates are devastating Australian families and households. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, yesterday Australian households and small businesses received tough news from the Governor of the Reserve Bank with the 9th consecutive interest rate increase. And they've seen the cash rate now get up to 3.35%. Of course, they are now, if they're on variable rates, paying far, far more than that. And we know for 800,000 Australian households, they're going to be moving from fixed rates to those floating rates in the course of this year. We know many small businesses are in the same boat. And sadly, the Prime Minister today failed to tell us how many, but we know a very large proportion of those businesses who have a loan indeed will move from fixed rates to floating rates this year. Now, for a typical family, that's entered into a new mortgage of $750,000, and of course in south-western Sydney, indeed in my electorate, you'll see much bigger mortgages than that, but $750,000, that means they are making additional payments of $18,000 a year. $18,000 a year. Now, this is a very scary time for many of those households because they entered into these mortgages expecting that they were going to be making payments substantially smaller than that. And what they all know is that in their household budgets, something has to give. Something has to give. Are they going to do more overtime, which means they won't be able to pick up the kids from school? Are they going to take another job, a second job, which means, again, less family time, less time with friends and loved ones? Are they indeed going to have to drop their family holiday this year? These are tough decisions for Australian households and decisions that they didn't anticipate having to make. But that is the reality of the situation that we have right now. Now, we haven't seen interest rates at this level since 2012. And in 2012, Labor was in government. Labor was in government. You always pay more under Labor. You always pay more under Labor, because back in 2012 and early 2013 we saw high interest rates, and then for 9 years we've seen lower interest rates, and right on cue, Deputy Speaker, Labor's back and interest rates go up. Oh no, they're over there looking for all the excuses. They're all the excuses. But the reality is, this is what happens, Deputy Speaker, and it happens every time. It happens every time. Now we know, Deputy Speaker, we know that the Reserve Bank is independent, has to make independent decisions, although we did have the member for Whitlam out jawboning the Reserve Bank, telling them what to do. But the terrible news, and this is terrible news for Australian households, is the Governor told us yesterday in his statement that multiple rises are yet to come. Despite the jaw-boning from the member for Whitlam, multiple rises are yet to come. And actually, if you look at the bond market, which prices mortgage rates, as of yesterday afternoon, it is expected that the cash rate will go to 3.9% in July this year. 3.9%. That's where the market is at, and any amount of jaw-boning from the government is not going to change that being where the market is. Now, Deputy Speaker, you would have thought, given those circumstances, given the pain that Australians are feeling, that this would be a priority for the government. You would have thought that. Australian households are hurting. It's not just households who have got a mortgage, Deputy Speaker. It's also all those aspirational renters out there. We know in our electorates, and we look amongst the suburbs and towns in our electorates, we see family after family, Australian after Australian, who want to buy a house. But when interest rates are going like that, they simply can't do it. They simply can't do it. And on top of that, we know small businesses have had to borrow to get through COVID. They borrow to build their businesses, to employ people, to invest in the equipment that they need, and they too are feeling the pain of these rising interest rates, and they want to see a government that cares, that makes this a top priority. Well, what have we seen? What have we seen in recent weeks, Deputy Speaker? We see a Prime Minister who does press conferences where he wants to talk about anything except the cost of living and rising interest rates. He'll talk about anything, except he doesn't want to make the top priority in his press conferences, the first thing he leads out with, the real pain that Australians are feeling. He doesn't want to talk about that, Deputy Speaker. But it gets worse than that. That's bad, but it gets worse, because we have a Treasurer who spent the summer writing a 6,000-word ideological essay. You know, the Australians want the priority of the government to be their priorities. They want the priority of the government to be their priorities. Not remaking capitalism, not a 6,000-word ideological essay, and it's had a lot of reviews, Deputy Speaker. I think the biggest and most important review is the review from the Australian people, who say we care about rising cost of living and rising interest rates. But there have been other reviews. There have been other reviews, and I want to talk about a couple of them. The economist Stephen Hamilton called the essay an incoherent assortment of kumbaya capitalist thought bubbles. That is not what Australians need when they're facing serious cost of living pressures. He went on, I don't recall ever having read so many words, almost 6,000, that contained so little. So many words that contained so little. No clear proposition, no coherent framework for thinking about the world, no tangible plan of action. Well, Australians want a tangible plan of action, Deputy Speaker. In the AFR editorial on January 29, we read the Treasurer's essay harks back, I'm quoting, harks back to an essentially old model of more government intervention and higher taxes. We know that's what's coming, Deputy Speaker, at a time when making ends meet is top priority for the Australian people. We have a government that we know is working out how to tax them more. The AFR reported that an Australian business leader said the idea of rewriting the rules of capitalism is absolutely preposterous. Now, this is an interesting one. Crikey. Don't normally read it, but gave this assessment. The Treasurer's unimpressive essay is an announcement of a strategy of political control as much as it is of economic planning. And Adam Crichton in The Australian said the Treasurer's rambling missive, where it is coherent, I struggled with that bit, but where it is coherent, is excessively gloomy and wrongly blames the economic problems on the non-existent bogeyman of neoliberalism. So, Deputy Speaker, we've heard from many industry groups on this as well. AI groups, Innes Willox, warned against sleepwalking into being a quasi-command economy. And Simon Crean was trying to be gentle. He was on his side, of course. Former Labor Party leader said, it hasn't got a lot of details. Now, the reality, Deputy Speaker, is that this government has done all the wrong things to put downward pressure on interest rates and inflation. We do have an independent Reserve Bank, but much of what the government does affects what the Reserve Bank does. And there's three things in particular that I've seen them do that are just extraordinary in this context of rising cost of living and rising interest rates. The first is an industrial relations initiative which is only going to exacerbate the price-wage spiral. We all want to see higher real wages. Everyone in this parliament wants to see higher real wages. Of course we do. But what we don't need is more inflation that reduces real wages. That's what we don't want to see, Deputy Speaker. We don't want to see a toxic industrial relations environment. I'm old enough to have lived through the last time we had that. And there were sensible people on that side of the chamber in Labor who saw the need to move towards a more enterprise-driven industrial relations environment, and that meant moving away from industry-wide bargaining. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, we've seen a ham-fisted energy policy where they themselves refuse to recommit to the goals they set before the last election of reducing electricity prices. They know they've got to give up on that. They know that they are driving up electricity prices, Deputy Speaker, and that is only going to make inflation worse. And thirdly, Deputy Speaker, we've got a government for the first time since the Charter of Budget Honesty came into place have dropped explicitly the goal of a balanced budget. They've dropped it. It's gone. It's not even Wayne Swan had that goal, Deputy Speaker. Even Wayne Swan had that goal, but not the current Treasurer. Deputy Speaker, this government has not made cost of living and putting downward pressure on interest rates a priority.
Time's expired. Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is amazing what this opposition has chosen to do in public and what they choose to do in private. In private, the now Shadow Treasurer chose to hide a 20% increase in electricity prices from the people of Australia in the middle of an election. In private, they allowed the member for Cook to sign himself into a number of secret ministries, including into the Treasury portfolio. But then publicly, when they came here in December, they chose to publicly vote against lower power bills and power bill relief for Australian families. And it is amazing that they would choose to not act when asked in this place, do you want to help families with power bill relief? You chose to vote no. But still have the confidence, and I admire the confidence of the Shadow Treasurer, I really do. I admire the confidence to come in here and lecture us about cost of living relief, because this is also a group, a political party, a Liberal party, a National party, who have this amazing ability to, bizarrely, they did sometimes speak the truth in government. Not often, but sometimes they did. And it was just less than a year ago that we had Senator Birmingham telling us exactly how the economy does work. That is, to quote Senator Birmingham, the Reserve Bank will do what it thinks is best in accordance with its independent charter. But of course, interest rates have always been going to normalise from their abnormally historic lows. And this shows that what we are seeing here is just an attempt to politicise the decisions of the Independent Reserve Bank, but also to choose very limited scope of the history in which those opposite choose to quote from. Because so often we hear from those opposite about how their political hero, John Howard, was this great economic manager. What they always forget to remind the Australian people, and I can see why, is which party and which treasurer delivered the highest ever interest rates to the Australian people. And we know that it was in fact the Liberal Party. And for April 1982, we had interest rates at 21.4% under Treasurer John Howard. This opposition, when they've been in government, have delivered two things. They have delivered, first, the highest ever interest rate paid by the Australian people, that 21.4% under Treasurer Howard, and they left the Australian people with the largest ever debt, $1 trillion of debt, left by those opposite on their way out the door. They left the Australian people with this secret power bill increase of 20% and $1 trillion of debt to pay off. And it's just phenomenal that you now have also a leader of the opposition who is running around saying how much he enjoys being in opposition. I'm sure that was great news to hear for so many on the opposition benches, to hear the opposition leader say, the joy of being the opposition leader is that I'm not in government. Now, that must be great encouragement for those who are trying to hang on to their seats, those who might one day aspire to be a minister, those who might one day want to maybe even gain a seat for the Liberal Party or the National Party. But when you've got a leader of the opposition who, and he does tell us that we've got to see him smile a little bit more, and now that I know what makes him smile, that is quite odd, but he does say, quote, the joy of being the opposition leader is that I'm not in government. Well, I guess find a job you love and you'll have it for life. But when he does talk about, when the opposition leader does talk about interest rates, again, on the 3rd of May 2022, he was able to be very upfront and honest with the Australian people, where he said, quote, it's a reality of a world where there's inflation. I think Australians understand that. There's a lot of pressure, upward pressure, on interest rates at the moment. Again, we got honesty back in the day, but now we get— oh, the Shadow Treasurer is not here anymore. I was going to talk about him to his face. I'll instead talk about him in his absence. That's all right. I'm sure his colleagues will pass it on, because he actually issued a press release in opposition last year, where he said, quote, the answer to addressing inflation is to have sensible fiscal and monetary policy driven by a focused, independent Reserve Bank. Now, he didn't quite say that again today, did he? He didn't quite outline exactly the same sober, calm economic policies. And, but he did also tell us that we got a lecture at another time from the now Shadow Treasurer telling us that the Albanese government needed to show constraint on expenditure. If only he had been giving that lecture when he was in the party room and in the cabinet of the Morrison, Turnbull and Abbott governments, we wouldn't have that $1 trillion of debt, that beautiful gift, which does get more and more expensive to service because the former government chose to leave so much debt behind and so little plan on how to pay for it. But I admire the shape-shifting, form-changing skills and capabilities of the opposition, because today they've gone under their biggest transformation yet. Used to be the party of free enterprise, used to be the party that they'd claim of low taxes, even though they always taxed higher than the governments that came before them. But today we've got the best claim of all, my favourite so far, which is that we now have the so-called Party of the Australian Working Class, according to the Leader of the Opposition. The parties of the Australian working class. The Party of Work Choices is the Party of the Australian working class. The party who tried to force Medicare co-payments is the Party of the working class. The party that went to the last election opposing an increase in the minimum wage. That is the Party of the working class. So I admire, while the member for Cook, the marketer-in-chief, may have moved on, I'm pleased to see the leadership style of all marketing, no policy has continued under this government. And I mentioned the member for Cook. And when he was Secret Treasurer commenting on the changes in interest rates, I'll say it again, and if you want to pick me up, when the member for Cook was the Secret Treasurer commenting on interest rates on the on 3rd of May last year, the Secret Treasurer and Public Prime Minister said, on question of interest rates, in the last 12 months, the IMF has more than doubled their estimates of forecast this year on inflation to well over 7% for this year, from about the mid-3s. That has changed massively. We all know the reasons why. We saw a bit of that in the last inflation data, and I expect we'll see a bit more when he was asked about whether we would see more interest rate increases. And so it's just important to put all of that on the record, because under all of this is a simple fact, which is we do have a huge inflation challenge and families are doing it tough, and we have to be realistic about what we can do. And I want to talk about what we can do. I know that the Prime Minister was in Jagga the other week talking about our plans to make childcare more affordable for 1.2 million Australian families. I know that in the electorate of Beam, that's going to benefit the families who send their children to some 47 early childhood education care centres. When we talk about what we can do when it comes to making education more affordable, it's this government that's introduced fee-free TAFE, including in the electorate of Hasluck, where at Midlands TAFE we will have more affordable TAFE for 18,000 Western Australians, including delivered at Midland TAFE. And we are trying to get, through this parliament, the National Reconstruction Fund, something which was taken to the election, which the Australian people endorsed. We were completely open about our intention because we know it will give people those good, secure Australian jobs that we need to secure our economy, to provide the tax base for the future, and, for some reason, yet to be explained, I might add, the coalition has chosen to vote against that. There's so much more that this government is doing to make sure we do act in a responsible way on the cost of living pressures which people face. We backed to the Fair Work Commission a minimum wage increase. We went to the election saying we would do it. We wrote to the Fair Work Commission asking for it, and it has been delivered. We have introduced legislation for cheaper, cleaner energy. We have said that the May budget will have bill relief for families, again opposed by those opposite. We are going to deliver cheaper childcare, an idea that the Leader of the Opposition put out almost 3 years ago. It was there for them to grab when they were in opposition. They chose not to. We're delivering cheaper medicines, $12.50 per script cheaper for families, fee-free TAFE, expanding paid parental leave, building more affordable homes and ensuring that pensions increase in line with inflation. This is the responsible cost of living relief Australians expect from a responsible government.
Thank you. And the member for Fadden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 9 months in government, 9 consecutive interest rate rises. You will always pay more under the Labor Party, be under no doubt. Day after day, the Prime Minister wants to talk about everything except the cost of living crisis, Labor's cost of living crisis. It is the #1 issue facing Australians today. If I look at my electorate on the Gold Coast, if I look at Melbourne-based firms Digital Finance Analytics, their data reveals the number of Gold Coasters facing mortgage stress has increased by 1,500 people since November, with 25,404 now struggling to make their repayments. The postcodes with the highest proportion of struggling homeowners are predominantly in my electorate, from postcodes 4216 to 4209, including Coomera and Pimpama. This is a serious issue that requires a concerted focus from this government, and a focus that, frankly, we're not seeing. This government has got to stop spending. It's got to stop $50 billion of off-balance sheet expenditure. The Reserve Bank is seeking to take money out of the system by raising interest rates, and what is this government doing? Recklessly spending. Families, including those on double incomes, are struggling to make ends meet, and they are having to make tough calls to keep their homes, including 25,404 homes in my electorate. They're taking second jobs, they're working overtime, they're giving up on holidays. And yet what does this government do? What does this government prioritise? In fact, the very first economic decision of this government, the first decision taken by Treasury ministers, wasn't to deal with inflation, it wasn't to deal with cost of living, it was to, as a statement of fact, water down transparency on super funds as to what they report on what their funding is, what their slush fund payments are. Now, we'll deal with that in the Senate this afternoon, but that was the very first act of this government's Treasury, the very first act. Having been a Treasury Minister for half a decade, the first act. That was the most important thing the Labor government thought they had to do, was to take away transparency of $40 million of payments from super funds to union movements. That was a priority. That's a statement of fact. And let's wait and see what the Senate does this afternoon, because this morning the entire crossbench and the Greens voted against this lonely, pathetic government as they stood up and tried to block transparency. So let's not have the government walk in here and tell us that they are concerned about cost of living when the very first action of their Treasury ministers was to water down transparency. Those opposite can hide under any number of rocks, but you can't hide from that one. And after 9 sordid months of hiding, it will catch up on those opposite. Hard-working Australians are paying more and more for their mortgages, whilst this government hides behind and without transparency, because the government cannot get its priorities right. As they make industrial relations less flexible, harder for companies to employ Australians, we're seeing mortgages of $750,000 and the mortgage holders paying an extra $16,000 a year in repayments. Without an economic plan from this government, the Reserve Bank is having to do all the heavy lifting, and as the Reserve Bank Governor said yesterday, further rate increases are on the rise to get consumption down and to get inflation down. Without an economic plan from those opposite, hard-working families and struggling businesses will pay the biggest price. But I'll give one recommendation to the government. Michelle Levy issued her report over 50 days ago on how to make life easier for Australians to get financial advice. This government and opposition used to scream at the previous government about releasing reports. The Hayne Royal Commission, they said, must be released immediately. We took 2.5 days over the weekend to look at it. This government's had 50 days on the Levy report, 50 days, released today. The government should have stood up and said we're going to implement all recommendations. What did they do? They said they're going to have a consultation on the consultation they just had. Pathetic. Agree to every single recommendation of the Levy report. It'll help Australians. It'll assist with them getting advice. It'll at least be the start of an economic plan.
Time's expired. I give the call to the member for Jagga.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it does feel, I think I'm going to say, rich to stand up here debating a matter of public importance from the other side, which talks about inaction. Because, of course, that's what we saw for almost a decade from the previous coalition when they were in government. And as much as we're involved in revisionist history and forgetting what's happened in the past, what they can't forget is that when they were in the government benches, what happened was nothing. And what happened was this country was left to drift. They were not listening to the concerns of the Australian people. They certainly were not delivering support and relief to families and to households. Those opposite who get up here with their new version of what happened were actually asleep at the wheel when they could have done something about it. And on the odd occasion, they actually did wake up and think, oh, hold on, we're in government. We have those levers of power. There are things we might be able to do. In fact, what they tried to do made things worse for the Australian community. So their ideas were things like undermining Medicare, the public health system that we all rely on, that actually is such a big factor in whether Australians do feel like they are supported and whether they do feel like they can keep their family and household budgets under control. Those opposite did not support Medicare. They put their ideological opposition to public health care ahead of the needs of Australian households and Australian families. Of course, we know they opposed wage rises over their nearly decade in government. In fact, we know it was a deliberate design policy of the system. We know that they left us, of course, with $1 trillion of debt and nothing to see for it. So after almost a decade of inaction, it is as I said, rich, hypocritical, there are many words I could reach for at this point, to come in here after 8 months of this side being in government to hear about inaction. And the Shadow Treasurer, the member for Fadden, they all bring some very recently found concerns. In fact, the member for Fadden decided to take this debate into the realm of transparency. Apparently transparency is something that those on the other side are now very passionate about, and I genuinely welcome this because, again, it is not something that we experienced much in this place over the previous term when I was in this parliament, certainly over the previous nearly decade when those opposite were in power. And I do wonder whether part of these issues, part of this mess in the economic space that we are trying to clean up as a government, part of this mess that we face, was due to that lack of transparency on the other side. Maybe it was because the previous Treasurer didn't realise that, in fact, he had a shadow Treasurer in the member for Cook, that nothing was happening, that there was drift and denial and inaction. There certainly was not transparency. So our government is different. We are upfront with the Australian people about these being challenging times. We know that they are challenging times. We know that Australian families do need support, and we are looking to do that. We are delivering cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, direct energy bill relief. We are making it cheaper for people to go to TAFE with fee-free TAFE. We are putting in place our National Reconstruction Fund to get jobs and manufacturing going in this country again. And of course, we are committed and we have done work to get wages moving again. All of these have a direct impact on Australian families and Australian households. I know in my electorate we had the Prime Minister visit just last week and talk with families directly in Macleod about what's going on with them and about the relief we will deliver through our cheaper childcare plan. That will be direct assistance that supports so many Australian families. We know there is a lot to be done. You don't get through a decade of inaction and mismanagement in 9 months. You just don't. We're upfront with the Australian people about this being a big job. But on this side of the House, we are adults who are up to the big job, and we are going to continue to behave in a responsible way to support Australian families, to support Australian households with cost of living relief at a very challenging time, and to clean up the mess we've been left by those on the other side.
Thank you. Member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This MPI today is the government's inaction as rapidly rising mortgage interest rates are devastating Australian families and households. Moved by the member for Hume, the Shadow Treasurer. And yesterday it was announced that mortgages would see their 9th consecutive rise and the 7th rise under the Albanese Labor government. Now, Australian homeowners are being crippled not just by rising interest rates and higher mortgage costs under Labor, but also at the supermarket, at the Bowser with petrol and diesel, where the Albanese government failed to extend the discounts to people right around this country that the coalition government had did. Their electricity prices are rising, despite the fact Prime Minister Albanese saying that he would cut electricity prices, Deputy Speaker, by $275. But no, they've gone up, up and up. And now gas bills and rent is a huge thing. Now, what did Labor say about interest rates prior to the election? Well, right here in my hand, it was at the Australian Labor Party's federal election campaign launch 2022 in the city of Perth. Yep, the member for Perth was there. He might remember. Thank you, Mark, for the kind introduction, obviously speaking to the Premier for keeping WA safe during COVID. You might have thought he thanked the member for Cook for that as well, for the 700,000 jobs we saved during COVID. But no, thanks, Mark. And he goes on, and part of that speech, this is what the Prime Minister said, and these members opposite all got elected in 2022. This is what he said. Labor has real and lasting plans for cheaper electricity. Well, that hasn't happened. Cheaper childcare, right? OK, even if I give you that one. Cheaper mortgages, says Prime Minister Albanese. Cheaper mortgages. There you go. Well, that's not what the Australian people thought. Cheaper mortgages is pretty clear. This is what the Labor candidate in Petrie says, Deputy Speaker. So on May 1, that's what the Prime Minister says to Australians during the election campaign. We'll lower your mortgages, cheaper mortgages. His candidate in my seat says Queenslanders are getting smashed by the cost of living. We can't afford another 3 years of the member for Cook, names him. Queensland homeowners face having to find an almost $400 a month, he complains about, of mortgage repayments by Christmas on average. That's what Prime Minister Albanese's candidate said. $400 a month? Well, we're now at $1,400 a month. Not $400 a month, $1,400 a month. So if the candidate for Petrie thought it was bad under the coalition government, what does he think about it now under the Albanese government? I can tell you the mortgage increases have tripled, in some cases over $2,000 a month. So the Prime Minister has been a bit cute saying that he would lower mortgages, lower electricity when neither of those things have happened. The Labor candidate also promised that under a Labor government that it would be lower than under a coalition government. And the reality is, for those in the gallery, is that mortgages have increased 7 times since this government came to power. And the impact on that is very real for people in my electorate like Damien and Griffin. $1,000 a month extra, another $12 grand a year. He's saying he's paid $460 extra per fortnight, or $12,000 a year. It's becoming unsustainable, Damien says, and action needs to take place to stabilise lower rates. Quintin in Marumba Downs says, I'm a first home buyer, and my repayments since Labor have come in are $1,700 a month extra, or $20,400 per year. In gross wages, that's $30,000 a year, all under the Albanese government. So this MPI about the government's inaction as rapidly rising mortgage interest rates are devastating Australian families and households is 100% true. 100%. And it's not just mortgages. It's also people renting. I spoke to Daryl Margetts from Scarborough this morning, who's worried about his grandson Daniel, who lives in Clontarf, whose rent has gone up $50 a week. And this is really important because as interest rates rise, people need to be able to put up the rent. Thankfully, they still have negative gearing. If it was up to the member for Maribyrnong or the member for Grainland, Franklin or Ranklin, that all would have went in 2019 and people would not be able to write off the losses. Shame on the Albanese government.
And I give the call to the member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, the Coalition oversaw a decade of wasted opportunities and misguided priorities that left Australia with falling real wages, cost of living pressures and $1 trillion of debt without an economic dividend to show for it. They arrogantly believed they were solving this by simply being in power. They were the performing statue of politics, largely doing nothing but expecting applause for imperceptible movement. Deputy Speaker, what they do have to show, though, for nearly a decade of power was leaving us with the worst cost of living crisis this nation has ever faced. And Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has been working overtime to deliver for hard-working Australian families. We've worked overtime because those opposite sat in government for 9 years and did nothing. They barely moved. Australians understand that we didn't create these challenges, but they elected us to take responsibility for addressing them, and we are. The government is tackling this cost of living crisis in a range of ways. We've laid the groundwork to get wages moving. We've introduced cost of living measures to support people with the cost of medicine and childcare. We are working on fixing skilled labour shortages, as well as growing the economy the right way and making us more resistant against future shocks. Deputy Speaker, the government knows that households are feeling the pressure. That's why our plan has been to provide targeted relief to households and to ensure that through government programs and government spending we aren't making a bad situation worse. No colour coding here. One of the very first acts of the Albanese government was to successfully argue for the minimum wage to keep pace with inflation, an outcome which helped 2.7 million Australians, and we know was against the architectural beliefs of those opposite. But what else have we already done to address cost of living pressure for households, Deputy Speaker? On the 1st of January, millions of Australians saw a 29% drop in their PBS prescriptions, with the maximum PBS co-payment dropping from $42.50 to $30. For the first time in the 75-year history of the PBS, the co-payment for general scripts has fallen. For a family relying on 2 or 3 medications, this can put as much as $450 back into their household budget. And Deputy Speaker, from the 1st of July this year, more than 1 million families across the country will be able to access more affordable early childhood education. In my electorate of Bean alone, 6,600 families will be better off. And additionally, the childhood education subsidy for families earning $80,000 or less will increase to 90%. These changes will provide household budget relief for families struggling with the cost of living. Deputy Speaker, let's also talk about the important work this government is doing to fix the skills shortage. In the ACT, students will be able to access fee-free courses at the Canberra Institute of Technology in my electorate as the Albanese government and ACT government signed a landmark 12-month skills agreement to address the current skills shortage. The agreement will inject more than $16.5 million into the ACT skills and training sector, with immediate support for over 2,500 fee-free TAFE places at CIT this year. And Deputy Speaker, what exactly was the former government's plan heading into this election? It certainly wasn't to have a tailored response to address the cause of this cost of living crisis. It wasn't to implement policies that will address labour supply. It wasn't to address expenses such as cheaper medicine or to put downward pressure on childcare fees. It clearly wasn't to lift wages. And what's their plan now? To block every proposal to reduce cost of living pressure on families. Those opposite claim to be superior economic managers, and yet all they can manage to say is no. The economy we inherited was defined by a decade of stagnant wages, flatlining productivity, weak business investment, skill shortage and energy chaos. That doesn't sound like superior economic management to me, Deputy Speaker. And it's clear at the last election that the Australian people saw likewise. Deputy Speaker, the next budget will build on the strong work that we've already done, including assistance with energy bills, higher wages for aged care workers, investments in the economy. We've hit the ground running, and 2023 is a year to be optimistic about. Households are already seeing real and practical positive change, and Australian families are finally witnessing a government that doesn't hold them in contempt.
Thank you. Member for Bratton?
Bratton.
Yes.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Giving him the call.
Very easy in this place to get caught up in the tit-for-tat politics, backwards and forwards, with the blame game. However, what I want to do this afternoon is to quickly highlight to you the calls that I receive, the visits that I have to my small businesses and my farms across my electorate in the northwest, the west coast and King Island and Tasmania, because, Deputy Speaker, at the moment they're doing it very hard, very tough. And for many of the small businesses, these death by 1,000 cuts, they add up very slowly. And it's not until the end of the business quarter where those accumulative effects start to become a reality for most small business owners. And I'm not talking big small businesses. I'm talking sole traders and partnerships. I'm talking mum and dad's businesses. I'm talking farmers, small manufacturers and general trade jobs that are spread right across my electorate. So at the end of this BAS, they're concerned. Their main concern is about the cost of going about their business and servicing their short-term finance obligations. As well as that, many are locked into, when it comes to mortgage and longer-term capital, that will come off in the next quarter or the next 6 months. That means that they're now on unstable territory, on uncharted ground, and that trepidation that they have is affecting their business confidence. Business confidence, Deputy Speaker, is key when it comes to small business, the way in which you operate, the way in which you interrogate the business decisions in front of you. Businesses at the moment have got a multiple of these layers when it comes to these complexities. And the first one, of course, is interest rates. The trend is that the interest rates have risen. In fact, we've seen 8 consecutive rises since this government has held office, and more will follow. When it comes to the cost of doing business, the cost of capital and the surety of capital, as interest rates go up, so too the complexities around securing that capital and making that investment when you haven't got the over-the-horizon market indicators or the market signal in order to repay a dividend back into that capital. So that's the second thing. Coupled together with added increase in energy costs, and many of my irrigators down, on my own farm, we've got irrigators going 24/7 at the moment. Most irrigators on the northwest coast, their energy costs this season have more than tripled. Again, eating into their bottom line, but not affecting the price that they're paid for their produce that has not been adjusted. So they've got to wear that cost. When you start talking about the harvest season and tractors, an average reasonable-sized tractor now 400 or 500 litres a day consumption. On King Island, for instance, the price today over $2.50 a litre for diesel fuel on farm. And there's talk, they're scared about that diesel primary production rebate being taken away from them. So the calls that I've got and received over that particular issue, I can't fathom. I can't add up. When it comes to the introduction of increased complexity in IR legislation, in red tape, in green tape, these are mum and dad's businesses that can't afford to have a separate person or to subcontract this. They've got to do it themselves. And when mum or dad takes their eyes away from that small business, it means that half of that business has stopped being effective. Again, an added impost on our small businesses. When you start talking about insurance premiums for primary production, incredible increase, almost quadrupled in costs of premiums in the last 12 months. Labour force issues and the price that they've got to pay in order to secure permanent labour force, incredible. Freight costs across that expensive piece of water that is Bass Strait, backwards and forwards, and added stevedoring costs and charges. Again, impost onto small business. The market signals aren't there. The fight between the Reserve Bank and this government causes trepidation when it comes to securing those long-term over-the-horizon market indicators. Debt serviceability, unsurety, the unwillingness for neighbouring or co-joined businesses in securing that capital and working together. It's all unsure. And I can't help but agree with them. The lack of detail, the lack of forethought and the lack of future from this government is only exacerbating this issue.
Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, the opposition may have had a change of leadership, but their propensity to reach for the vacuous headline, completely devoid of substantive policy, has not changed one iota. Unfortunately, the answer isn't as simple as a vacuous headline, and that's just it. Labor is committed to doing the hard work required because we care about anyone doing it tough. By contrast, the Coalition's record is wholly one of opposing cost of living relief for all Australians. When we said we'd support a $1 an hour wage rise for our lowest paid workers, the Coalition said no. When we capped gas prices to help rein in energy power prices, the Coalition said no. And when we reformed industrial relations to fix a broken bargaining system, the Coalition said no.
I just don't care.
Let's cast our minds back. The paint was not even dry on the new Prime Minister's door when, on the 3rd of June 2022, the new Albanese government recommended to the Fair Work Commission that real wages of lowest paid workers should not go backwards. He was already taking real, tangible steps to help Australian workers with their cost of living challenges. This is responsible action. The O's opposite should heed the words of the Business Council of Australia, which said the following of our responsible action to get wages moving again. A functioning enterprise bargaining system will lift productivity so employees and employers can share the dividends of better performing workplaces with their teams through higher wages and better conditions. Less obstruction from those opposite, more construction. This government has hit the ground running in May last year and has been acting responsibly to assist households in addressing cost of living challenges. Let's consider our responsible action on energy. Australians are faced with serious challenges, partly caused by the opposition's 9-year serial failure to land an energy policy. We took action. Parliament was recalled in December and passed the gas market legislation, which will save households money on their energy bills. What was the member for Hume's position on that bill? He opposed it. He voted against it. He opposed helping Australian families faced with rising energy bills and now stands here pretending, well, he's not here, in fact, but when he is here, he pretends he wants to help those people at their kitchen tables. Responsible action in education and training. Fewer Australians will need to make hard choices about whether they can afford to engage in much-needed education and training, skilling up for jobs today and those of the future, because we've announced 20,000 new university places and 180 free TAFE places. Responsible action on health. We have made pharmaceuticals and other health products cheaper through the PBS. Last October, I had a very illuminating conversation back in Hasluck with a young man named Jake. Jake has type 1 diabetes. He requires insulin monitoring products and up to 3 other prescriptions per month for associated health issues. Labor's policy to subsidise constant glucose monitoring products and cut the maximum cost of PBS medication will save Jack hundreds of dollars a month, thousands of dollars per year. And there's a lot of Jakes out there who are a lot better off today, and it's good policy. Responsible action on housing. We will soon have a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, which will fund social housing well into the future and take pressure off the market. That comes after a lost decade of minimal intervention and investment in social and affordable housing. Members opposite are happy to try to take political advantage of pressures in housing. But should they be not required to explain to their electorate, to my electorate, where their investments were in 2013, where their investments were in 2014, 2015, 2016, your housing investments in 2017, 2018? What about 2019? Where were your housing investments in 2020, 2021? What about up to May 2022? Well, I can tell the member for Hume that housing doesn't happen overnight. We needed that investment back then and we now need it today. And thankfully Labor is taking a great deal of pressure now off the market, and ultimately that will lead to reduction in pressure on mortgages and rents because they'll become more availability.
Order. The member's time has expired. I give a call to the honourable member for Sturt.
I might just start by making sure everyone understands what growth in real wages means, because members of the government have been perhaps working off some old talking points, and I advise the Whip's office to recirculate the latest circumstance. You see, when inflation's at 7.8% and wages growth is at 3.1%, real wages are going backwards. Just so you know what all that means. Now, the December quarter wages growth has not been published yet, I concede. You might get lucky and wages growth will have increased from 3.1% to 7.9% in one quarter, and if that occurs, yes, Mr Speaker, we will have real wages growth in our economy. If that Herculean task is not performed, then that means that right now and consistently, since this government came to power, real wages have been going backwards. So I think the government would benefit in just reconsidering the number of times they put on the record, both in this House and in media interviews, how spectacular their reforms have been in getting real wages moving, because they are going backwards at the moment. And my prediction, regrettably, for the hard-working people of this country is that we won't be seeing real wages growth when the December figure is released and for many quarters into the future. Because, regrettably, under this government, people's real wages and their wealth is going backwards. Why? Because inflation is running, at 7.8%. And for those that understand inflation, it is the destruction of wealth. That is what inflation is. Inflation takes the value of something and decreases it. So when inflation is running at 7.8%, that means that the wealth of Australians is going backwards, and that hits in particular the lowest income people in our economy the hardest, and particularly retired people, people on fixed incomes, people who provisioned for their retirement, believing that they had saved enough money to fund that retirement when inflation's at 7.8% and interest rates are much lower than that, but going up, then their wealth is going backwards. And that is really hurting the most vulnerable people in our community. Now, mortgages are going up, and unfortunately we've had the 9th increase in interest rates yesterday. And what that means is for people who own a home and owe the bank money, when they are refinanced, if they're not on a variable rate, their mortgages are going up dramatically. Property prices are also falling. In nominal terms, in real terms, they're decreasing even more because, of course, you've got to add inflation to the nominal reduction in house prices. So in some markets, the value of your home has gone down by nearly 20%, and at the same time, your mortgage repayments have doubled. Real wages are going backwards, and of course energy prices are the highest increasing household bill in the household budget. People are really struggling. The government had an opportunity to come in here and explain what they are going to do to address these facts, the factual situation, and instead they talked about the previous government. Now, they're welcome to do that. They're welcome to forego the opportunity to say what they are actually going to do to address these really significant, painful impacts on household budgets, in particular for the most vulnerable people in our society. But if you forego the opportunity to point out how you're going to fix those challenges, then you're conceding that they will be continuing under your government. And that is absolutely disgusting and disgraceful. If you're happy to allow real wages to deteriorate, if you're happy to allow mortgages to go up, cost of living to spiral, and have no plan for it except to talk about the previous government, then a lot of people in this country would be saying it's time for a new government. Because if you're so out of touch and you don't understand how tough it is for these people, as their real wages are going down, their mortgages are going up, their wealth is decreasing, inflation's out of control, and your answer to that is to talk about the last government, then that is your prerogative, but it is something that the people of this country will reward you very poorly for at the ballot box as you continue to ignore the serious and significant challenges that they have every day dealing with the increases to their household budgets.
Order. There is far too much noise in the chamber. Give a call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I've just listened to 30 minutes of speeches from members opposite in respect to this motion before us, and I have heard not one single suggestion as to what else the government could be doing and should be doing to address their so-called concern about the cost of living increases on families and the rising interest rates. Not one. And it seems to me that whilst I accept that you're not in government, you might at least, if you want to stand up and tell the Australian people that there is some real concerns out there, you might at least offer some alternative suggestions that we might want to consider as a parliament. But I didn't hear not one single one. And the member for Sturt finished off by saying that if we're going to blame the other government, if that's the best we could do, we should talk about what this government has been doing. I'll talk about what this government has been doing, but I'll also say this. The Australian people are smart enough to understand that part of the reason that we're in the mess we're in terms of many of the issues that they raised in the course of this debate is because of the incompetence of the previous coalition government, who for 10 years did nothing to address what were foreseeable situations, including rising interest rates, which began under their watch. And you saw it coming just like you saw the energy prices coming, but instead of doing anything, you tried to sweep it under the carpet when you got that last report about energy prices just before the election, because you knew the buck stopped with your side of politics, but you weren't prepared to be honest with the Australian people. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Australian people understand that there are many contributing factors to cost of living pressures that they are facing. They also understand that many of those pressures are global and beyond the control of this country and, quite frankly, our government and the previous government. But they also understand that when the Morrison government was in office, they could have done something about it, and they didn't, and that we are now facing the situation that we do because of that. But unlike the last coalition government that did nothing, this government is actually getting on with the job of responding, and it did that from day one. And let me just go through some of the issues that we have tried to address from the moment we were elected to government. We successfully argued, almost on day one, for a Fair Work Commission minimum wage increase in line with inflation, something that those members opposite continuously opposed. We have introduced legislation that will drive down investment in cleaner and cheaper energy, putting downward pressure on power prices. The May budget will include direct energy bill relief for households and businesses. We are delivering on cheaper childcare. In my own electorate, that means some 7,000 families will be better off. That is money that will help them deal with the cost of living increases that those members speak about. We are delivering 180,000 TAFE fee-free places. Now, if that's not helping families, what is? And we're expanding the paid parental leave. We also, when it comes to pensions, allowances and rent assistance, have increased those in line with inflation. We brought in a new pensioner work bonus so that older Australians could keep more of what they earned. We're rebuilding trade relationships with countries right around the world. And can I tell you, with respect to that issue alone, in my state of South Australia, the wine industry was decimated because of the actions of this government. And they still haven't recovered, and it's only because of the efforts of this government that things are starting to look a little bit better. And we're also rebuilding manufacturing, which, as we heard in question time today, was again destroyed by this government when they closed, by the coalition government when they closed down GMH, because that had a ripple effect right through the manufacturing sector of South Australia. So, for the member of Sturt and others who say, "What are we doing?" I suggest that he has a close look at what we're doing, and because this government from day one has started to do things. But the problem is that every time we bring legislation into this House, every initiative that we have brought into this House has quite frankly been opposed by those opposite. Can I just finish on this matter, given that housing is such a big issue? And again, time does not permit me to go into the initiatives that this government has taken with respect to housing. But only this morning, the Property Council of Australia released their report, A Stark Reality. The Minister for Housing was there and delivered a response on behalf of the government. The Property Council of Australia complimented the Minister and the government for the work that this government is doing on trying to rebuild the housing industry in this country and bring into the market much more social and affordable housing. Mr Speaker, this government is acting, and this motion, quite frankly, is a joke.
The discussion has concluded. Give a call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security.
Thank you, Speaker. I seek to add to my answer given in question time today. Speaker, I was asked by the Shadow Minister when the government was first informed that the instrument designating Nauru as a regional processing country had lapsed, and I explained in my answer that it was on the 15th of December. I was a bit surprised that the member for McPherson asked that question because the member knew the answer to this question. She was personally informed 2 days ago in a briefing with officials that the first time the Department of Home Affairs notified my office of the issue was late in the evening on 15th of December. To clarify, it was well after Parliament had risen. Further, the initial advice to my office was only that the instrument had lapsed, and my department was seeking further clarification on the process to reinstate the instrument. The Prime Minister's office was informed at the earliest possible opportunity. That was the following morning. I say I'm surprised the member did not remember her briefing from yesterday, but I'm not sure I should be surprised, given that it was the member who, as her time as Minister for Home Affairs, failed to ensure that her department had the processes in place when she was informed twice as Home Affairs Minister in 2021 that this was due to lapse. Unfortunately, this is not—
Has the Minister concluded her additional answer? I just remind the House, if ministers are providing additional information, they are to do it at the first opportunity and in a succinct and short manner. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House. And I'll call the clerk before I do that. I call the clerk. My apologies.
Business notice number 2, Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye.
Aye.
Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Leader of the House.
I ask Leader of the House to move a motion that a message be sent to the Senate acquainting it of this resolution.
Is leave granted?
It says acquainting. If I'm told to say acquainting by the clerks, I go there.
Granted. I thank the member for O'Connor, the Leader of the House.
Okay, so this is that moment. I move that a message be sent to the Senate acquainting it of this resolution and requesting that it concur and take action accordingly.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measures No. 1, Bill 2022, has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported, and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask Leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Call the member for O'Connor. It's leave granted. Leave is granted. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Export Control Amendment Streamlining Administrative Processes Bill 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask Leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
This bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I'll call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
And I call the member for Fremantle.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the following reports. Report 204, Agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United States of America on access to electronic data for the purpose of countering serious crime, incorporating a dissenting report, and Report 205, Joint Initiative on Services Domestic Regulation, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted? The member for O'Connor. The member for Fremantle may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm glad to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties reports into two separate agreements. First, the agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United States of America on access to electronic data for the purpose of countering serious crime, also referred to as the Cloud Act Agreement, and second, on the Joint Initiative on Services Domestic Regulation. Speaker, the Cloud Act Agreement will allow relevant Australian law enforcement and intelligence and security agencies to seek an order under Australian law to obtain through a structured and oversighted process electronic data that is required for investigating serious criminal conduct or serious national security concerns. In essence, it allows Australian agencies to seek such information directly from data holding or communication service providing companies in the US rather than by making a request through the Mutual Legal Assistance Framework, which is much slower and more cumbersome. Under the arrangement, access orders can be made on appropriate grounds for the interception of communications, access to stored communications and access to telecommunications data. Australian agencies will be able to seek that information with respect to its citizens, and the US can do the same. As one would expect, the scale and concentration of data holding and service provision in the United States means that the Cloud Act arrangements will certainly be utilised to a much greater degree by Australian authorities than in the reverse direction. That disparity is already evident in the respective use of the unwieldy mutual legal assistance processes. In Australia's case, Deputy Speaker, the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979, usually called the TIA Act, provides the legal framework and authority for the Cloud Act agreement requirements, just as it does in the case of domestic access or interceptions. For the Cloud Act agreement to be properly invoked, all those TIA requirements and protections need to be satisfied, including limitations on who may be targeted, the application of proper minimisation procedures, the various issuing requirements for orders and exceptions for essential interests that are specified in side letters to the agreement, and which in Australia's case are consistent with our opposition to the death penalty. It's salient to note, Deputy Speaker, that whereas interception or access warrants sought for domestic application by ASIO in relation to national security matters can be approved by the Attorney-General, for the purposes of the Cloud Act agreement, an order requires the approval of the Security Division of the AAT. The committee could see clearly from the evidence that the current mutual legal assistance treaty process for obtaining data from United States communication service providers is cumbersome and not suited to modern communications data storage and the cloud computing environment. While the Cloud Act agreement doesn't replace that process, it does provide a parallel and more efficient alternative for Australian agencies dealing with matters relating to serious crime or national security matters, and they are often, in their nature, urgent matters that need timely action. There doesn't appear to be any question that it will substantially reduce the time involved for the acquisition of relevant data relating to the commission or contemplation of a serious offence. In the committee's view, the agreement will achieve that improved timeliness of access without compromising proper process and appropriate protections. The committee did examine a range of issues in that area, including the implications with respect to civil liberties, the reporting on and oversight of the use of orders, particularly orders issued at the request of United States authorities to Australian providers, which we don't expect will occur very often, and the question of consultation with civil society during the negotiation of the agreement. To that end, the committee encourages the Australian government to be especially mindful that consultation, reporting and oversight are critical integrity elements that should be applied rigorously wherever surveillance or other incursions into privacy are involved, even when those incursions serve a legitimate purpose, as they will do under these arrangements. Notwithstanding the general concerns and issues identified, the committee regards the Cloud Act agreement as an important tool for Australian law enforcement and intelligence agencies to better respond to the increasingly sophisticated tactics of criminals and those who would jeopardise our national security, but in a way that is consistent with existing domestic requirements. And for that reason, the committee is of the view that ratifying the Cloud Act agreement is in the national interest, and it has recommended accordingly. Deputy Speaker, the second report that I speak to covers the Joint Initiative on Services Domestic Regulation, a plurilateral agreement negotiated among 69 members of the World Trade Organisation that aims to establish uniform requirements for service delivery authorisation processes. What does that mean? It means that when it comes to the process by which a business or entity seeks to provide a service into another country, a group of 69 nations, including Australia, have now agreed that they will each commit to some principles and objectives to make that process user-friendly, timely and transparent. In essence, this is designed to facilitate the fair and free provision or export of services from one country to another, rather than having lots of different processes, some of which are difficult, slow and obstructive. Provisions in the joint initiative relate to a range of areas, including transparency when it comes to fees and application procedures, efficient processing of applications, evaluation based on clear and objective criteria, review opportunities, reasonable access to examinations where required, acceptance of electronic documents rather than requiring hard copy documents, and the adoption of technical standards through open and transparent processes. This joint initiative then represents the first time that such an agreement has included a provision that measures should not discriminate between men and women, though it is still the case that members can opt out of that provision. We'd hope that 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 isn't the case. Australia won't be, and we'd hope that the other 68 nations choose not to. Deputy Speaker, the joint initiative is intended to provide simple, transparent, fair and user-friendly global rules to facilitate trade in services. It's notable that because Australia has been convinced of this logic for some considerable time, our regulatory settings and practice already comply with the new rules. As to the benefits that might flow to Australian service suppliers from the joint initiative, the committee has previously noted in its scrutiny of trade agreements the value of independent analysis of expected impacts. Of course, it's notable in this case that Australia's major service export earners are tourism and international education. They're our two major service export earners. They both occur fundamentally within Australia and therefore within our regulatory environment. The joint initiative doesn't improve circumstances or reduce costs in relation to those sectors for obvious reasons. Service exports, tourism and higher education service exports. The value of the joint initiative is in reinforcing the importance of consistency, transparency and predictability in services regulations. While many of the world's largest service markets, such as the United States, European Union and Japan, have well-established processes for facilitating trade in services, the committee agreed there would be value in harmonising the processes that exist in emerging markets, including in our region. Deputy Speaker, because the nature of a joint initiative is to be formed outside but alongside the WTO, there's a view that negotiations of this kind could undermine the need to resolve long-stalled negotiations in the WTO itself, but the committee is of the view that the joint initiative is a worthy agreement and, on balance, likely to reinforce the centrality of the World Trade Organisation while creating momentum in multilateral rule-making. Accordingly, the committee agreed that binding treaty action should be taken. Deputy Speaker, I thank all the committee members, the Deputy Chair and the Secretariat for their assistance in getting these reports and the inquiries beneath them done, and I commend these reports to the House.
I thank the member for Fremantle. And the member for Herbert is seeking leave.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to make a brief statement on the reports.
Leave is granted.
The member for Herbert has the call.
Thing you've done today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the House for this opportunity to make a short statement on these reports and acknowledge the Chair as well as other committee members, the member for Bowman in the House at the moment. The Cloud Act was signed in December 2021 under the former coalition government, and it's pleasing to see the continued bipartisan approach to pursuing this very worthwhile arrangement between two countries with a strong history of cooperation. Through the committee process, it was very clear that the agreement had set out to achieve a very simple goal: bring more criminals to justice in a shorter time frame for the safety of the community. The committee heard a great need for this agreement has developed in this age of connectivity brought about by the widespread use of the internet. With all the good the internet has brought, it has also been used for illegal activity, and online communication services are being increasingly used for crime. The key problem has been access of information for Australian investigators who are investigating serious crimes committed on our shores, but where that information is stored on servers in the United States and vice versa. A lot of electronic data can be distributed over different services, locations and jurisdictions. But in most cases, the bulk of it is in the US. Currently, investigators are reliant on mutual legal assistance treaties, which involves court orders and processes before Australian investigators can access that information from private companies. This can lead to major delays, which in turn can lead to investigations not proceeding or other investigations which can be settled more quickly, taking precedence. The national interest analysis stated that it can take more than 12 months for data to be supplied from the US to Australian law enforcement agencies. The report highlights on an important point from the NIA, which said, if electronic evidence cannot be obtained in accordance with Australian court timeframes, this can result in charges being withdrawn, less serious charges being pursued, or weaker case being put to the court. This can ultimately lead to lower rates of conviction and lesser sentences being imposed, if at all. It's a situation which leaves vulnerable victims of crime at risk and also risks the safety of the community. This agreement will lead to reduced timeframes for the acquisition of relevant data relating to the commission of serious offence by allowing investigators to go straight to the source. They'll be able to circumvent the US court process and go directly to data storage companies and obtain information subject to relevant privacy safeguards and within certain boundaries without engaging with the US legal system. Deputy Speaker, there are countless unspeakable crimes being committed across the world with the aid of the internet, and we must be doing everything we can to stop it, which is why we've provided our support for this treaty action. Finally, it is important to note that where US investigations could lead to the death penalty, Australia reserves the right to step in and not grant approval. Likewise, if the US has freedom of speech concerns with evidence being provided to Australia, the same provisions apply. I thank the committee for recommending that binding treaty action be taken. And briefly on the joint initiative of Services Domestic Regulation, this joint statement initiative was agreed to on behalf of Australia by the former Trade Minister, the member for Wannon, under the Coalition Government. This is an important step to reducing red tape and regulatory costs for Australian service exporters, making it easier for Australian businesses to export to the world. We know that red tape is the enemy of small business, and we should always do everything we can to reduce it. I thank the committee for endorsing this action, and finally I'd like to thank the Secretariat for its hard work on both reports and those who made submissions to the inquiries.
Thank the member for Bowen.
Not on this, something different.
On behalf of the McNamara.
Thank you. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 1 of 2023, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Thank you.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted, and I call
touch and go. It was touch and go.
The member for McNamara has
he knows the beers at Christmas will be coming. There we go. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And I'm pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights' first scrutiny report of 2023. In this report, the committee has considered 28 new bills and 329 new legislative instruments. The committee has commented on 4 of these bills and 3 legislative instruments. In particular, the committee is seeking further information in relation to the Quality of Care Restrictive Practices Principles 2022 bill. Sorry, not bill, it's an instrument. This instrument sets out who can consent to the use of restrictive practices on behalf of people in aged care when they are deemed to lack capacity to consent. The committee has a long-standing concern regarding the use of restrictive practices on persons in aged care and considers this measure may promote and limit a number of human rights, including limiting the rights of persons with a disability to equal recognition before the law. The committee is seeking further information from the Minister for Aged Care to assess the compatibility of this measure with these rights. The committee is also seeking further information in relation to the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022. In particular, it is seeking information in relation to the proposed prohibition of foreign persons engaging in referendum campaigning. I note that the committee acknowledged the important objective of the bill in seeking to prevent foreign state players maliciously interfering with our referendum processes. The concern relates to foreign persons living in Australia whose rights would be affected by this measure. This committee is also seeking advice as to whether the proposed amendments to remove the requirement relating to the distribution of official pamphlet has any human rights implications and reserves the right to report further, and I do note the further reports since the tabling of our report. Also in this report, the committee concluded its consideration of 3 bills and 1 legislative instrument previously considered, including its assessment of the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill seeks to permit the disclosure of personal information to facilitate assistance provided by the telecommunications industry to law enforcement agency and emergency services organisations. The committee considers that, based on the additional information provided by the Minister for Communications, the proposed limit on the right of privacy in relation to a number of measures would likely be proportionate. The committee thanks the Minister for her comprehensive response to its questions and welcomes her advice that the explanatory materials accompanying this bill will be updated to reflect this useful additional information. The committee has made a small recommendation to amend the bill to better reflect the Minister's advice as to what personal information can be shared under the legislation. And finally, the committee has concluded its assessment of the Data Availability and Transparency Consequential Amendments Transitional Rules 2022. These rules authorise the provision of controlled access to Australian government data by prescribing 6 entities as transitional Australian data service providers. In assessing this legislative instrument, the committee was greatly assisted by the additional information provided by the Minister for Finance, and in particular the informative briefing provided by the National Data Commissioner and departmental officials to the committee's secretariat, and we thank them for taking the time to provide this useful briefing. The committee is pleased to note that many of the 251 amendments made to the legislation giving effect to this data scheme and safeguards included in a recently introduced code were in response to the committee's previous recommendations. The committee considers these amendments assist with the proportionality of the scheme and legislative instrument, although noting that much will depend on how the scheme is applied in practice. This is a useful example of how the committee's human rights analysis of legislation can ensure better protection of fundamental rights in legislation. I would like to thank the Deputy Chair and all of the committee members for their participation. We have had fantastic discussions in the committee, full of robust exchanges, but always constructive. And I thank all of the members, and I especially thank our hard-working Secretariat. They are extraordinary, Acting Speaker. They have done a huge amount of work in preparing extremely high-level advice to the committee and have assisted us in our duties as the Human Rights Committee. And on that note, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Report 1 of 2023 to the House.
I thank the member for McNamara. There being no other speakers, I'll call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bowen in continuation.
Thank you very much. I was on a real roll, Deputy Speaker, before I was really interrupted by the business of the House, so I'll try to get back into the rhythm of things. And I was talking about the Coalition's record of supporting government-funded paid parental leave and how far that commitment goes back. Of course, back in 2010 and 2013 elections, the Coalition's paid parental leave policy sought to deliver mothers 6 months paid parental leave based on their actual wage. And if those opposite who today have been who have been celebrating this legislation and their party's commitment to paid parental leave, if they had supported this landmark coalition policy back in 2010, then Australian families would have had access to one of the most generous government-funded paid parental leave schemes in the world, a scheme that would have now been in place for over a decade. If you can imagine how many children would have been able to, or how many families would have been able to access that scheme over the last 10 years, and think of how many Australian women could have benefited from that policy. The Coalition recognises both the social and economic benefits of paid parental leave. And of course, it's been the Coalition that will always be fully committed to supporting women's participation in the workforce, which we should never forget rose to record highs under the previous Coalition government. It should come as no surprise, given our record, Deputy Speaker, that the Coalition, even in opposition, will not waver from our long-standing ambition to provide genuine support for Australian families. And so we will be, of course, supporting this bill. As previously mentioned, the amendments in Labor's Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill builds on the changes to the PPL scheme originally announced by the Coalition in the March 2022 budget, less than a year ago, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we welcome the government's plan to extend parental leave pay from 18 weeks to 20 weeks from 1 July. In government, the Coalition set out to create a single 20-week payment under the PPL scheme by combining the dad and partner pay with the PLP. Making 20-week payment fully flexible to eligible working parents will also see parents share the entitlement between them by as much or as little as would work with their specific circumstances within 2 years of their child's birth or adoption. And as the increased flexibility offered by this bill may pose some administrative challenges for small and family businesses, the Coalition has sought assurances from the Albanese government that amendments will not negatively impact upon small business, and as requested that Services Australia will provide meaningful support and guidance to businesses to manage the scheme to minimise any possible financial impact, and further that businesses will be made aware of the changes to the scheme well in advance of 1 July this year. Beyond expanding access by introducing the $350,000 income test previously proposed by the Coalition, and further to increasing flexibility by allowing claimants to use their paid leave entitlement in a manner that best suits them. This bill also significantly expands eligibility under the scheme. The bill also provides for an eligible father or partner to receive parental leave paid irrespective of the birth mother's income test status, residency requirements, or is serving a newly arrived resident waiting period. The impact of these measures are both significant in their scope and in the sweeping nature of their impact. And while resolute in our support, the Coalition is mindful of Labor's poor record when it comes to the implementation of many schemes that they've brought about, and I think that that's something that we'll certainly be keeping an eye on as the government seeks to, beyond the passage of this bill, implement this scheme. And one final point, Deputy Speaker. In the lead-up to the 2022-23 October budget, the Albanese government announced the scheme would be progressively increased to 26 weeks. And as this bill fails to mention this change, if Labor has now shelved its proposed increase to 26 weeks, then the Prime Minister needs to come clean with the Australian public. We deserve, I think, a straight answer from the government on that front about what has happened to their commitment regarding 26 weeks. I know this isn't a government famed for providing details on their policies. Those on our side have certainly been asking for a lot more detail on a lot of the government's policies in recent weeks and months. But my constituents do want to know. It is a question that's been asked by many of my constituents when I've gone door to door and we've been discussing changes to PPL. They do want to know whether the proposal to extend this leave to 26 weeks is anywhere in the government's thinking for this program in the future. And with that in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When my mum gave birth to me more than 40 years ago, she had to return to work full-time 2 months later. And that was because my parents needed 2 full-time incomes to pay the mortgage, pay the bills and put food on the table. She could not afford to take any more time off work. She also couldn't be sure she would have a job to go back to if she took additional leave. My mum juggled the sleepless nights and tiredness that comes with having a newborn, while having to front up to work 5 days a week. She struggled with wanting to spend time with her newborn while needing to earn enough money to support her young family. It was a dilemma many working mothers of her time had to endure, because few had access to employer parental leave schemes and no one had access to government-supported paid parental leave. Contrast that to the experience I had when I became a mum 35 years later. With a combination of the government's paid parental leave scheme and generous paid parental leave offered by my employer, I was able to take 14 months off to care for my baby full-time. It was both the most enjoyable and most difficult 14 months of my life. But I got to make that choice. Choices about when to go back to work. Choices about going back to work full-time or part-time. I was fortunate to be in a position where I could make choices based on what was in the best interest of my family and my son. I was able to make those choices because of the financial security provided by the paid parental leave schemes I was able to access. My mum didn't get to make those choices. Her decisions were governed by our family's financial situation. I'm grateful to her and my dad for working so hard to give my brother and I the opportunities they never got. My mum is an amazing mum and I think an even better grandmother. She spends time patiently teaching my son how to write Chinese characters. Instead of reading books to him, she makes up short stories to teach him about Chinese culture and history. She spends hours making his favourite meals. And I'm grateful she's been able to have that time with my son, just as I was able to spend quality time with him in his early and formative years. Australia's paid parental leave scheme was introduced in 2011, a legacy of the Rudd Labor government. At the time of its introduction, along with the United States, we were the only country in the OECD that didn't have a statutory paid parental leave scheme. So it was a long overdue reform. It's now become such an entrenched and important social policy that you sometimes forget there was a time we didn't have this scheme in place. It's a scheme designed to support working parents, mums and dads, and that's an important point to make here. The government's paid parental leave aims to encourage both parents to spend time with their child to encourage bonding. The paid parental leave scheme aimed to meet a few key objectives which the Productivity Commission laid out in a 2008 report. To generate child and parental health and welfare benefits by increasing the time parents spend with their children. To normalise the social value of having a child and taking time out for family reasons. To counter some of the workforce participation disincentives for new parents posed by the tax and welfare system, and to increase retention rates for businesses with reduced training and recruitment costs. Put simply, it's good for parents, good for kids, good for employers and good for the economy. There are two parts to the government's paid parental leave. One is provided to the primary carer with minimum wage paid for 18 weeks, divided into a 12-week block that is taken continuously and a 6-week flexible block. The other part is for dad and partner pay for up to 2 weeks of minimum pay. In total, a family is eligible for up to 20 weeks' pay, but we know this scheme isn't perfect and it has its problems. Countless papers and studies, not to mention numerous submissions to the Jobs and Skills Summit, have outlined its shortcomings. Business, unions, economists and experts all know that it's not doing enough to boost productivity and participation. In order to be eligible for the current scheme, the primary carer needs to earn under $156,000. We know this rule can be unfair to families where mum is the high income earner and the primary carer. We know it doesn't do enough to provide access for fathers and partners, and we know it limits flexibility for families to choose how parents transition back to work. And it's not the driver for gender equality that we know it could be. Research from the OECD shows that in Australia, like in so many other countries around the world, the responsibility for caring for children often falls disproportionately on women. Typically, fathers tend to remain in full-time work while mothers work part-time or drop out of work entirely. Data from the Department of Social Services indicates that because the 2-week dad and partner pay cannot be taken in conjunction with other paid leave, this can make it harder for fathers and partners to take significant time off from work to care for their newborn. And the cumulative impact of this dynamic is for women to remain out of the workforce for longer, for the gender wage gap to continue to widen, and for the stereotype of the female carer and the male breadwinner to continue. Treasury analysis tells us that women experience a motherhood penalty, with their earnings falling by an average of 55% in the first 5 years following the birth of a child. That is more than half of their income lost, whereas men's earnings are unaffected by the birth of their child. So this bill sets out to fix some of those fundamental problems with the paid parental leave scheme. It does it in a few key ways. It combines the parental leave pay and dads and partner pay schemes into a single parental leave scheme available for 20 weeks. It expands eligibility to allow an eligible father or partner to receive parental leave pay regardless of whether the birth parent meets the residency requirements or income tests. It introduces a $350,000 combined family income limit, and it allows claimants to make the payment flexibly within 2 years of birth or adoption. At its core, not only will this bill allow parents and child to bond, but it improves gender equality. The new scheme will remove the default position of parental leave attributing to the birth mother. Instead, parents will be able to decide who should lodge their first claim. This change will be combined with 2 weeks of leave being reserved for each parent on a use-it-or-lose-it basis in order to incentivise parents to take at least 2 weeks each and to signal that caring for a new child is the responsibility of both parents. Eligible parents will have the ability to share their paid parental leave entitlements to suit their specific care arrangements within 2 years of the child's birth or adoption. Making the scheme more flexible and easier to share will help families to balance work and caring responsibilities. It will encourage more men to take parental leave away from their jobs, and in doing so will contribute to changing stubborn gender norms and improve gender equality. We are ambitious for our paid parental leave scheme. Later this year, we will introduce legislation to progressively increase the paid parental leave scheme to reach 26 weeks in 2026. This is the largest expansion since the scheme was introduced in 2011. The Grattan Institute has made it clear the benefits of paid parental leave aren't just helpful for women, they are also helpful in allowing dads and partners to bond with their child, and it's helpful for children too. And the research shows too that more gender-equal leave can improve family relationships by reducing parenting stress and allowing couples to build a better understanding of each other's worlds. I feel incredibly fortunate to be able to have benefited from the paid parental leave scheme, a great Labor legacy, and to now be part of an Albanese Labor government working to strengthen and improve it. I want to end my contribution by thanking 2 women who have fought tirelessly to get the paid parental leave scheme implemented. Professor Marion Baird from the University of Sydney Business School, who spent decades researching and advocating for paid parental leave in Australia, and Jenny Macklin, the Minister responsible for bringing this policy idea to fruition. I thank them both.
Thank you. The question is the bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the question is, of course, does the Coalition support this bill? And the answer is, of course, yes. And we've heard from many in the Coalition about their support for this very important measure. And there's a few reasons for that, Deputy Speaker. Primarily, the Coalition supports measures that support families, especially young families and those with young children. The Coalition believes in the family as the building block of society and believes passionately that when families do well and small and family business does well, that communities do well and regions and cities do well, and then so too does our great country. This is a core value of the Liberals and the Nationals, and that's why we also supported the cheaper childcare bill that passed through this place in late last year. We, of course, took the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to outline the deep flaws in that bill, which is, of course, one of the privileges of being in opposition. The lack of new access places for children, for the $4.7 billion price tag to the Australian taxpayer, and the utterly disgraceful lack of work and detail that the Labor government did not do to support a tired and undervalued workforce that has real concerns now for the government's lack of preparedness for July 1 this year. And that's why we are so bitterly disappointed with the Prime Minister and the Labor Party for misleading Australians by promising to support families before the election. Life will be cheaper under me, he said. $275 reduction in power bills, he said. But newsflash, it's not, is it? Who can put their hand on their heart and say, my life is cheaper now than it was in May last year under the Coalition? Nobody. Inflation is at a 33-year high, and that's not bad luck, Deputy Speaker. That's Labor, as they always do when in government, making the situation worse for families and the cost of living. Higher interest rates are predicted to hit approximately 800,000 mortgage holders who'll come off fixed-rate mortgages to virtually double their repayments to a variable rate, and that's going up further. It's an economic hot mess, Deputy Speaker. Make no bones about it, every decision this Labor government is making will impact cost of living expenses and so inflation. Life is not and will not be easier under Albanese. But importantly, this bill extends the paid parental leave scheme, or PPL measures, that the Coalition put in place in March last year, another one of our good policy ideas that Labor has taken and added to. It gives both parents more paid time with their newborns to build their family unit. The scheme consists of paid leave pay, PLP, a 12-week PPL period, and 6 weeks of flexible PPL, and dad and partner pay, DAPP, a 2-week period. And financial support provided by PPL is intended to complement and supplement existing entitlements to paid or unpaid leave, and is paid at a rate based on the national minimum wage, which is currently $8.1245 a week. In 2021 and 22, the PPL schemes together cost the nation around $2.58 billion. And I'll just go through around some of the rules for those that might be listening at home on the ABC. There are some rules surrounding eligibility. Currently, there is a work test, and the claimant must have worked for 10 of the 13 months before the birth or adoption of their child, and a minimum of 330 hours in that 10-month period, and have a gap of no more than 12 weeks between working days. There's also an income test. The claimant must have an individual adjusted taxable income, an ATI, of $150,000 or less in the 2019-20 financial year, or $151,350 or less in the 2021 financial year, or $156,647 or less in the 21-22 financial year. There's also a residency test. When their child is born or adopted, they must be living in Australia and have one of the following: that is, Australian citizenship, a permanent visa, a special category visa, or other temporary approved visa. The Paid Parental Leave Amendment, this bill, makes amendments to the Paid Parental Leave Act, which the government says will make the payment more accessible, flexible and gender neutral. The bill provides amendments to extend the PLP from 18 weeks to 20 weeks from July 1. It will combine the PLP and DAPP, forming a single payment of 20 weeks that can be shared between parents, making that easier. This measure seeks to make sharing of parental leave between parents a central part of the scheme. 2 weeks of PLP will be reserved on a use-it-or-lose-it basis for each claimant. A claimant who does not have a partner at the time of the claim will be able to receive a maximum of 20 weeks PLP. It removes the notion also of primary, secondary and tertiary claimants. Under the amendments, either parent will be able to claim the PLP first, and the bill seeks to improve gender equality by removing the default of PLP, assuming that both parents are primary carers. Currently, the Paid Parental Leave Act distinguishes between primary, secondary and tertiary claims and claimants, and this bill removes this distinction by allowing fathers and partners to claim parental leave pay without requiring birth mothers to make a claim. Under the current arrangements, mothers must make a successful claim for PPL and then transfer the payment to their partner if they wish to share it. This process is administratively burdensome and complex, with less than 1% of mothers transferring some of their payment to the father or partner in 2021. Eligible non-birth parents and partners can receive the PLP if the birth parent doesn't meet the income test, residency test or is serving a newly arrived resident's waiting period. And the bill expands access by introducing a $350,000 income test. To put that into context, between 2010 and 2017 financial years, the number of women with a taxable income of more than $150,000 has in fact doubled. And we might point to the women's workforce participation rate at that time, which was at an historic high under the Coalition government of 62.3%. And I'll remind those in the House that when Labor last left office, it was at 58.7%, and we'll see how that women's workforce participation rate goes over the coming months and years. Currently, families can be treated differently depending on which parent has the higher income, and there could be two families each with an identical household income. One family could be eligible because the father is the primary income earner, while the other family ineligible because the mother is the primary income earner. This bill addresses this issue by introducing a $350,000 family income limit, which families can be assessed if they do not meet the individual income test, which is $156,647. Families will no longer be denied access to payments just because of the income of the mother, with the introduction of a family income limit. It's expected nearly 3,000 additional parents will become eligible each year due to this measure. This family income limit is to be indexed annually from 1 July 2024, and the individual income limit will continue to be indexed annually on 1 July. This is to complement the existing $156,647 individual income test, with single parents able to access the family income test. It increases flexibility and expands eligibility to allow claimants to best use their parental leave payments in a manner that best suits them and their family. Paid parental leave will consist only of flexible PPL days. And this measure allows parents to take paid parental leave in blocks as small as a day at a time, with periods of work in between if they need it. And during the period starting the day the child is born and ending on the day before the child's second birthday or anniversary of care. This flexibility seeks to support mothers to return to work whenever they wish, and will benefit parents who work part-time or are self-employed to continue working after a birth or an adoption. The bill also allows eligible claimants to take a maximum of 2 weeks parental leave paid concurrently, assisting parents to share caring responsibilities, providing an opportunity for dads and partners to also provide care for birth parents to support their health. Concurrency is limited to ensure that parents are encouraged to return to work. This bill also expands eligibility to allow an eligible father or partner to receive parental leave pay regardless of whether the birth mother meets the income test, residency requirements, or is serving a newly arrived resident's waiting period, as I outlined. So this bill extends the paid parental leave from 18 weeks to 20 weeks. It supports parents and children. Therefore, the Coalition supports the extension to our measures contained in this bill. And can I congratulate Labor for finally coming to the party on this very important measure for Australian families. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I had my triplets in 1999, I only had access to unpaid parental leave. And when you unexpectedly discover that you're having 3 babies instead of 1 and end up having to go on parental leave at 18 weeks instead of 38 weeks as planned, the financial crunch is real. I was lucky that my husband worked and was able to support me and our surprisingly rapidly growing family. But for many of the women that I saw at homelessness service Catherine House and Vinnie's, that had not been the case. In many, many instances, their homelessness could be directly traced back to an interrupted career due to caring duties for children. This gap in employment not just impacted their immediate financial security when they had young children, just as the family expenses were going up, it also had long-term implications. For some of them, the lack of paid parental leave meant they couldn't maintain their job. This meant a gap in income, an immediate financial impact, but also a loss of superannuation, a loss of career momentum that has long-term impacts on their life's journey. Having to find a new job after a career gap is difficult. And this financial security also impacts other life decisions, such as whether to have another child or whether to leave a violent or unhappy relationship. And so when they turn up at the doors of Catherine House or Vinnie's or any other homelessness service, whether they're in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, or part of the fastest growing demographic experiencing homelessness, women in their 50s and over, the impact of unpaid career gaps and forced job losses is so often a major factor in why they became homeless. This bill implements the first step of the Albanese government's paid parental leave reforms. It expands access, it improves flexibility and encourages shared care between parents. The bill is necessary because of the limitations of the existing scheme of parental leave. The current parental leave pay takes the form of an 18-week payment to the primary carer. The eligibility criteria for this system limits access for non-birth parents. It restricts parents' choice about how they structure leave days and transition back to work, and it disadvantages families where the mother is the primary income earner. The current scheme also fails to provide support for fathers and partners to access paid leave, further limiting choices for families and denying them the opportunity to be the primary carer for their children. To address some of these weaknesses in the existing system, This bill replaces the parental leave pay and the dads and partners pay with a single 20-week scheme, with 2 weeks reserved for each parent on a use-it-or-lose-it basis. It introduces gender-neutral claiming by removing the notion of primary and secondary claimants and the requirement that the primary claimant must be the birth parent. Essentially, this change will leave it up to families to decide how they want to utilise their leave. It allows parents to take payment days in multiple blocks, as small as a day at a time, within 2 years of the birth or adoption. And what this means is parents can use their paid parental leave to structure their working schedule around their needs. The bill also introduces a more generous $350,000 family income limit, under which families can be assessed if they do not meet the individual income limit. And it allows eligible fathers and partners to receive the payment regardless of whether the birth parent meets the income or residency test. Deputy Speaker, around 181,000 Australian families will benefit from the changes in this bill. And crucially, this includes around 4,300 families who will gain access that would not have been eligible under the existing scheme. We're opening up support, choice and flexibility to more families, because that's the Labor way. Deputy Speaker, when I attended the government's very successful Job and Skills Summit last September, I lost count of how many speakers raised the issue of women's workforce participation. And at our local Boothby Jobs and Skills Forum, local businesses, not-for-profit organisations and individual participants also identified the importance of tapping into the skills of women who want to return to work as part of the solution to our national skills shortage, and the importance of women being able to maintain contact with their employer, as well as the importance of employers wanting to maintain access to their skilled female workforce. Paid parental leave was seen as a win-win. Leaders from industry, from the public sector, NGOs and unions talked about the myriad benefits that come from greater participation in the workforce for women, to their organisations and to Australia more broadly. They spoke of the untapped potential of so many women, the untapped potential in their individual lives, but also the untapped economic potential of a wasted resource. Deputy Speaker, as of 2021 census, there were more than 25,000 families with children living in Boothby, and of course an unknown number of families and individuals who might be planning at some stage to have a baby. Now, these families come in all shapes and sizes, various configurations of parents, step-parents, children and stepchildren, a bit like mine, and this represents the diversity of Australian life. And it goes a long way to explaining why this bill is necessary. As the Australian family has evolved to, in many ways, become more inclusive and more diverse, so too must our social policies. And that's why we've updated the paid parental leave scheme to make it more flexible, to make it work for more families. Paid parental leave reform like this will make it easier for more women to remain attached to the workforce when they have children. It will allow them to have more choice in their lives, to shape their own futures. It will allow families to make decisions about what suits their individual circumstance, but also encourage both parents to take the opportunity of being the primary carer in that special time of life of a new child. And this is key. It is also good for babies and toddlers, having the opportunity to spend quality time with both parents. It will be good for families, good for women, good for men, good for employers, good for the economy as a whole, and of course good for children. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has listened. The introduction of this bill into the parliament is the most significant step to improve the scheme since the establishment of a parental leave scheme by Labor in 2011. And just as it took a Labor government back in 2011 for paid parental leave to become a reality, it has once again taken a Labor government to improve it and update it, to ensure that it remains fit for purpose. Strengthening our paid parental leave system reflects this government's commitment to improving the lives of working people. It will help support better outcomes for children by allowing their parents more financial independence and choice. And it will help advance women's economic equality, a driving passion of mine. And of course, it has taken a Labor government to update this scheme so it actually reflects how Australian families live in 2023. Because the needs of many in Boothby have changed since paid parental leave was first established over a decade ago. Labor is the only party in this place that accurately and responsibly reflects these changes and can channel them into policies that improve people's lives, and that's what this bill does. Deputy Speaker, this bill is just the first step in our reform to paid parental leave to improve the lives of Australians. These changes that I've outlined earlier commence from the 1st of July this year, but they are just stage one. The second stage, to be implemented by 2026, will expand the scheme to 26 weeks. And this will move us closer, in a responsible and equitable way, to being global leaders when it comes to paid parental leave. The changes brought about by this paid parental leave bill send a clear message that treating parenting as an equal partnership supports gender equality. And this government values men as carers too, and we want to see that reinforced in our workplaces and our communities. It's about getting the policy settings right so that families can make the choices that best suit them. And it's about removing barriers that disallow fathers and partners to spend time at home with the children. Because when fathers take a greater caring role from the start, it benefits them, it benefits the children, and it benefits the mums. It benefits the whole family. The government's paid parental leave reform is good for parents, good for children, good for employers, and good for the economy. It gives families the flexibility and choice about how they want to make arrangements for caring for their children. It's good for gender equity, enabling and encouraging men to spend time as carers during the important early life of their children. It's good for women, enabling them to maintain their link with their employer and avoid the career gap that so often tips them into poverty in later life. And it's good for employers to maintain the link with their female employees that they have invested so much time and money and training into. It's good for Australia by supporting flexibility for families and unlocking the female workforce as we face a shortage of skilled workers across all sectors. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak on the Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022. And the Nationals support this bill, and I support this bill because it improves fairness and flexibility. And I've been through this personally, having our first child, my wife and I, in 2008. And back then and previously, the discussion was about maternity leave, and then we even became a bit more enlightened and talk about paternity leave. I think it's great that we're talking about parental leave. It may come as a shock to some of those in the House that my wife, who's a professional in agricultural science, is actually more intelligent than me. In fact, she gave a great speech about launching a new Melbourne University initiative shortly after I was pre-selected as the national candidate, and the comment was made by some present, "We've got the wrong bill." Now, I think it just shows that that families these days, and it is great, are made up often of people who, two professional people or two people who are equal in the workforce. They both have their careers. And they both have fantastic careers. Often at that stage of life, you are you're on your journey in work, because that's when you have children. When you're a bit younger, you haven't got as much money, and the pressure is on to keep working. And I would just make the point that back in 2008, our mortgage interest rates was very high, and it was very difficult for us. But everything that's old is new again. Many of the improvements in this bill are measures announced by the former coalition government in March last year as part of the well-received enhanced paid parental leave package of reforms. And I commend the bill, but I also commend the coalition for making this commitment in the March budget as well. But in terms of fairness, the introduction of a family income test will remove an inherent bias that was in the system. So families will no longer be denied access to payments just because of the income of the mother, with the introduction of a family income limit. And it is expected that nearly 3,000 additional parents will become eligible each year due to this measure. So previously, these families were excluded if the mother's wage was above the threshold. Probably would have been the case in our situation. The impact being that you could have two families each with an identical household income, but one family could be ineligible because the mother is the primary income earner and not the father. And I think that reflects, as has been said opposite, perhaps a paternalistic attitude that existed previously, that necessarily that the man is the breadwinner. But in families, including such as ours, much bread has been won by the mother. And eligible non-birth parents and partners can receive parental leave pay if the birth parent doesn't meet the income test. Residency tests are serving a waiting period for newly arrived residents. And so the bill addresses this issue by introducing a $350,000 family income limit, which families can be assessed if they do not meet the individual income test, which is $156,000. So under the amendments, either parent will be able to claim the leave first. That allows fathers and partners to claim parental leave pay without requiring birth mothers to make a claim. And that really adds fairness to what was a system that wasn't as fair and didn't look at both the mother and father as equals. The bill also, and the amendment also, talks about flexibility and adds flexibility to this situation. And if modern living and the past few years have taught us anything, it's that we need and that families are crying out for more flexibility in arrangements of their life and their work life. So in terms of flexibility, parental leave payments will be able to be used in the manner that best suits the family. So parents can take paid parental leave in the blocks as small as a day at a time, with periods of work in between, during the period starting the day the child is born and ending the day before the child's second birthday or anniversary of care. And this is a great initiative for not only families but for workplaces who can respond more dynamically and come to more equitable arrangements that suit both the workplace and the parents. And particularly important in regional areas because often people's employment coincides with seasonal arrangements around different agricultural practices. The flexibility supports mothers to return to work whenever they wish and will benefit the parents who work part-time or are self-employed to continue working after a birth or adoption. And a maximum of 2 weeks parental leave pay can be taken by both parents at the same time, allowing them to support each other. And it's a great experience for both parents at the same time to spend time with a newborn. So there are a lot of challenges around becoming a new parent, and I've experienced that twice. And certainly we had the benefit of an employee provided, as I said at the time, as I said earlier, maternity leave system. But this paid parental leave system is much better than that, and it allows fathers to have an involvement in the lives of their newborn children, and I tried to do that as much as I could. My favourite thing was to sing to my daughter, and if the House indulges, my favourite song to sing to my daughter was Golden Slumbers from the Beatles album, Abbey Road. Golden slumbers fill your eyes, smiles awake you when you rise, sleep, little darling, don't you cry. I'm going to sing it next time, and I'll do the best I can, but I didn't know singing was permitted in the House, but I don't know if there's a ruling on that, Deputy Speaker.
I was going to ask someone to interject on you.
Right, OK. But the words are important, and of course the key is important, as was pointed out. But what's most important is that both parents, where possible, are able to spend that precious time with a newborn and create that bond. And that bond exists for us today, and this program will make that better in terms of both parents but being able to be around and being able to be together and taking financial pressure off. So there is a cost attached to these reforms, there always is, and the financial impact over the forward estimates is $531 million. The Coalition understands both the social and economic benefits of paid parental leave. The parents benefit, the children benefit and the families benefit. It gives the families choice and it encourages women in particular to manage their work and family commitments and encourages a return to work. And we have enough trouble, particularly in regional areas like in my electorate, getting the professional people we leave without putting up further barriers to women, particularly professional, talented women like my wife and like so many other people entering the workforce. And we don't need barriers such as the fact that they might find it difficult if they want to have a family. So I think that there's a win-win in terms of families there as well. The Coalition has a strong record of supporting government-funded paid parental leave. While in government, the Coalition made important amendments to strengthen paid parental leave legislation, and these amendments included the increased flexibility, including the last 6 weeks to be shared and taken any time, introducing special circumstances which allow a person to meet the work test if they have been impacted by family and domestic violence, a natural disaster or severe medical condition, an indexation of the income threshold for the first time since the scheme was introduced. And in March 22, as part of the Women's Budget Statement, the Coalition once again underlined its commitment to paid parental leave by announcing enhanced paid parental leave. So, in summary, this is a good amendment. It's a good bill. It helps families. It's going to help families in my electorate. It would have been excellent for me when we had our first child and our second child, and I hope that the families from now on can benefit, and I hope that that young people move forward and positively towards the career of their dreams, knowing that if they do want to start a family, there is support for them to do that, and then, if they wish, to re-enter the workforce, because we so badly need those wonderful skills, particularly in electorates like mine, where we're having trouble attracting people from metropolitan areas to come up to the wonderful Goulburn Valley to work in our thriving economy. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to be a part of a government that is delivering on its election commitments around gender equality, closing the gender pay gap and paid parental leave reforms. Reforms in the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill 2022 are an investment in women's economic equality. They will also have significant benefits for families and the Australian economy. More time for parents to spend with newborns, 6 months in total, more paid leave that will ease the cost of living pressures for young families and, importantly, create greater capacity for parents to share the parenting, build a career and earn a pay packet. Challenges facing young families across my electorate of Corangamite and across the nation clearly illustrate the importance of this bill. I'm referring to young working parents battling to establish a home, taking on a mortgage, beginning a family and striving for a good start in life for their children. Corangamite, with its rapid population growth, among the fastest in the nation, has many such families. In the latest census, the largest change in population in Greater Geelong was in the 30 to 39 years age grouping, with an almost 30% population increase. The urban growth area of Armstrong Creek, where my electorate office is located, is now the youngest locality in Greater Geelong, with a median age of 30 years. There are similar growth areas with young families in Bannockburn, Ocean Grove and Torquay. So these young families in my and other communities across the nation will benefit directly from this bill's reforms. By giving more families access to government parental leave payments and providing greater flexibility in how they take leave, we're encouraging parents to share the important role of caring for their children, and in the process we're advancing gender equality. The changes set out in this bill have been widely welcomed by family and gender advocates and employer and union groups because they know that one of the best ways to boost productivity and workforce participation is to provide more choice and support for families and more opportunity for women. In my own electorate, these reforms have also been enthusiastically welcomed by people who've been advocating for modernisation of paid parental leave for years, and I'd like to thank them for their advocacy. Now, the Albanese government has listened and it is delivering. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill is about families, gender equity and strengthening our economy. It is the largest expansion of the paid parental leave scheme since Labor established the scheme in 2011. In a nutshell, the bill proposes delivering 6 important changes from July this year, combining the 2 existing parental leave payments into a single 20-week scheme, reserving a portion of the scheme for each parent to take time off after the birth or adoption, making it easier for both parents to access the payment by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers, expanding access by introducing a $350,000 family income test, under which people can qualify if they do not meet the individual income test, increasing flexibility for parents to choose how they take paid parental leave days and transition back to work, and allowing eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the mother or birth mother meets the income test or residency requirements. This bill is just the first tranche of the government's paid parental leave reforms announced in the budget. The government will bring forward further legislation to start in July 2024, progressively increasing the scheme until it reaches 26 weeks leave in 2026, a full 6 months leave. Around 180 families receiving the payment each year, and they'll benefit from this scheme, a fairer, more flexible and more generous scheme. The current scheme does not do enough to provide access for fathers and partners. Currently, dads take government-paid leave at roughly half the rate of mums. The scheme as it stands today is built on the gendered assumptions of primary and secondary carers, which limit parents' ability to share care. Our bill fixes that anomaly. Nor does the current scheme treat families equally. The eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. You could have 2 families with a household income of $200,000. One family is eligible because the father is the primary income earner, the other ineligible because the mother is the primary income earner. And that's just unfair. So this bill also fixes that anomaly. Under the current scheme, a father or partner who is a citizen or permanent resident can be ineligible purely because the birth mother doesn't meet the income test or residency requirements. Our bill fixes that anomaly too. Currently, there are 2 payments from the government: parental leave pay, which provides up to 18 weeks of payment. It's primarily targeted to mothers, while dad and partner pay provides up to 2 weeks of payment to fathers and partners. Under this bill, parental leave pay and dad and partner pay will be combined to form a single 20-week payment that can be shared between both parents. This will give parents more choice, more flexibility in how they use and share care, better reflecting how Australian families want to parent. This flexible choice is especially popular among people I've spoken to within my electorate. An important feature of the current scheme is a period of leave for exclusive use for fathers and partners in the form of dad and partner pay. The government's changes preserve this important feature by reserving 2 weeks of payment for each parent. By incorporating this reserved portion under a single scheme rather than a standalone payment, we are making sharing of parental leave between parents a central part of this reform. This bill supports both parents to take leave beyond the 2-week reserve period. Importantly, single parents will be eligible for the full 20 weeks. Another significant benefit of the move to a single 20-week scheme is it allows fathers and partners to receive the government payment at the same time as their employer-paid leave. While this is currently available to mothers under the paid parental leave scheme, the legislation requires that those receiving dad and partner payments must be on unpaid leave in order to receive their dad or partner pay. Fixing this inequality removes a financial disincentive for fathers and partners to access the scheme and to take time off work to care for a child. Allowing both parents to claim the government payment alongside employer pay leave makes it easier for them to maintain their income while caring for their child, and hopefully this will lead to more partners and dads taking leave. We know that when both parents are not supported to take time off from paid leave to care for their babies, usually mums work less, or they leave the workforce altogether to take on caring responsibility, while often dads remain in full-time work. This pattern lasts for years after the child's birth and is a key driver of the gender pay gap in workforce participation and earnings. When fathers take a greater caring role right from the start, this establishes patterns of care that continue throughout a child's life. In addition to benefits for women and their economic equality, there is also physical, mental and social benefits for men and women. This bill improves gender equality and inclusion under the scheme by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers and allowing all eligible parents to claim the payment. Currently, mothers must make a successful claim for their parental leave pay, and then they transfer the payment to their partner if they want to share some of it. The process is complex and makes it difficult for fathers to take leave, even when it's in the best interests of their family. In 2021 to 22, less than 1% of mothers transferred some of their payment to fathers or partners. The new, simpler claiming process will also allow eligible fathers and partners to qualify if the mother or birth parent does not meet the income test or the residency required. More than 2,000 additional fathers and partners will have access to the scheme each year because of this change. The shift to a gender-neutral claiming process is also important because it's more inclusive and recognises that Australian families are diverse. To guard against any negative consequences for mothers resulting from the new process, the birth parent will have to approve the amount of leave claimed by the other parent. The bill will also introduce a family income limit of $350,000, which will operate alongside the existing individual income limit, currently around $157,000 per annum. Parents, including single parents, will be eligible for the payment if they meet either the individual income or the family income test. With the introduction of the family income limit, families will no longer be denied access solely because of the income of the mother. This change is expected to particularly benefit families where the mother is the primary income earner, with nearly 3,000 additional parents becoming eligible each year. This change is long overdue. Between 2010 and 2017 financial years, the number of women with taxable incomes of more than $150,000 has more than doubled. The introduction of a more generous family income test will help ensure the scheme keeps up with changing times. The government is improving flexibility for families to balance work and family life in the way that best suits their needs. Currently, parental leave pay is split into a 12-week period that must be taken in a continuous block within 12 months of the birth or adoption, followed by 6 weeks that can be taken flexibly within 2 years of the date of birth or adoption. And if a parent returns to work before the end of their continuous 12-week paid parental leave period, they forfeit the remaining days of that period. This limits the choice for parents, and particularly mothers, in how they transition back to work. Under the bill's amendments, parents can take all of the payment in multiple blocks, as small as a day at a time within 2 years of the birth of adoption of their child. This new flexibility will support mothers to return to work whenever they wish, without the risk of losing their entitlements. This will particularly benefit the increasing number of parents who work part-time or are self-employed to continue working after the birth or adoption. Some birth parents may wish to take most or all of the payment in continuous blocks. The legislation supports parents to do this if they wish. We know this is an important option to support physical and mental health, and it is important for mothers who do not have access to any employer-paid leave. Supporting maternal and child health and development is an important objective of the Albanese government and of the paid parental leave scheme. In addition, both parents will have the option of taking the government paid leave on the same day for up to 10 days of the payment. This will help parents share caring responsibilities right from the start and help dads and partners care for mothers to support their health and well-being. Deputy Speaker, this scheme is flexible, it's fair and it will drive positive health outcomes, social outcomes and economic outcomes for both parents and their children. In closing, I would like to recognise former Labor Minister for Families Jenny Macklin, who was an absolute champion and instrumental in developing Australia's first paid parental leave scheme. This bill continues this great initiative and Labor's commitment to paid parental leave. It is good for parents, it is good for kids and it's good for employers. And importantly, it's good for our economy. It's the first step in the Albanese government's delivery on our central election commitment to parents and the Australian people. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Corangamite for her contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, I welcome the opportunity today to speak to the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Bill 2022 and state my support as the federal member for Petrie for the amendments to the current paid parental leave scheme. The proposed changes to the paid parental leave scheme will benefit the families of Petrie in many ways. Parental leave policies are designed to support and protect working parents at the time of birth of a new child or adoption of a child, and when children are very young and in the fundamental stages of connection to their parents. The availability of paid parental leave for each parent fosters a more equal division of unpaid care and paid work and improves on the goal for families to achieve a satisfactory work-life balance. One of the core values of the Coalition is the family, as the indispensable forum where children are raised and nurtured, and the foundation of resilient communities and a cohesive society. Our children are our future, and I believe in giving children the best start in life possible. The current paid parental leave scheme since 2011, Australian families have had access to government-supported paid parental leave scheme, which has significantly changed the landscape of our homes, our workplaces and our economy. Up to 18 weeks of paid parental leave, which consists of 12 weeks of continuous leave and 6 weeks of flexible leave, aim to help balance work and family commitments as caregivers return to the workforce. To claim paid parental leave, currently you must qualify as either the birth mother of a newborn child, the initial primary carer of an adopted child placed in your care by an authorised party for the purpose of adoption, or another person caring for a child under exceptional circumstances. Claims for paid parental leave must also meet an income test, a work test and a residency rules test. Fathers of a newborn baby or adopted child are also eligible to claim a 2-week period of dad and partner pay to assist during those very early stages of new life, where sleep evades the new parents. And having 3 sons myself, I understand it. Well-intended schedules turn into chaos and nappy changes seem to never end. Claims for paid parental leave can be made 3 months before the expected date of birth or date of adoption of the child, and up to 40 weeks after the birth or adoption, without affecting the full 18-week leave entitlement. In 2021-2022, the paid parental leave scheme cost around $2.58 billion and had a total 276,641 claims of both paid parental leave and dad and partner pay. The changes to the paid parental leave scheme, the extension of paid parental leave, is basically ensuring that this scheme will go from 18 weeks up to 20 weeks. So if a woman is pregnant right now and has been given a due date after the 1st of July, then these proposed changes will apply to them and their partners. This bill will combine paid parental leave and dad and partner leave pay, forming a single payment of 20 weeks that can be shared between parents. The measure seeks to make sharing of parental leave between parents a central part of the scheme. 2 weeks of paid parental payments will be reserved on a use it or lose it basis for each claimant. So if at the time of birth a claimant does not have a partner, they will be able to receive a maximum of 20 weeks paid parental leave. The removal of primary, secondary and tertiary claimants. Currently, the Paid Parental Leave Act distinguishes between primary, secondary and tertiary claims. This bill removes this distinction by allowing fathers and partners to claim the majority of parental leave pay without requiring birth mothers to be the main claimant. An example of this would be, I've got a friend, Jason, who has 2 children, and his wife was a lawyer, his partner was a lawyer, and during when she gave birth and when the children were being raised, she went back to work relatively quickly because Jason, decided to stay at home because his partner earned a lot more than him as a lawyer. And that's worked well for that family. He's been able to be the main carer while his partner has gone back to work. So flexibility for families is extremely important. Families will no longer be denied access to paid parental leave if the mother's taxable income exceeds the $156,647 income test, with the introduction of a family income limit. By introducing a limit of $350,000. It is expected nearly 3,000 additional parents and families will be eligible each year due to this measure, opening up access to parents that may be able to work part-time or are self-employed. This bill also gives increased flexibility. The measure will allow parents to take paid parental leave in blocks as small as a day at a time, with periods of work in between. During the period starting the day the child is born, right up until the child is 2 years of age or 2 years after taking on care of the child. In the lead-up to the 2022-23 October budget, the government announced the scheme would be progressively increased from 18 weeks to 26 weeks by 2026. The legislation does not detail the change, so if the government has walked away from that increase, it needs to come clean about why it was not included in the legislated amendments. And as someone who was elected to this House in the 44th Parliament, the irony of the position that Labor are taking now in relation to a family income test of up to $350,000 and extending the scheme to 26 weeks, well, guess what? That was the policy of the coalition government at the 2013 election in the 44th Parliament that I came in. And at the time, the Labor opposition complained, moaned, groaned, said it was no good, voted against it, and as a result, that never actually came into law. But that policy from Tony Abbott ensured that women capped at $150,000 were able to get up to 6 months leave for parental leave. So they talk about the gender pay gap. The Labor opposition or the Labor government talk about the gender pay gap, but when the rubber hit the road 10 years ago and the coalition wanted to introduce this scheme to allow up to 6 months' pay at a woman's wage capped at $150,000, Prime Minister Albanese voted against it. That's the reality. My own personal experience, Mr Deputy Speaker, having 3 sons before I came into this place with my wife Louise and I, it's a special time. My eldest son now is 20 and in the Australian Defence Force. He's grown up, but I remember when he was born, being there at the birth and learning that midwives know what they're doing. Yep. You don't always need a doctor there. Giving my son William his first bath, it was an emotional time. I remember shedding a tear when that happened. But my wife decided at the time, before I came into this place, that she wanted to spend time with our first child and subsequent children, breastfeed them for up to 12 months, and so she wasn't able to go back to work at all for the first couple of years, but then went into part-time work. And we were in a fortunate position where, at the time I was able to put additional super contributions in for her because she'd missed out on that, which was a good thing as well. And now my wife and I both have equal amounts of super. I've got a staff member in my office at the moment who is expecting a child in July, and as an opposition I'm really thankful that we can support hard-working mothers like her, and not just her. One of our staff members in the opposition whip's office is also expecting her first child. Another staff member in the member for Longman's office is also expecting her first child, and we very much appreciate these 3 women that work for the Coalition, the jobs that they do, and we want to wish them well for the birth of their child and be able to come back to work when they are ready, when they make those choices. So the opposition is really happy to support this bill, to support these women and other women and their families and men right around the country. I also had Susan Ley, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Shadow Minister for Women out in my electorate recently, where we had a round table for women. And women at that, from the electorate of Petrie, spoke about flexibility, more support and choice in their workplaces and from their employers when juggling family and work commitments. And we're also seeking a government that supports stronger families, according to Dr Kahari, a local obstetrician at Redcliffe Hospital and lives in my electorate, Redcliffe Hospital, and participant at this roundtable, and her daughter was also there. She mentioned supporting men to play an active role in the family is pivotal for stronger families. This was a point that Dr Kahari made to the roundtable and to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition about how important it is to support men. But you cannot deny there will always be an element of maternal, physiological connection and dependency between a mother and child in those early stages that continues for years following birth. And it would be interesting then to see whether the implementation of these amendments to the paid parental leave scheme in fact achieve the desired outcomes of increasing women's participation in the workforce and stimulating the economy, because a lot of women choose to stay at home. They choose to raise their children for the first few years after birth. Because what we must remember at the end of the day, it is a woman's choice how she wishes to raise her family, and we mustn't, I guess, disparage a woman that chooses the hardest career choice of all, in my opinion, in raising the children and homemaking, and I'm very thankful for my own wife that did that as well, that she chose to do that. We've got 3 great sons that have grown up brilliantly. I also would note too about what the Coalition did in the last parliaments. One of those things that we did was catch up super payments for women that had been out of the workforce for some time, where we enabled women to make additional contributions to their super so they could catch it up if they'd been out of the workforce for 3 or 4 years. And once again, I remember that this wasn't a policy that Labor really supported. It's still in place, and thankfully they haven't scrapped it yet, and hopefully they don't. But they weren't very supportive at the time. And there's sometimes, I guess, it saddens me to see a little bit of hypocrisy from when the current government were in opposition to where they are now, and so forth. Many of the amendments we have heard about in this bill are in fact measures that were announced by the former Coalition government in March last year as part of the well-received enhanced paid parental leave package reforms. The Coalition has a strong record supporting a government-funded paid parental leave, and I go back to the policy that Tony Abbott wanted to implement into this place, which Labor voted against. At both the 2010-13 elections, the Coalition's paid parental leave policy sought to deliver mothers 6 months of paid parental leave of the same amount that members of the government are crowing about now, which will be brought in later in a couple of years' time. If those on the other side supported this landmark policy, Australians could have access to one of the most generous government-funded paid parental leave schemes for the last 10 years, and the wage gap between women and men would have reduced significantly. But Prime Minister Albanese, his whole cabinet and everyone else voted against it. Actually, I shouldn't say his whole cabinet because some people weren't here in that 44th parliament. While in government, the Coalition made important amendments to strengthen paid parental leave legislation. These amendments included increased flexibility, lasting 6 weeks that can be shared and taken at any time, introducing special circumstances which allowed a person to meet the work test if they had been impacted by family and domestic violence, a natural disaster or a severe medical condition, allowing JobKeeper and COVID payments to count towards the work test for paid parental leave to prove a genuine connection to the workplace, indexation of the income threshold for the first time since the scheme was introduced in 2011. So in conclusion, the Coalition government did a lot. We support this bill. We believe in freedom, we believe in choice, and this bill will help with freedom of families to raise their children. Summing up, Mr Deputy Speaker, we support the bill. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Griffith. Lily.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah, that too. Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I can't begin to describe how empowering it is for families in my electorate of Lily to finally have a government who recognises that paid parental leave as the critical social and economic policy that it is. Paid parental leave is a proud Labor legacy introduced by the Gillard government in 2011. In 2011, this policy made history for mothers and fathers, their employers and their children. More than 10 years on, the Albanese government knows that paid parental leave is still vital for the health and well-being of parents and children. Simply put, it allows women to stay connected to their jobs. It allows fathers and partners to spend more time with their children and create a lasting bond. We know that investing in paid parental leave benefits our economy and that gender equality and economic reform go hand in hand. Modernising paid parental leave was one of the most frequent proposals raised at the Albanese government's Jobs and Skills Summit in September. Businesses, unions, experts and economists all agree that one of the best ways to boost productivity and participation is to provide more choice, more flexibility and more support for families, and more opportunity for women. A decade since paid parental leave was introduced in this place, it is well past time to re-evaluate how fit for purpose the scheme is. The current scheme does not do enough to provide access to fathers and partners, and it limits flexibility for families to choose how they take leave and transition back to work. Flexibility is crucial for modern families functioning well in today's economy. The eligibility rules also make it unfair to families where mothers are the higher income earner. The Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022 introduces a range of important structural changes that many expectant mothers and fathers in my electorate of Lily have been asking for a very long time. From 1 July this year, the Albanese government is delivering 6 key changes to modernise paid parental leave. This bill combines the 2 existing payments into one single 20-week scheme, reserves a portion of the scheme for each parent to support them both to take time off after a birth or adoption, makes it easier for both parents to access the payment by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers, expands access by introducing a $350,000 family income test under which people can qualify if they do not meet the $156,647 individual income test.
increasing flexibility for parents to choose how they take paid parental leave days and transition back to work, and allows eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the mother or birth parents meet the income test or residency requirements. Nationally, 181,000 families will benefit from the changes in this bill, including around 4,300 parents who will gain access that would have been ineligible under the current scheme. With 2,206 families in Lilly receiving paid parental leave in the last year, I know that these changes will be very welcome to the north side of Brisbane. For too long, our society has not valued care enough. We have not placed enough value on the role of care in our community and the work of those that provide care, both paid and unpaid. Our failure to place a high enough value on care can be seen in our homes and in our workplaces. Aged care is an industry where more than 85% of workers are women who perform demanding and skilled work in a high-pressure environment, yet have been historically underpaid. The pay rise our government fought for will mean for the very first time that aged care workers on an award wage will be able to earn more than $30 per hour, a pay rise that will help close the gender gap. The Albanese government values both men and women as carers, and we want to see that reinforced in workplaces and communities throughout the nation. The Productivity Commission found that incorporating paid leave for fathers and partners in paid parental leave schemes can help reduce the pressures of caring and working on parents. The changes in this bill send a clear message that treating care responsibilities and parenting as an equal partnership supports gender equality. Last year, Emma from Geebung wrote to me, "I currently earn approximately $160,000 a year and my husband earns approximately $70,000. When we have a baby and go on leave, we will not qualify for paid parental leave. But if our salaries were swapped and I earned the lowest salary, then I would qualify. This policy is outdated and unfairly impacts families where the mother is the primary breadwinner for the family. I'm appreciative of having paid parental leave in our country, but I think we could improve upon what we have in the name of equality." Well, Emma, we hear you, and more importantly, we are taking action. These paid parental leave reforms will help women across Australia, like Emma, who are thinking about having a family but are worried about the financial roadblocks ahead. Help women like Emma, who need economic security in a changing environment. It will help to close the gender pay gap by levelling the playing field for unpaid care. It modernises the paid parental leave scheme to reflect how Australian families and their needs have changed since it was established over a decade ago. It's good for parents, it's good for kids, it's good for employers, and it's good for the economy. The Albanese government is delivering our mandate to renew Australia's economy and the social infrastructure that supports it. We are improving our health and aged care system, making childcare more affordable and tackling the rising cost of living so that families aren't scraping by living from paycheck to paycheck. Today, we are modernising the paid parental leave scheme to reflect how Australian families and their needs have changed since it was established over a decade ago. Labor has never stopped fighting for Australian families, and today we have the power to make the change that we have been fighting for. I congratulate the Minister for Social Services for her tireless advocacy and work on this bill, and I proudly commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Lilly for that contribution, and the question is now before the House is that the bill be read a second time. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022, which will amend the Paid Parental Leave Act of 2010. This bill modernises the paid parental leave scheme, which began over a decade ago, and which, in its current form, provides 18 weeks leave for parents taking leave and a dedicated 2 weeks leave for dad and partner pay. This scheme benefits between 250,000 and 300,000 parents a year. This bill will combine the 18 weeks and the 2 weeks of DAP, forming a single payment of 20 weeks that can be shared between parents, although 2 weeks will still be reserved for each parent on a use-it or lose-it basis. But if there is only one parent, that parent can, if eligible, claim the full 20 weeks. The bill also removes the somewhat giddying reference to primary, secondary and tertiary claimants, recognising that carers are not constrained to biological parents. As a ferociously proud step-parent, or in the minds of my stepchildren, sometimes just ferocious, this is indeed a most welcome evolution for my kind. The bill also removes the requirement that mothers make a claim for PPL. Fathers or other parents may make the claim, and the awkward arrangement that mothers must apply and then choose whether to share the paid leave with the father is also gone. The bill introduces a family income limit of $350,000, indexed from 1 July 2024, recognising that in some families the mother earns more than the father or other partner with caring duties, and certainly more than the existing $156,000 limit. It also means a single parent will be assessed against the family threshold of $350,000. It is worth reiterating at the outset, as the member for Deakin did yesterday in his second reading speech on this bill, that the Coalition supports it. It picks up many of the amendments which the Coalition proposed back in March 2022. Overall, it creates a much more flexible scheme, as had been conceived in the Coalition's proposed amendments in the enhanced paid parental leave package of reforms. There are, however, some things that this legislation cannot address, which is attitudes towards parents, and particularly men, fathers and carers, who take leave to look after their children. Like many in this place, I had the precious opportunity over the summer break to plough into books and reading, and one of them was the cracking read, Wife Drought, by my friend Annabelle Crabb, published back in 2014. Wife Drought is indeed a wonderful read, contemplating both the individual, social and economic benefits and the broader societal pros and cons of stay-at-home partners and parents. The tougher the job, it seems, the greater the benefit to the worker of having a partner who can spend more time at home, looking after children, managing the chores and logistics of the household, ensuring there is food in the fridge, booking the summer holidays, ensuring that homework is done and handed in, that parent-teacher nights are signed up for, that books, stationery and new shoes are ordered in time for the new school year. I'm sorry, I have digressed into a personal guilt list. Crabb's book starts in its early pages with the story of a fictitious Jane and Jeff, and uses them to explain the ongoing pay gap between men and women in like roles. As Crabb explains in her book, if Jane works for 40 years, Jane is likely, if things go according to the average experience, to earn a lifetime total of $2.49 million. But if you take a second graduate and call him Jeff, and give him exactly the same qualifications as Jane, and bless him indeed with the same degree of averageness, he ends his 40-year career with a lifetime total of $3.78 million. Crabb kindly does the maths for us, explaining that amounts to $1 million penalty for just being a woman. Crabb then goes on to examine the economic hit of having children, at least for mothers. I quote from page 97, although who knows what page it is when you are reading it on a Kindle. Children change things for both men and women. In Australia, an average 25-year-old man can expect to earn a lifetime total of $2 million over a 40-year working life, if he doesn't have children. And if he does have children, this figure is bumped up to $2.5 million. For women, though, parenthood exerts the opposite effect. A childless woman can actually expect to earn just about as much as her childless male counterpart, $1.9 million over the course of her 40 years at work, but if she has babies, that total dips to just $1.3 million. She will earn $600,000 less than a childless woman and a full $1.2 million less than a father. I suspect some things have not changed terribly much since 2014, when some 60% of families had a father working full-time and a mother working part-time, and only 3% of families had a mother working full-time and a father part-time. Although this may not be true, or at least as true, anymore. There may indeed have been a silver lining to the COVID-19 pandemic and the much altered way it made us live our lives, especially those of us in Melbourne who endured one of the longest lockdowns in the world, with more than 260 days in our fat pants and Ugg boots working from the kitchen table. Over the COVID years, anecdote would tell you, household chores were more evenly shared. Both parents were home more often than not, albeit, in some cases, working in the laundry. For some meant using the ironing board as a stand-up desk with the door closed to noisy homeschooling. It seems not just to be anecdotal. In its submission to the Senate Standing Committee on Community Affairs on this bill, the Australian Human Rights Commission noted that 13% of all paid primary carers' leave was taken by men. And while that doesn't sound like much, It's a doubling of the mere 6% recorded in 2020. Maybe, just maybe, the pandemic taught us to share the load, both in terms of parenting, but also, I suspect, in maintaining the household. I've already been on to Annabelle about writing Wife Drought, the Pandemic Edition. Other submissions to the Senate inquiry, which is currently on foot, highlight the potential economic gain to the nation of getting more women into the workforce, or indeed more men into making the school lunches. The Australian Human Rights Commission argues in its submission rebalancing work and care responsibilities between partners would result in a reduction in the gender pay gap, higher GDP through increased female work participation, and would ultimately lift economic welfare. That potential GDP dividend is indeed significant. Deloitte argued in its Breaking the Norm report that an additional $128 billion would be added to the Australian economy by adding 461,000 additional full-time employees. Chief Executive Women, in their submission to the Senate Standing Committee, estimated that halving the workforce participation gap between men and women would represent an additional 500,000 full-time skilled workers with post-school qualifications. CEW also estimates that by increasing women's working hours by 2% alone would add $11 billion to Australia's GDP. So my suspicion in this space is that when we talk about paid parental leave and family responsibilities, we need to talk about men as much and as often as we talk about women. We need to encourage, normalise, celebrate men taking up the tasks of parenting, and in some cases, indeed, the lion's share. We need to stop saying women in political discourse and paid parental leave in the same sentence all the time. I know it's important, it's very important, but it's important for men too. And above all else, it's important for their children to know their fathers. So it's not just paid parental leave we must facilitate, but also flexible working hours, in the hope it makes it easier for both men and women to share parenting and household responsibilities. No, I don't suggest everyone should be at home, beamed into the office from the ironing board, but we do know from studies elsewhere that allowing employees some flexibility about where and when they work makes them both more productive, but also more useful at home. An expectation of more flexible work might also go to reversing the somewhat bizarre trend that was also identified in Crabb's book, one which, I suspect, rings a bell in the mind of every woman in this building and certainly this place. Annabelle found when a woman earns more than 2/3 of the total household income, she starts to increase her unpaid work at home. Let me say that again, in another way. If a woman takes on a part-time job, she tends to decrease her work at the home, albeit marginally. But if she starts to earn significantly more income than her partner, she will actually do more unpaid work at home. Anyone who has read of Maggie Thatcher's infamous cook dinners for her cabinet, or Simone Weil's insistence that she always make tea for her husband at home, knows exactly what I'm talking about. Again, in her hilarious treatise on Australian family life, Crabb refers us to a study by Janine Baxter, Interpreting the Household Income and Labour Dynamics in Australia survey, known to most of us in this place as the Hilda survey. They found one explanation is that we have such a strong male breadwinner culture in Australia that in those households women are, if you like, reasserting their gender identity by picking up some of the housework that's left over. So let us all, not just here, but beyond these walls in the private sector and elsewhere, think beyond the boundaries of this bill to what we can do to create and sustain a more gender-equal nation, not just in parenting, or earning or cleaning up, or being accountable. But to be fair, for today, this is a good start.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution. And the question is now before the House that the bill be read a second time. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Paid Parental Leave Scheme Amendment Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill of 2022. This bill implements the first tranche of the Labor government's paid parental leave reforms announced in the 2022-23 October budget and will commence on the 1st of July this year. This bill reflects the Albanese government's commitment to improve the lives of working families, support better outcomes for children and to advance women's economic equality. It was the former Labor government in 2011 which introduced the current paid parental scheme. It was an important and progressive Labor policy which gave every family with a new baby more choice, greater security and better support. While that has served our communities well, families and their needs have changed in the decades since. The scheme, as it stands today, is built on gendered assumptions of primary and secondary carers, which limit parents' ability to share care. Our bill fixes this. The eligibility rules in the current scheme are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. Our bill fixes this. And under the current scheme, a father or partner who is a citizen or permanent resident can be ineligible because the birth mother doesn't meet the income test or residency requirements. Again, our bill fixes this. Our amendments represent the biggest expansion to the paid parental scheme since its inception in 2011. Improving paid parental leave is critical reform. It's critical for families, it's critical for women, and it is critical for our economy. The 6 key changes that will come into effect from the 1st of July 2023 are, firstly, combining the 2 existing payments into a single 20-week scheme. Reserving a portion of the scheme for each parent, meaning they can both take time off work after a birth or adoption. Making it easier for both parents to access the payment by removing the notion of primary and secondary carers. Expanding access by introducing a $350,000 family income test, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test. Increasing flexibility for parents that choose how they take their leave days, and allowing eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. These changes are the first stage of the Labor government's reforms and lay the foundation for an expansion to the full 26 weeks of paid parental leave by 2026. That means we will have a full 6 months of paid parental leave at that time. Across Australia, these changes will benefit around 181,000 families each year, including around 4,300 people who gain access that would not have been eligible under the current scheme. In my electorate of Newcastle, more than 2,000 families will benefit each year from the paid parental leave amendments in this legislation. I'd like to acknowledge those in my electorate who have contacted me to advocate for the expansion and improvement of the paid parental leave scheme. I want to say to you that the government has listened, and even more importantly, we're acting by implementing these important reforms in the parliament. The Albanese Labor government is committed to achieving economic equality for women. And we know that if done right, paid parental leave can be a driver for advancing gender equality. A key driver of the gender pay gap is the disproportionate amount of unpaid care and work that is performed by women. We know what happens when both parents are not supported to take time off paid work to care for their babies. Often it is the mum who works less, or leaves the workforce altogether, or takes on caring responsibilities while the dad remains in full-time work. After the birth of a child, it's estimated that women reduce their hours of paid work by around 35% for the first 5 years. Contrastingly, men's hours of paid work drop in the first month of parenthood, but then return to previous levels. This pattern persists for years after the child's birth, and it is a key driver of the gender gaps in our workforce participation and earnings. This is not an attack on men. We know that many dads want to take additional time off work following the birth or adoption of a child. We see this in the increasing number of fathers taking up parental leave in the private sector. It was very slow to start, but those increasing numbers that we're seeing in the private sector are very encouraging. But if we are to close the gender pay gap and support gender equality, we must have systems in place for mothers to return to the workforce and fathers to take on more unpaid caring responsibilities. A successful paid parental leave scheme is an important mechanism to achieve this. This government wants to establish systems that support dads and non-birth parents to share the load of caring responsibilities, because we know that when they do, it benefits everyone. The changes in this bill send a clear message that the government values men as carers too. The current scheme does not treat families equally. The eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. You could have two families with a household income of $200,000. One family is eligible because the father is the primary income earner. The other is ineligible because the mother is the primary income earner. Our bill fixes this most discriminatory part of the current scheme. I know there are many families in my electorate who will be particularly pleased to see this change. The bill will introduce a family income limit of $350,000, which will operate alongside the existing individual income limit, currently $156,647 per annum. Parents, including single parents, will be eligible for the payment if they meet either the individual income or the family income test. This change is expected to particularly benefit families where the mother is the primary income earner, with nearly 3,000 additional parents becoming eligible each year as a result of this change. And this change is long overdue. Between 2010 and 2017 financial years, the number of women with taxable incomes of more than $150,000 has more than doubled. The introduction of a more generous family income test will help ensure the scheme keeps up with the times. This bill supports families to make decisions around the division of paid and unpaid care within their household, so parents can use their weeks in a way that works for them. Currently, if a parent returns to work before the end of their continuous 12-week paid parental leave period, they forfeit the remaining days of that period. This limits the choice for parents, and particularly mothers, in how they transition back to work. Under these amendments, parents can take all of the payment in multiple blocks, as small as a day at a time, within 2 years of the birth or adoption of their child. This flexibility will support mothers to return to work whenever they wish, without the risk of losing their entitlements. This bill will also allow both parents to access leave on the same days for up to 10 days of the payment. This will help parents share caring responsibilities from the start, and it helps dads and partners care for mothers as they recover from the birth. Currently, there are two payments from the government. Parental leave pay, which provides up to 18 weeks of payment, is primarily targeted to mothers, while the dad and partner pay provides up to 2 weeks of payment to fathers and partners. Under this bill, parental leave pay and dad and father pay will be combined to form a single 20-week payment that can be shared between both parents, within 2 weeks of the payment reserved for each parent. Importantly, single parents will be eligible for the full 20 weeks. Evidence from across several countries clearly indicates that the most successful parental leave schemes operate when the provisions encourage men to take it. This will give parents more choice and flexibility in how they use and share care, better reflecting how Australian families want to parent. The changes in this bill send a clear message that parenting is an equal partnership. It also allows fathers and partners to take the government-paid leave at the same time as an employer-funded parental leave. This is not an option for fathers and partners under the current dad and partner pay rules, where the legislation requires that those receiving dad and partner payments have to be on unpaid leave in order to receive their dad and partner pay. These changes will further incentivise dads and partners to take time off from paid work. Modernising paid parental leave was one of the most frequent proposals raised by participants at the successful Job and Skills Summit in September last year. Businesses, unions, experts and economists all understand that one of the best ways to boost productivity and participation is to provide more choice and more support to families and more opportunity to women. I am pleased that our changes have been widely welcomed by family and gender advocates and employer and union groups, including the ACT, the Business Council of Australia, the Parenthood, Menindaru's Thrive by 5 Foundation, Chief Executive Women and the Equality Rights Alliance. I want also to take this opportunity to recognise all of those who have contacted my electorate office advocating for the expansion and modernisation of paid parental leave. These reforms are in no small part to your advocacy, and we remain indebted always for that. Not only will our changes help families better balance work and care, they will also support participation and productivity over the longer term, providing a dividend for the Australian economy. We also acknowledge that this is not a set-and-forget model. The government is committed to continuously improving the paid parental leave scheme to support gender equality and women's economic security. Legislation on the second tranche, the expansion to the full 26 weeks, will be introduced following consideration of advice from the Women's Economic Equality Task Force. This task force, chaired by Sam Mostyn, AO, was established by this government to provide independent advice on a range of issues facing women in Australia. This task force will examine options for an optimal PPL model to improve women's economic outcomes and deliver support and flexibility for families. And this will include the optimal number of weeks that parents can access together, as well as how to encourage more equal sharing of leave, including the provision of use it or lose it weeks. The paid parental scheme is critical reform. I'm delighted that this is before the Australian Parliament. I am delighted that there is multi-party support for these amendments, which is right and proper. It is absolutely proper for a government with 52% of its ranks comprised of women who have much lived experience of this scheme, but also for all of us who are listening to our electorates. This has been long called for. These amendments will mean that we'll have a flexible, fair and positive outcome for Australian families. It will help drive positive health, social and economic outcomes for parents and their children. I am very pleased to rise and support these amendments. They've been a long time coming, but I look forward to being able to vote positively for these reforms today.
I thank the honourable member for Newcastle for her contribution. The question before the House is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Government's Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022, and welcome the Government's goal of improving families' access to government payments, providing parents more flexibility in how they take leave and encouraging them to share care. Improving and driving gender equity is vital to both the well-being of our society and success of our economy. As a mother from North Sydney recently said to me, being a full-time carer for a young child is such an undervalued role in society. It's an enormous undertaking to raise a healthy, happy, kind child with both parents working, which both have to do when you live in Sydney. I am hugely supportive of an improved paid parental leave scheme in Australia, and I welcome these reforms. However, I think we can and must aim higher, and I believe courage and long-term vision is what we should always be striving for. Ultimately, 26 weeks should be set as a minimum length of paid parental leave, increasing to 52 weeks based on the Scandinavian shared care model. On average, families in the OECD are typically entitled to over 50 weeks of paid leave. That's 2.5 times more than we offer here in Australia. In Finland, new parents each have access to 7 months paid leave. Policies such as these have been linked with better development outcomes for children and support a more balanced division of labour between two-parent families. I recently surveyed my electorate of North Sydney, and 75% of the respondents indicated to me that they felt the time they had off for paid parental leave was too short. We also know from international experience that the fastest way to address any gender gap is to introduce shared paid parental leave. As the Grattan Institute has noted in a recent report, greater sharing of childcare is one of the best ways to improve women's economic security. In the existing paid parental leave scheme, 18 of the 20 weeks are allocated to the primary carer, whilst the remaining 2 weeks are allocated to dad and partner pay. Reflecting on that for a moment, the mere fact that this pay is being referred to as dad or partner pay immediately relegates the father or the second parent in a parenting situation to the lesser of the two carers. The North Sydney community has told me that it's a great idea to let families decide how to use the available support in a way that works best for them. It's about enabling choice, a choice for families to determine what is best for them. In addition to shared care improving the choices for individual family units, it also has a broader societal impact. As a constituent so eloquently put it, I think sharing it is critical. Men need greater incentives to pause their careers, even if only for a few weeks. And women need to be free of the patriarchal assumption that they're better at the at-home piece and less likely to be able to support the family financially. Families who genuinely want to share the parenting load need shared leave. One glaring gap remains in these reforms, however. The paid parental leave scheme does not attract the superannuation guarantee. In combination with the current Australian gender pay gap of 19% on average, and the fact that mothers usually return to work part-time after having children, this is one of the major factors contributing to the current situation where Australian women retire on average with 47% less super than men. The accumulation of superannuation savings is interrupted while being on paid parental leave, which is commonly then extended by several months of unpaid parental leave. This is exacerbated on return to work, with women commonly rejoining the workforce on a part-time basis after their parental leave. The inequality that occurs during parental leave follows the primary carer, usually the woman, throughout her career into her retirement, creating significant inequalities in retirement incomes. 100% of the North Sydney constituents who I heard from indicated that they would like to see superannuation payments added onto paid parental leave payments. This bill is a missed opportunity in that regard, and I hope to see the government progress this soon. Along with paid parental leave improvements, we need to ensure that families also have access to quality and affordable early childhood care and education to allow those that either wish or need to return to work to do so. This means not only affordable but also accessible early childhood education. It's clear that the families in North Sydney face hardship when it comes to childcare and returning to work. One constituent shared with me, "I've been on a waiting list since my son was 4 months old. I've been waiting for that daycare spot." We have decided to use a nanny, family, and have split days off. My son is nearly 1, and it's been financially challenging, especially as we've also been trying to buy a home in Sydney. The reality is parental leave policy settings have a significant and wide-ranging impact on families, children, women, the economy, and ultimately society as a whole. And in the words of my constituents, we need to fix this. It's an essential gender equity issue. I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
I thank the member for North Sydney, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill before us is quite possibly one of the most important bills that we can be considering in this parliament when it comes to gender equality. It does recognise that we do need to increase paid parental leave, something that has been called for quite some time, to increase it so that new mums have more time with their newborns. That is a good thing. But what this bill does, and what I wanted to really focus on in my contribution, is that it removes the gender. It says to families that mum or dad, either parent, can have access to this government entitlement. This is critical if we want to talk about gender equality, if we want to talk about the informal work that occurs in homes. What tends to happen, the journey, and it's not just because I've been through this recently, but any family will tell you this, is that families make decisions based upon when they find out they're going to have a child. They make decisions based upon what their entitlements might be, what their position at work is, about who will take time off. And in the majority of cases, because this is the way our laws are set and because this is the way entitlements are organised, it is the woman that takes the longer period of time off. Whether they be people working in my office, and I have one staff member who is literally about to go on maternity leave, or whether they be in many other workplaces, it's the woman who tends to take the longer period of time off, and that's because our rules state it must be that way. Even our own staff, Deputy Speaker, if one of my male staff members or any of our male staff members right now, if they would have a child, they'd only be entitled to 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Our own staff. But if it is a woman who has a child, she's entitled not just to the paid parental leave in accordance with our EBA, but also to the government entitlement that we're extending in this bill. So that is what is good about what we're doing today. And not just for our staff, but for all families, all men, we're saying, in your family, have the discussion. Does it work for you? We encourage you to take more time off when your child is born. And one of the things that I hope happens by this bill, by saying it is family's choice which parent takes time off, whether it be the full amount or part amount or shared amount, what I really hope this does is encourage the corporate sector and employers out there to do something similar. Because the fact is, for a lot of men in Australia, they are only entitled to the bare 2 weeks minimum. And what's 2 weeks? Like anyone who's had a child knows that in that first 2 weeks, when you get to the end of it, you ask yourself, should I be returning to work? I'm not sleeping at the moment. We have a newborn. People are already concerned about returning to work. You think about what's happening in the home. If your partner's had to have a caesarean, technically they're not supposed to drive for 6 weeks. Yet currently in this country we expect them to return to work after 2 weeks. Now some employers have a different arrangement, and I do want to acknowledge the efforts that Corporate Australia have made to really encourage men or the partner of the birth partner to take more time off, and good on them for doing so, because there was no legal requirement for them to do. I want to congratulate and acknowledge the unions and the workers who stood up and bargained for that entitlement, so men or the non-birth partner could have that extra time off when they have a newborn or an adopted child enter their lives. It is great to see this reform come forward that is addressing that. Some of the early divisions of labour, we know, in the home, that the non-paid work occurs when a child is born. and the data reflects this. Before children enter a house, the gender of work, housework, can be quite even. But once a child enters the home, it tends to be the woman that picks up more of that work. Part of it, that informal work, it's the culture, it's the challenges that we have, but part of it's also been, unfortunately, by policy design. Once you get sort of 3 months into your maternity leave, if you're the parent at home, you tend to be the one that puts the washing on whilst your other partner is at work. You tend to be the one that does the cleaning in and out whilst the kids are sleeping. You tend to be the one that picks up all that domestic work because you're the one at home. Quite often people will say, "Oh, are you going to enjoy your maternity leave?" And ask a mum who's on maternity leave, she'll go, "What do you mean? I haven't stopped working. I'm working just as hard at home." But when that mum then returns to work, she continues to do that domestic work. So what I'm hoping is one of the consequences that comes out of this is that if we're able to share the workload of raising children in the early days, more men can spend time at home with their newborns, then that might help keep that gender balance happening at home when it comes to domestic unpaid work, because the burden has fallen to women. What I like about this bill and what it does, it makes it a choice for families. It actually says what's in the best interest of your family. As the member for Newcastle pointed out, currently as it stands, if it's a male primary breadwinner that chooses to go back to work, the woman who becomes the primary carer is entitled to paid parental leave under the government system. But if it is the woman who is a primary income earner who wants to return to work, her partner is unable to access the same entitlement. And what this bill does is removes that discrimination. It actually says it's your choice, families, what works best, one or the other or share. But it is good that it is a use it or lose it arrangement, which will encourage families to use this entitlement in the first period of their newborn. I agree with some of the comments that have been raised about we do need to do more when it comes to accessing the next stage once a young person, once the paid parental leave has finished. It is hard to find childcare places at the moment. Our government has inherited a horrible mess in the early childhood education sector. One of the biggest stresses for a lot of women at the moment wanting to return to work after their paid parental leave is being able to access childcare and having that childcare place. In my own community of Kyneton, I met with a group of mums, the Kyneton mums. It was a mums group. Some of them had deferred going back to work. They had tried to extend their paid parental leave into unpaid parental leave because they couldn't find a childcare place. We have had a bit of a baby boom in Central Victoria. We are bucking the trend of the rest of Victoria when it came to the pandemic. Believe it or not, people assumed more babies were born during the pandemic. There wasn't. There was actually a slight decline in the birth rate, but except in Bendigo and Central Victoria. And we knew that that was coming on the nature of who was moving into the town and build a bigger hospital, employ more people at the bank, grow mining underground. You are going to attract younger people and families, and that's what's happened. We've had a growth in our birth rate. But what that has presented is a challenge when it comes to childcare and being able to find a place for a newborn, for a child, a toddler or someone who is sort of under that sort of 18 months of age has been a challenge. And I did want to acknowledge that that is something that our government is working at. The Cheaper Childcare Bill will make childcare more affordable, but more importantly, the Fair Work amendments that were moved through at the end of last year will allow our educators to bargain for better wages, and hopefully that will attract more educators back into childcare. One of the key reasons why there are such long waiting lists for younger children in early childhood education is because centres can't open rooms. They've got the space but not the educators. So it's an area that I believe that we're looking at and hoping to address sooner rather than later. And I really want to acknowledge the work that the sector, that the government and that the unions are doing to really try and address that. It's part of the bigger plan and the bigger focus that we have to have when we talk about women, work, paid parental leave, making sure that we are more family-friendly and making sure that we do have that support in the early years. We kind of know what the plan is once children start primary school. We've had a formal education system for quite some time, but we don't quite have the policies right yet when it's under 5. And we are trying to turn around and change culture and change history. And that is what one of the things that this bill does. It actually acknowledges for the first time that it isn't just the woman's responsibility to stay at home with young children. It acknowledges that we want to encourage men and women and for families to make the choices based upon what is in the best interests of that family unit. And it could change between children, between the first children and the second child. First child, it might be mum that stays at home. Second child, it might be dad that stays at home, depending upon, where they're at that time. I really want to acknowledge the dads that have spoken to me about this issue, not just since becoming an MP but before, and how they haven't had that same opportunity to really bond in the same way as their partners. I really want to acknowledge the dads that kind of swam against the tide and did take time out, did take that step to kind of be at home more, to give up work, to be there to help raise their little people, because they really have been some of the trailblazers to help set the agenda about what more we need to do. For any woman in this place that's had children, including myself, our partners are the ones that have really helped us to be able to keep doing what we do. I've got 2 little people. I'm hoping that they're in bed at 10 to 7, don't know. I'm here. But they're at home with their dad in Bendigo this week, and the dinner, bath and bed routine falls to dad, and that's just the life of if you're a mum working full-time and if you're a dad working full-time, if you're trying to balance that routine at home. The ability to have more employers that recognise that we want that flexibility in workplaces is important. This bill and why it has come before the parliament now is for us to deliver on a big commitment that we made at the election, that we did want to be a modern Labor government that recognised that modern families needed changes. Increasing the PPL was one of the most frequent proposals that participants at the Jobs and Skills Summit raised last September, and it is why the Albanese government, we really listened and continued to consult and brought forward these changes. It's why it was a big part of the October budget. Families having access to more leave and enjoying greater flexibility will ensure that there is less of a gap in terms of paid income for households. And right now, that is so important. As interest rates go up, as cost of living goes up, there's always extra expenses with children that you just don't quite expect. This bill will be welcomed by so many, particularly those who are planning on having children or might find themselves expecting a little one soon. Although I do have to note, because it's in my notes, that one of my staff members is a little bit disappointed he didn't come in a bit sooner. Her number 2 is due in a few months. Importantly, this change is really part of Labor's commitment at the federal election to deliver on gender equality. It does help to really demonstrate how we are wanting to make these changes. The reforms that are being introduced will improve flexibility from July 1 this year, and from July 1 next year we'll start expanding the scheme for an additional 2 weeks each year until it reaches 26 by by July 1, 2026. And Deputy Speaker, I hope we don't stop there. We do need to look at super on paid parental leave. It's one of the other gaps that we have in terms of people who take paid parental leave income earning. Perhaps when we see more men taking paid parental leave, we'll start to see a boost in super. We do want to see the corporate sector and the community sector and employers step up, see them develop more generous paid parental leave schemes for males and for parents, for dads. We want to encourage more family in those early years to not just share the workload of raising young people, but to be able to form those early critical bonds so that they too can be home with their 21-month-old toddler doing dinner, bottle and bed routine. I'm hoping that my speech is not being part of FaceTime to them. Because I think all of us who've had that joy of becoming parents know that those early days are fun, those early years are fun, but the extra support to take the financial stress away just makes life that little bit easier.
I thank the member for Bendigo and I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad to support this bill, which makes paid parental leave available to both parents in the relationship. It's a welcome step that fosters a more equal division of care between parents and supports LGBTQIA+ and non-traditional family units as well. We're facing one of the most significant cost of living and housing crises we've ever faced, and Brisbane residents and their families are struggling to manage their care responsibilities and work commitments to make ends meet. Widening the scope of paid parental leave is a step in the right direction, but there's so much more that we can do. Despite these improvements, Australia's current paid parental leave scheme is ranked as the second worst in the developed world. Australians only receive 18 weeks of paid leave, which doesn't come close to the international best practice of 52 weeks and doesn't reach the same level of pay or unstructured or structured, use it or lose it provisions. This bill is a welcome recognition of the need to reform the way we design parental leave. We must address maternal and child health, encourage shared care, and the contribution of paid parental leave policies to shift attitudes of traditional gender roles and narrow the persistent gender pay gap. We must keep pushing for the kind of support and care that our community deserves. At a minimum, the government should immediately fund 26 weeks of paid parental leave. Families can't afford to wait another 3 years. In a country as wealthy as Australia, this is something that we can do. If the government can find $40 billion of fossil fuel subsidies, they can find the money to take care of working families. If the government can afford these subsidies, they can afford to give carers and their children the quality of life that they deserve. If we can afford the Stage 3 tax cuts, which will cost $245 billion over the next decade, we can afford to make a world-class paid parental leave scheme. The Work and Care Inquiry, initiated by my colleague in the Senate, Senator Barbara Pocock, has heard a wealth of evidence about the need for a strong parental leave scheme, and the Greens will continue to push to make that a reality. Like I said, families can't afford to wait another 3 years. We must accept the recommendations of stakeholders like the Australian Council of Trade Unions and establish a full 52 weeks of paid parental leave by 2030 as per international standards. Families across the world, and particularly across Scandinavia, already enjoy such high standards of paid parental leave, and Australian families deserve the same.
Thank the member for Brisbane. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm proud to speak to this bill in this place today, and I'm proud to do so as a member of this government, which is ensuring this critical reform is provided to families right across Australia. Deputy Speaker, Labor governments build the country. Our positive reforms are felt for decades, reforms which benefit the people of Australia and ensure a fair go for all. Gough Whitlam reformed higher education to ensure it was accessible and achievable for all Australians. Bob Hawke reformed Australia's health system with Medicare, ensuring more people can access health care, and it is this government, led by Anthony Albanese, who will reform paid parental leave, which will ensure greater gender equality and fairness for all Australian families. Deputy Speaker, when we came to office in May last year, paid parental leave became one of our central focuses as a new government. The 2021-22 federal budget had at its core investment in paid parental leave for the benefit of the people of Australia and for the benefit of the Australian economy. It's not just a social measure, it's also an economic measure. This government understands that investment in paid parental leave, when it is done right, will advance gender equality, provide a boost for the economy and help everyday Aussie families with the cost of living pressures that are being felt across Australia right now. It was a message that was sent loud and clear by workers, employers, unions, economists and industry experts at September's Jobs and Skills Summit. Gender equality and economic reform are issues that go hand in hand. And it's not often, Deputy Speaker, as we know, that you get all those disparate groups coming together with a common voice. This reform is a reform that opens our economy and provides full and fair participation for women in Australia, both as parents and within the workforce. It was the Prime Minister who said that this reform agenda would be a parental leave system that empowers the full and equal participation of women, which would be good for business, good for families and good for our economy. The message from this government cannot be clearer than that. The importance of this bill cannot be more obvious. This reform at its core is good for Australia. This bill will see the implementation of the first tranche of the government's paid parental leave changes, which were announced by the government in October in Labor's first budget in 10 years. The bill provides essential structural change which will modernise paid parental leave and ensure that it meets the needs of modern Australia and modern families. This means the scheme will meet the needs of Australian families fairly and equally, which is something that it doesn't currently do. Current eligibility rules under the paid parental leave scheme are unfair at best, in a way that disproportionately and negatively affects families in which the mother is the higher income earner, and I don't think anybody could enunciate it better than my colleague, the member for Bendigo, in her terrific speech just now. Deputy Speaker, backwards views on who is and isn't the breadwinner in a family, they're just not relevant in today's Australia. And so it is important that these views are not inadvertently entrenched in legislation and the support schemes that emanate from them. Under the current scheme, mothers, who are the high income earner, are negatively impacted by statute. Currently, two families with a household income of $200,000 are treated vastly differently based on who is the primary income earner. If the father in this situation is a primary income earner, then the scheme is accessible to that family and they meet the eligibility criteria. But if the mother is the higher income earner, then the family is automatically ineligible for support under the scheme. It's not good enough, and this government and this bill will change it. And frankly, Deputy Speaker, with 23 years into the 21st century, and we've still got a situation where women face this sort of discrimination. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when women had to leave the workforce when they got married. When not quite old enough to remember when women had to get their husband's permission to open bank accounts. I mean, we thought those days were long behind us. The entrails of those days remain in legislation, and this government's determined to wipe them out and end discrimination for once and for all. This bill will deliver 6 key and core changes that will come into effect from 1 July 2023. First, it will combine the 2 existing payments under the scheme into a single 20-week scheme. This will make it less convoluted and more easily accessible for parents. Currently, there are 2 payments made under the scheme from the government. Parental leave pay, which provides up to 18 weeks of payment, is primarily targeted to mothers. On the other hand, dad and partners pay provides up to 2 weeks of payment to fathers and partners. Under this bill, those 2 payment streams will combine in a single 20-week payment, which will give parents more choice and flexibility in how they choose to use paid parental leave and how they choose to share care of their newborn or adopted child. Deputy Speaker, this better reflects modern Australia and how Australian families choose to parent in modern Australia. It accepts that not all families are the same and that different families will make different choices. And this gives vital flexibility to parents so that the opportunity to provide for their family in a way that suits their family. This very much puts the family first. The second key change is a portion of the scheme will be reserved for each parent to support them both to take time off work after birth or adoption. I can't put into words how important that is. The ability for both parents to take time to be just that, parents, to spend time and to bond with their newborn and to enjoy being a family. It is something that all parents deserve, and under this paid parental leave scheme, it is something that all parents will be able to participate in. And as the member for Bendigo so brilliantly enunciated, those early years are so vital in terms of setting future roles in the family. Actually, I've noticed this myself. In my family, I'm perhaps embarrassed to admit, that my wife and I used to share duties at home fairly equally, and we have a very sort of traditional setup, I would say, when it comes to child rearing, and my wife, by all means, takes on the heavy domestic chores in the household. And so that's a very traditional way. I'm sure I get a lot of grief from it, sure, as I should, but those marks are set early, and this seeks to change that. So a very welcome change. And when I see the young fathers in this place, and the way that they are so ready to take paid parental leave and to be much more involved in the nurturing of their kids in a way that I admit I never did with my young children. It's just fantastic to see how quickly young fathers are adapting. So thirdly, the notion of primary and secondary carers will be removed. This will make it easier for both parents to access support. The removal of this terminology is long overdue. I don't think anybody would realistically consider one parent to be more important than the other, so why should the paid parental leave scheme support that inference by listing primary and secondary carers? It's wrong, and it's gone with this bill and under this government. The fourth key change is that we are expanding access to the scheme by introducing a $350,000 family income test. Under this test, applicants can qualify even if they do not meet the $156,647 individual income test. That's about opening access to this scheme to more Australians, and it means stronger families and a stronger economy. It's a great initiative, and I'm pleased it's been included in the bill. Fifth, the bill will increase flexibility for parents to choose how they take paid parental leave days and how they transition back to work. Every person in Australia is different, every parent is different, with different circumstances and different ways that they will adjust to their newfound parenthood. It's critical that this flexibility is afforded to people so they can make transitions in a way that is right for their family and in the best interests of their family. Government should never dictate how someone leads their personal life or their family life. Improved flexibility in the scheme will be a game changer for Australian families. And finally, Deputy Speaker, the sixth key change to the scheme in this bill is the allowance of eligible fathers and partners to access the payment irrespective of whether the mother or birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. Families living in Australia should not be left behind, and families will not be left behind under the Albanese government. This key change is another way that the Australian government is ensuring more access to the scheme, which is both fair and to the benefit of Australian families and, by default, the broader Australian community via the economy. In my electorate, many families are struggling with the cost of living and are uncertain about the future for their new and growing families. This bill sends a message loud and clear that the government stands with Australian families and in making it easier for their family. From Deloraine in the north through to Bridgewater in the south and everywhere in between in my electorate, families are going to benefit from these changes to the paid parental leave scheme, and in turn, so will local economies. I'll conclude in the same way I started, by reiterating that this bill is good for families and good for the economy. It's a bill that provides much-needed reform to Australia's paid parental leave scheme, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister, Amanda Rishworth, for the work that she has put into this reform for the benefit of Australian families. This is a very significant reform. It's a reform which should be a unifying moment for this parliament. At its core, it's a bill that will ensure the ongoing security and prosperity of Australian families in a flexible way that works for them. And I'm sure, Deputy Speaker, that just as we talk about the reforms that Gough Whitlam made to to education, and Bob Hawke made to health, that this will go down as a defining moment in future government and future Labor governments. They will turn to this and say this too is a defining moment that we should be proud of. Thank you.
I thank the member for Lyons and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And I'm very pleased to be speaking on the Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022. I'm so proud. Once again, it's a Labor government who is leading the way on this critical reform. We know that improving paid parental leave is vital for the health and well-being of families and has the immense benefits for our economy. We also heard loud and clear during the Jobs and Skills Summit in September last year that paid parental leave reform would be instrumental in advancing gender equality. Businesses, unions, experts and economists all understand that one of the best ways to boost productivity and participation is to provide more choice and more support for families and more opportunity for women to re-enter the workforce. And in the introduction of this bill, it is just another example of the Albanese government listening and acting. This bill is designed to address shortfalls under the current scheme. At present, the scheme does not do enough to provide access to fathers and partners, and it limits flexibility for families to choose how they take leave and transition back to work. And the eligibility rules are unfair to families where the mother is the higher income earner. Our bill fixes these issues. It gives more families access to the government payment. Parents will have more flexibility in how they take leave. And it encourages parents to share care to improve gender equality. From 1 July 2023, the bill delivers 6 key reforms. The 2 existing payments will be combined into a single 20-week scheme. A portion of the scheme will be reserved for each parent to support them both taking time off work after a birth or adoption. It will be easier for both parents to access the payment as the notion of primary and secondary carers will be removed. Access will expand through the introduction of a $350,000 family income test, under which families can be assessed if they exceed the individual income test. Flexibility for parents to choose how they take leave days will increase, and eligible fathers and partners will be allowed to access the payment irrespective of whether the birth parent meets the income test or residency requirements. Australia's first paid parental leave came into force on 1 January 2011. This was a Labor government initiative. And now, a decade later, the Albanese Labor government is ensuring our paid parental leave scheme meets contemporary expectations and is fit for purpose for the next decade and beyond. The changes in this bill send a clear message that treating parenting as an equal partnership supports gender equality. As our wonderful Minister for Social Services said, boosting women's workforce participation and encouraging more dads to take paid parental leave was a priority for the government. The Minister has made the point that treating parenting as an equal partnership helps to improve gender equality. And she is right when she says that our changes will benefit mums and dads. It's good for children and it will be a huge boost to the economy. Our government values men as carers too. We want to see that reinforced in workplaces and our communities. And on a personal note, I know how important paid parental leave is. When my beautiful daughter Tia was born, having time together as a new family was so important and so special. It meant so much to have that time at home. In fact, it was probably the best 4 weeks of my life. I know for many fathers or non-birthing parents, 2 weeks is not enough time to support the mother or birthing parent, settling in the new routine and care for that baby, their baby. Not enough time in these formative months. And Australians needed a paid parental leave scheme that reflects the needs of modern families. The current scheme does not do enough to provide access for parents together. For example, currently dads take government paid leave at roughly half the rate of mums. The scheme as it stands today is built on gendered assumptions of primary and secondary carers, which limit parents' ability to share care. It's time to ensure our legislation better reflects what we know about the benefits for children that can flow from a more flexible scheme, and there are benefits for parents as well. Why would we perpetuate an outdated understanding of caring roles, where too much of the burden falls on one parent, and as a consequence that parent is more likely to suffer poor mental and physical health? Having both parents engaged in care also means that they are more likely to be happy at home if they can be engaged in the lives of their children. They will be more productive when they return to work. Their children will grow up and fare better at home and at school. And if both parents have the opportunity to be part of the caring for their children, it also means greater empowerment for the parent who might otherwise have to take on a significant portion of the responsibilities. This means, among other things, that they may have the option of returning to work sooner, which would support productivity in the economy. And this is why our changes to paid parental leave are not just about individuals. They deliver benefits to the entire family and to the community more broadly. As I mentioned before, placing a burden of care on one parent alone in the weeks and months after a child is born is not acceptable. It's plain unfair. Our paid parental leave scheme should not entrench an outdated model of care. We know that this approach leads to adverse mental health outcomes for the parent who has to undertake this task, and we know that more often than not, as the mother. Our paid parental leave scheme should operate to ensure there is no structural reason for this outcome to take place. The importance of this is outlined by a mother who described her experience of paid parental leave scheme that has passed its use-by date. The example I've taken is from an organisation called Parenthood. The mother described her experience as follows, and I quote, "Rather, it was a blur of tears, anxiety and a needling sense of dread that felt louder and more urgent as the days passed by. This challenge was in no small way due to the inadequate parental leave afforded to my husband, a predicament that is unfortunately commonplace in Australia." She outlined the anxiety that surrounded her as she grappled with the responsibilities of being a new mother, and I quote again, "After again being discharged from hospital, we spent the remainder of a fortnight juggling nappies, breast pumps and an unspoken sense of panic at the prospect of me carrying on solo once my husband returned to work. Most significantly, she spoke frankly and bravely about the depth of mental health struggle that ensued over subsequent weeks and months, and I quote again, "Over the next few months my mental health suffered, and despite the enormous support of friends and family, it became clear to those around me that my struggle with parenthood was very much affected by what was later identified as postnatal anxiety and depression. Paid parental leave scheme changes made by this legislation will not eliminate postnatal anxiety and depression. But by increasing the flexibility of the scheme and making it possible for parents to more reasonably share caring responsibilities and support each other, we will remove a structural problem that exists under the current scheme. All the evidence tells us that this will help create an environment that is likely to reduce the circumstances that create a mental health burden on one parent, which is usually the mother. And this is undeniably a very positive outcome. Throughout my speech, I have spoken about how these changes will apply to parents and families. In my own case, as I outlined, I shared the responsibilities of parenting with my wonderful wife. But I understand that not every family looks like mine, and this scheme does not just apply to mums and dads. The legislation is inclusive of different models of family, all of which must be nurtured and supported and celebrated in our community. I know many families of different kinds in my electorate and beyond. Rainbow families, single-parent families, and our paid parental leave scheme ensures that these families are also able to access support when they need it to help give the next generation the best possible start in life. Acting Speaker, Labor is the party that has delivered paid parental leave to Australian families, and we need to ensure our national paid parental leave scheme keeps pace with the expectations of Australian families. Increased flexibility in the application of paid parental leave will benefit parents and their children. All Australians should welcome this. I hope it will be reflected in the way that parents share the responsibility of raising their children, from birthright through their early years and beyond. Without these changes, we risk leaving in place a paid parental leave scheme trapped in the past. I call on all members to get behind this legislation. This benefit will be felt across our communities and across our economy. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for McNamara, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, greater flexibility has become a persistent theme of the last few years. Many have benefited from greater time at home, online meetings, more flexible leave arrangements, work from home. It's made, for a lot of Australians, juggling everyday responsibilities easier in that context. And it's given many people time for the things that really matter to them, the important things. More time with family, more time with friends, more time to focus on physical and mental well-being, more time to explore new passions. Now, for new parents, though, some of that list sounds like a bit of a fantasy list, given the pressures that are placed on new parents, also parents generally speaking, frankly, until the kids are out the door after university or whatever it might be. But for new parents, the biggest barriers to flexibility, I think, come at one of the most important times in their lives, because we know that Australia has a generous paid parental scheme. Globally, it's one of the better ones. But there are still significant improvements needed when it comes to flexibility and equity. That's what this bill seeks to do, to make paid parental leave more flexible and more equitable for Australian families. So it's going to combine the current 18 weeks for the primary carer and 2 weeks for the other parent into a single 20-week scheme, allowing parents to make decisions about how they utilise paid parental leave, flexibility. It's going to remove the notion of primary and secondary claimants and the requirement that the primary claimant must be the birth parent. This change will reflect the fact that the families of modern Australia come in all shapes and sizes with different responsibilities and commitments. It gives parents the choice in how they structure their leave days and their transition back to work. It gives parents the option to split leave as they see fit, rather than one parent being entitled to 18 weeks while the other is limited to 2. Whilst many parents may still decide that one takes most of the time, it allows them, the parents, to make that decision. That's important because we know that the current arrangements particularly restrict women in returning to work. We know that women are more often the primary carer, on average and as far as the data goes. And unless they take their first 12 weeks of leave at once, they forfeit the remaining 6 weeks, which can be used flexibly. So they are effectively penalised if they choose to return to work in their first 12 weeks of leave, even if it is just for a day or 2 a week. A lot of mums who've, I know this is a bit of an anecdotal thing, but have had their second or third, are like, I want to go back to work now, early. Some mums choose to stay the whole year with their newborn. Especially happens with the firstborn, but I think once you get to the second or third, they're like, see you later, I'm going back to work. Fair enough. We want to give women that flexibility to make their own arrangements under the scheme. So this is really important to give them a real choice. The decision is not going to be made for them. They get to make the decision. So this bill will allow women greater freedom over when they return to work by allowing leave to be used flexibly from day one. It's a change that supports advancing women's economic equality. This is a key goal of our government, of the Albanese Labor government. It provides greater access as well to fathers and partners who have often are limited to only 2 weeks of leave despite wanting to share the load in that period. And this includes all sorts of parents, LGBTQI parents or parents who have adopted kids or who have been forced to split leave in ways that might not suit their family's needs or wishes. These changes give parents the choice on when they return to work. Payment days may be taken in multiple blocks, as small as a day at a time, with periods of work in between, within 2 years of the birth or adoption of the child. So this is real flexibility, Deputy Speaker. It gives people choice, and that's why it's such a these are such important elements of this bill, to give parents that choice. It also reflects the Albanese government's commitment to improve the lives of working families, to give them that choice. It's an improvement in their quality of life, support better outcomes for the children as well, and advance women's economic equality, as we've noted. So these reforms will reserve a portion of the scheme for each parent to support them both to take time off work after the birth of the child or adoption of the child. Now, the elements of this bill followed effectively the advice and consultation of many experts and stakeholders who were clear about the need for reserved portions to promote shared care and gender equality. It's come from the data from the evidence base that has informed the drafting of this bill and this policy. Engagement with stakeholders has, of course, been a key feature of this bill. So paid parental leave reform was one of the most frequent proposals raised at the recent successful Jobs and Skills Summit back in September last year. Because when we brought the stakeholders and leaders from across Australia together to develop solutions on the big challenges facing our nation, guess what? We were serious. And this is what came up. We were serious in our commitment to listening to Australians and delivering what we think are common-sense changes that make their lives better. That's part of being a good government. And the changes in this bill fit that motivation, fit that course of action. They've been widely welcomed in the October 2022-23 budget. And these changes, Deputy Speaker, are the most significant step to improving paid parental leave scheme since its establishment by a then Labor government back in 2011. It wasn't perfect then. We're suggesting some improvements. That's a sign of a good government. Always evolving, always looking to improve, always listening and making sure that we're meeting the needs of Australians, and in this case particularly parents, giving them that much-needed flexibility as I've described. This is going to benefit 181,000 families across Australia. 181,000 families. That's going to be around 4,300 currently ineligible people will get access to paid parental leave by lifting the family income limit to $350,000. That's 4,300 people who are currently ineligible are going to get access. That's great. And of course, we will continue, Deputy Speaker, the reforms that improve the lives of Australians, including legislation later this year that will expand paid parental leave to 26 weeks by 2026. That's a nice symmetry there. 26 by 26, Deputy Speaker. I don't know who thought of that, some clever person, but 26 weeks by 2026. Further improvement going straight to giving that flexibility and that support for parents in the paid parental leave scheme. Our changes are good for parents, Deputy Speaker. They're good for kids, they're good for employers, and they're good for our economy. And these changes that make a good scheme more suitable for a more modern Australia. We've evolved since 2011, and these changes are important in that context, so that families can make their own choices to suit their own family's needs. That's really, really important. And they can enjoy what I said was such an important time of their lives with the newborn, with their new baby. They can decide how long they spend. And as I said, if it's a second or third, mum might want to go back to work earlier than the year that she spent with the firstborn. But that's their choice, and that's the beauty of these changes. It's really making sure that we give families the choice to decide for themselves what's best for their circumstances, for their family. And that's something that this government, the Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, has committed to deliver for Australian families. Thank you.
I thank the member for Wills. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Riverina. The member for Riverina has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've been communicating with the Mayor of Junee Shire Council, Neil Smith, and the General Manager there, James Davis, today about their concerns, ongoing concerns about the closure of that wonderful railway and now jail town's only bank. The Commonwealth Bank is set to close its doors. Now, this is reprehensible when you think that a town like Junee, halfway between Sydney and Melbourne, thriving community, vibrant business community is set to lose its only bank. Junee is 42 kilometres from Wagga Wagga. Junee has a population of nearly 6,500. It needs banking services. What's going to happen now is that the business people of Junee are going to have to get in their cars and drive along the Olympic Highway to Wagga to deposit their cash each night. Now, the member for Gippsland, in a contribution in this place earlier this week, described the modern-day bank robber, the balaclava wearer, as not the thief, but indeed some of the CEOs. Bit rough, bit harsh, probably true. The member for Parkes, who sits behind me, talked about the disconnect between the CEOs who talk a big game about Australia Day and working because of the supposed offence that they had about this National Day, and yet so willing and so happy to close their bank branches in rural, regional and remote Australia. And just in the Riverina, in 2018, the NAB closed branches in Lockhart, Grenfell and Ardlethan. December 22, Forbes branch closed. On the 9th of February, the NAB will close its Holbrook branch. ANZ, May 2018, closed its Temora and Forbes branches. 2023, Parkes branch to go. The Commonwealth closed its Lockhart branch, set to close Junee. Westpac, 2023, Parkes branch to close. And yet, these communities, the ones I mentioned, have given those banks so much over so many years, they deserve better. Now, Junee's not going to cop this. I know, having spoken to Mr Davis, and I fully endorse his remarks. He said this will be the 700th bank branch to close in the past 3 years. He's done the research. If they maintain the same pace of closures, they're not going to be any branches left in 3 years' time. And of course, he's referring to the regions. And they are mounting a petition. They are getting national media attention. What we don't want to see is people being held up on the Olympic Way because they might have deposits taking them to Wagga Wagga. Now, I've met with Junee Council. I'm pleased that Senator Perrin-Davey is pushing ahead with the banking inquiry, the work that she has been doing, and others as well, to review and strengthen the Australian Banking Association's branch closure protocols, to implement branch closure impact assessments, to promote and support bank post services, to maintain access to cash. And that's one of the things, maintaining access to cash. People might not know or might not even consider or think about it, but those small businesses in those regional towns need cash, because a lot of people in those towns still operate with cash, such as the Junee Licorice and Chocolate Factory, and they're pretty upset. Let me tell you, I know Neil Druce and I know him very, very well. His daughter Rhiannon, they have a wonderful business, and many people come into that small business and operate on cash. Now, he's contemplating what he's going to do as far as where he deposits his money. And you know, these people have been left high and dry by banks, not just the CBA but other banks, for deserting, for abandoning Junee, but deserting and abandoning regional Australia. And it's not good enough. It's simply not good enough for these banks to get all woke when they want to think and talk about Australia Day in capital cities, and yet leave our regional communities without banking services, when those regional communities, through farms and through resources, have invested heavily in those banks and in those bank employees for year upon year upon year, for decades, for more than 100 years. It's simply not good enough, and we in regional Australia aren't going to cop it. So I say to the bank CEOs, lift your game, pull your socks up and reopen those branches.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Parramatta.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Today my thoughts and condolences are with the Pho Guang Shan community as we mourn the loss of the Venerable Master Sing Yun. Master Sing Yun peacefully passed away at the age of 97 on Sunday, surrounded by solemn chanting. His legacy and teachings will continue to be honoured by the followers of the Buddha's Light International Association and its parent organisation, Fo Guangshan. Born to poor working-class parents in Jiangdu, China, the Venerable Master was, throughout his life, a teacher, a writer, a monastic, and an inspiration to millions of devotees across the world. Master Xingyun will be remembered for his lifelong dedication to fostering talent through education and his contributions to society through charity. In 1967, he founded Fo Guangshan, an international Buddhist organisation famous for its benevolence and emphasis on education, compassion and peace. Through Fo Guangshan and the associated Buddha's Light International Association, devotees and volunteers dedicate their time and efforts to improving the lives of others. Examples of their work include operating free medical clinics with mobile units in remote areas, winter relief programs to supply warm clothing and food, children's and seniors' homes, as well as wildlife conservation. Hundreds of devotees in Sydney volunteer for Clean Up Australia Day, and in 2015 their efforts were recognised by the New South Wales Government with the Volunteer of the Year award. By 2017, Fo Guangshan had reached over 1 million followers, with temples and organisations established in 173 countries, from the United States to Brazil, South Africa and Australia. In New South Wales alone, the Nyan Ten Temple spans several hundred branches, including at Kogarah, Chatswood and Wollongong. In addition to these, in my electorate of Parramatta, we're home to a large branch of the Nyan Ten Temple. It's described as the spiritual home of Buddhist devotees in Western Sydney, hosting several activities year-round, from arts and craft classes to a Chinese language school, and even a cultural exchange where interfaith dialogues are held. I'm fortunate to have in my electorate a strong, thriving community of BLIA devotees. Every day they enrich Parramatta through their contributions, whether it be with their culture, particularly in their Lunar New Year and Harvest Festival celebrations, or in the charity work they consistently do for the local community. Not only is the community at Parramatta's Nyan Ten Temple a fantastic representation of BLIA and Fo Guangshan, but it serves as a terrific example of Master Xingyun's vision and teachings. A teacher, a writer, a monastic and an inspiration to many. May the Venerable Master Xingyun rest in peace.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would like to speak about the disconnect between corporate Australia and the people that they serve, and I thank my good friend the member for Riverina for foreshadowing that in his contribution, and I reinforce what he said about bank closures. And I'd like to first say take issue with the ANZ Bank. Now, the ANZ Bank last year withdrew finance or refused to finance the Port of Newcastle because it is a port that exports coal. Despite the fact that the Port of Newcastle Authority has no coal assets, ANZ, in their virtue, decided not to finance them. What they fail to realise is that the majority of the grain that's grown in my electorate in northern New South Wales that exports to countries all over the world that pays our bill go through the Port of Newcastle. So while the banks out there trying to sign up farmers as customers, they're undermining their supply chains by not financing the Port of Newcastle. The National Australia Bank, when the CEO in virtue decided to work on Australia Day in the support for Aboriginal people in Australia, wasn't so thoughtful when they shut the Wee Waa branch, and the people in that town who are most disadvantaged are the elderly Aboriginal people who are not au fait with online banking. The Telstra CEO, when she decided to work on Australia Day to show her virtue and support for Aboriginal people, Where was Telstra during the pandemic when the kids at Wilkenya that had to work from home didn't have internet connection to enable them to do that, to put them at extreme disadvantage to people in other towns? Where were they then? Now, I don't have issue for the people on the ground. Indeed, on Australia Day, as I was driving across my electorate, I saw a Telstra technician working on an exchange. I'm sure he was doing that to do his job and make sure people had communications, not signalling his virtue while he was doing it. Westpac closed down one of its oldest and most respected branches in Moree, the home of the most productive agricultural shire in Australia, but also a town that has a very high Aboriginal population. So they closed down this branch where 3 of its 10 first customers in 1878 or whenever are continuous. Families that have been there for 150 or 60 years, and now their biggest client would pay for the cost for the whole branch. And they closed it down, some bean counter off somewhere else, Moree, community of 15,000, on the Inland Rail, getting a special activation precinct, on the verge of a boom, getting a signal that corporate Australia doesn't see any future for it. Now, this virtue signalling in support of Aboriginal people, I want to give a shout-out to my electorate staff in my 3 offices. They support and work for Aboriginal people every day of the week. And I look across and I've seen some comments in this place that I find quite offensive to the people I represent. I represent, after the Northern Territory, the highest percentage of Aboriginal people in any electorate in this country, and I've been working with them for 15 years. And these people are working out there as health professionals, they're working in education, the CEOs of local government, a large number of my shire councillors are Aboriginal, Bawarrina, they're building roads, they're running cultural centres, we've got instructors, young Aboriginal men instructing boys at the Clontarf Foundation. I could go on and on. Good, solid citizens, part of the community. And some of the comments here where people are speaking in slow voices and espousing their virtue and their care for these people with clearly no understanding of the integrity and the ability and the desire for these people to drive their own communities. My people have had enough of this. They're getting on with the job. They don't need the sympathy and the virtue of corporate Australia. They just want the support so that they can do what they're doing.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. Sadly, homelessness is a growing problem in Australia. The last census, 24,000 Victorians were listed as being without a home on any given night. 116,000 Australians without a home on any given night. And they're the ones that we know of. They're the ones who completed the census or the census team were able to catch up with. We know the figure is much higher and likely to climb. We know that many people may not identify as being homeless, even though they don't have a permanent home, staying for extended periods with family, moving from friend to friend until they run out of options. New data released at the end of last year identified in regional Victoria over 5,200 people are homeless, and in my own town of Bendigo it included about 400, many of whom are sleeping rough. Every day Victorian homelessness services are turning away 133 people, and that's just one service. Locally, I hear from many organisations that they simply can't keep up and they don't know where people are going if they can't help them. Recently, I had the opportunity to catch up with the team at Mad Cow, who are based in town in Bendigo. They are trying to fill the gap that has been created. They provide homelessness support services to people, the people who are sleeping rough, the people that other services don't quite often know how to help. In January alone, they said that they had 15 new clients just walk in, some referrals, some who'd heard that they provide help. What they offer is a cup of tea, a chance to sit down. Their wraparound service tries to link them into other support services. They learn a bit about their story, but don't make them feel questioned, don't make them feel judged. They give them the opportunity to find a friend. I really want to acknowledge the many volunteers, the amazing leadership of Matt and of Fiona, who've really helped to pull this service together, and we've seen it grow. They told me that throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, demand soared and it continued to grow. 10 cities are popping up all over the country. You just have to look. Whether it's in Huntly, the Whipstick Forest, or even just next to the railway lines, you can't get past the fact that we have growing tent cities, and they're popping up everywhere. The one next to the railway yard even has its own mayor. All the people turn to him and seek leadership and guidance. He's been there the longest. He's the one that the police go to. He's the one that the services go to if somebody's missing or they're not quite sure. Mad Cow, and they've picked their name. It was their name, Mad Cow. It was a client who suggested that name because they kind of take in everybody. They are partly funded and supported by the Baptist Church, but there's so much more. They ensure that people not only get a good meal and a warm cuppa, but they're able to take a shower if they like, wash their clothes and connect to a range of services and agencies across Bendigo who are, quite frankly, undersieged. Their building currently is old and not fit for purpose, but they haven't just sat back and waited. They've actually gone out there and secured the funding, not just partly from donation from the church community, but also through securing a grant from the Sydney Myer Foundation. They've pulled together funding to buy their building. Their next plan is to gut the place and build a fit-for-purpose space that can be a homelessness hub for the Rust sleepers in Bendigo. They know that there's an increasing demand and they believe that this service could really help people get back on track. I agree. It's not just for the people who are seeking support that this space would help. It would also help their many volunteers to have a fit-for-purpose place. A lot of the people who offer clinical services now go to this building already because that's where the homelessness people are. It's where they may start their drug and alcohol rehab. It's where they may see a GP. It's where they may access many clinical services. It is a good starting point. It is a project that governments should look at to support. What I really do respect about the team at Mad Cow is they are just getting on with it and would welcome a partner in helping them do it. Thank you to the volunteers of not just Mad Cow, but every organisation in Greater Bendigo and across the Bendigo electorate who tonight are ensuring that rough sleepers have a good meal and have somewhere to go tomorrow, not just for a meal, but to wash their clothes and to have a friendly chat.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to place on record my eternal thanks to a group of eminently trained engineers who travelled to Parliament here on the 24th and 25th of November last year at their own cost, totally pro bono, to put on the most marvellous presentation of data about our energy system and the AEMO plan for the future of the grid as an essential document guiding massive investment by state and federal governments into the so-called transition to a cleaner, decarbonised energy system. They also had analysed the Gen Cost report, which has also been used extensively in modelling our so-called transition. I would just give a brief summary, but basically these engineers were incredibly well qualified, internationally trained Canadian, English, Australian engineers with input from American engineers. In fact, we received summaries by one of those engineers, Dave Collins, who'd been to MIT. So we saw a summary of the information presented by Professor Jacopo Bongiorno and all the other presenters at an MIT short course. But Adi Patterson, Professor Stephen Wilson, Robert Barr, Robert Parker, Dave Collins, Tony Irwin, Robert Pritchard, Helen Cook, James Flay, James Taylor and his group of 10 independent engineers and scientists. From the UK, Dr Tim Stone gave us a wonderful presentation, and David Carland, a very experienced energy economic analyzer, reissued his report. The take-home message is that the huge transition is not really a transition. I think it's a faulty word because it implies sort of almost an equivalence. We're just changing how the electricity grid works. The analysis by all these eminent engineers, it wasn't delivered by me but by them, is that there is inadequate generation and inadequate storage, and that is the bottom line. But there are also very big physical problems with a massive expansion of transmission and distribution and a reworking of the whole grid. The amount of pumped hydro would have to be 20 times what is proposed. There would be up to, if you're having batteries being dispatchable back up for a week, which will be required, you might be spending up to $7 trillion. Cycling energy into and out of batteries consumes 20% of the energy you've generated. Half the battery backup is actually based in people's homes as part of the distributed energy system, and it will be controlled when it's coordinated by artificial intelligence smart meters that connect into your batteries of your EV or your house. The economic cost of this is quite staggering. They mention figures in AEMO's integrated system plan, which is their future plan for the grid, but really what it will cost in implicit cost is more than double. By the end of the 2050 period, where most of these renewable assets will be rebuilt because they have a short lifespan, it'll be at minimum $1.26 trillion, far, far greater than what AEMO estimate. The transmission losses are assumed to be zero, but interconnectors can consume between 8 and 15% of the energy. Each 100 kilometres transmission, you might lose up to 1% of your energy, and there are plans to go up to 23,000 extra kilometres of transmission. Not just the massive interconnectors, but also the smaller distribution, medium and low voltage areas will also have to be worked up because it'll have to cope with a two-way system. It is absolutely mind-boggling that these reports have been taken as absolute Bible and haven't been interrogated by competent people. And for those on the other side, these documents have formed the basis of Reputex's modelling that you have used for your rewiring the nation and repowering the nation. And it needs rapid reassessment on a holistic and urgent basis.
The member's time has expired. The question is, the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 31st of July 1922, Queensland became the first state in Australia to abolish the death penalty. The first. Banana benders leading the way, Speaker, as I'm sure you would always support. So a little over 100 years ago, Australia took its first step towards abolishing the death penalty. Queensland led the other states and the Commonwealth Parliament followed suit. Tasmania was actually the next state, and then working through to New South Wales being the last jurisdiction to abandon capital punishment in 1985. In fact, in 2010, the Australian Parliament, under Labor, passed legislation to ban any reintroduction of the death penalty in Australia. This ensures that our nation never returns to this barbaric practice. As a member of the 47th Parliament, I will continue to advocate for the abolition of the death penalty right across the globe. I'm proud to co-chair with Western Australia's Senator Dean Smith the Parliamentary Group for the Abolition of the Death Penalty. We have members from all sides of politics who support the global aim of removing capital punishment. The Parliamentary Group supports groups and individuals around the world who are on the front line assisting people on death row. We also push for greater transparency, particularly in our corner of the globe. To put our region in context, our closest neighbour, New Zealand, I think they abolished the death penalty after World War II. long after Queensland, I would point out. They might beat us in the Bledisloe Cup, but not when it comes to abolishing the death penalty. But our closest neighbour, Papua New Guinea, abolished the death penalty in January 2022. Well done to those parliamentarians. Capital punishment actually was first scrapped in PNG in 1974, but then was reintroduced in 1991. But thankfully no executions were carried out across the 30 years where the punishment was technically on the books. Capital punishment was abolished in East Timor in 1999, immediately following its independence. So New Zealand, I mentioned, was 1989. Capital punishment has been abolished in Fiji. It abolished capital punishment for ordinary crimes in 1979, way back then, and for all crimes in 2015. And just last July, Speaker, the Malaysian government announced their agreement to abolish the mandatory death penalty. So all the best to the Malaysian Parliament, particularly those parliamentarians who are fighting for the end of this barbaric practice. The Malaysian government actually tabled bills to abolish the mandatory death penalty. However, the parliament was dissolved on the 10th of October before the bills were passed, but it's hoped that these bills will pass very soon. All strength to your arm for those fighting for that. As you can see, Speaker, many of our neighbours have followed Queensland's lead, Australia's lead, in abolishing the death penalty. So when major developed countries, just like Singapore, remove it from their legal systems, Malaysia, remove it from their legal systems, this puts pressure on their neighbours, other countries in our region, to do the same. Some of our good friends in modern countries like Singapore are still executing people. Executions in Singapore are carried out by the long drop, hanging, and they usually take place at dawn. Many of those recently executed and those currently on death row come from minority backgrounds with little English or little language and with next to no access to proper legal assistance. Shockingly, in Singapore you can be legally interrogated without any legal representation, a tactic anathema to common law countries like Australia. So imagine someone who's been found using an illicit substance, because that's what most of the people on death row have been charged with. They're dragged into a Singapore interrogation room, possibly suffering withdrawal symptoms at the time, no lawyer, they have language issues, and if you're fortunate enough to be given an interpreter, there is the real possibility of the interpreter not actually being able to speak your native tongue. There is no one there to support you or fight for your rights like a good lawyer would. So, of course, there is every possibility of that person making statements that aren't factual, which leads to a swift conviction and the death penalty. To further enforce the unfairness of the system in Singapore, those found guilty had their appeal rights limited and access to legal assistance almost non-existent. Many are forced to self-represent, but even when they've got language problems. To compound the lack of basic human rights, death row inmates are essentially cut off from the outside world in Singapore. They're held in single cells, not even being able to see other prisoners or have contact with their loved ones. Their 1 hour of exercise a week is also alone. They're not even allowed a simple phone call with family members, although that was relaxed during COVID. I could go on to talk about Scott Rush and the Bali Nine in Indonesia, but I'll leave that to another day, Speaker.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.